Chapter 24:51. Seeing this, David couldn't stand it any longer. He directly ignored Master Ironhammer's obstruction, flicked his right finger, and a golden light shot straight toward the monster. Roar! The monster was struck by the golden light. After letting out a final roar, it crashed to the ground and died instantly. With David's current strength, dealing with monsters of this level required nothing more than a casual wave of his hand. The monster was dead, but the girl looked completely bewildered. She slowly got up, still in shock. "Thank you, thank you." The girl timidly followed David and thanked him. At that moment, bursts of roars suddenly came from not far away, accompanied by violent tremors shaking the ground. "This is bad. A large number of monsters are coming this way. Let's go." Master Ironhammer frowned deeply as he sensed the ground trembling beneath his feet. "Girl, run away quickly. A large number of monsters are coming here," David said urgently. After speaking, he prepared to leave with Master Ironhammer. However, the girl suddenly turned around. She bent down, grabbed the monster that had just died with both hands, and struggled to hoist it onto her back. It was clear she was barely able to manage it. Gritting her teeth, she carried the monster's corpse step by step, staggering forward. Seeing this, David was greatly surprised. He couldn't understand why the girl would carry a monster's corpse while fleeing for her life. "Girl, you should throw away the monster's body immediately and run. Otherwise, you'll be overtaken by those monsters," David warned. But the girl said nothing. She continued to move forward desperately, her body already drenched in sweat and streaked with blood. Sensing the monsters drawing closer, David couldn't bear to watch the girl be torn apart. He stepped forward, grabbed her shoulder with one hand, and leapt into the air, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. After escaping tens of miles with the girl, David finally stopped. Master Ironhammer looked at David with visible displeasure. "You little girl, are you insane? You don't even want your own life just for a monster's corpse?" Humatsi stepped forward and scolded her harshly. Faced with Humatsi's fierce expression, the girl bit her lip. Her eyes filled with grievance, and finally, she burst into tears. Humatsi was stunned for a moment, completely at a loss. "I need this monster's corpse to exchange for spirit coins," the girl cried miserably. "It's to get money for my grandma's treatment. My grandma is sick. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come alone into this mountain range to hunt monsters." "Little girl, don't cry. Where do you live?" "We'll take you home," David said gently. Seeing her risking her life just to get money for her grandmother's medical treatment, David decided to escort her back. "My family lives in Dashi village, not far from here," the girl said, pointing westward. "All right, let's go now." David then glanced at Humatsi and said with a faint smile, "Master Hu, you carry the monster's corpse." "Why the hell should I carry it?" Humatsi exclaimed. "You were the one who scared her into crying." "Of course, you carry it," David replied with a grin. Humatsi rolled his eyes helplessly but still bent down and picked up the monster's corpse. "Master Hammer, let's send this little girl home first, then head to Qingyo Peak," David said. "Ha," Master Ironhammer sighed. "I stopped you earlier not because I was heartless, but because you know too little about the world of heaven and man. Do you know what the most terrifying thing in the world of heaven and man is? It's not demons or monsters. The most terrifying thing is the human heart. Many people don't die at the hands of demons or monsters, but at the hands of their closest relatives. In the face of absolute, nothing cannot be betrayed. Humans are far more terrifying than demons." "Master Hammer, you're being overly pessimistic," David said calmly. "Although some people are bad, there are still many good ones. Let's send the girl home first." After that, David let the girl lead the way and headed straight for Dashi village. Chapter 24:52. After walking for a while, the girl suddenly pointed ahead and said, "Dashi village is just ahead." "Thank you. I'll go back by myself." As she spoke, she took the monster's corpse from Humatsi's hands and walked toward Dashi village. Humatsi was stunned. He looked at her in confusion and muttered, "This little girl is too rude. We saved her and escorted her back, yet she didn't even invite us in for a drink. David was also a little surprised. The girl didn't seem like someone impolite. Why wouldn't she invite them once they reached the village entrance? In the world of heaven and man, villages like this have extremely strong vigilance, Master Ironhammer explained when he noticed their confusion. Strangers are not allowed to enter. David was surprised by this explanation. He didn't understand why people in the world of heaven and man were so guarded. Still, since the girl didn't invite them, David and the others couldn't force their way in and cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Now that the girl was safe, David planned to leave for Qingyo Peak. But just as they were about to depart, 7 or 8 sturdy men wearing animal skin clothes and carrying weapons suddenly surrounded them. David glanced at them and found that their strength wasn't very high, about the same level as the girl earlier. However, the hostility in their eyes puzzled him. He had no enemies in the world of heaven and man, so why were these people so hostile? Who are you? Why are you sneaking around our Dashi village? A young man wielding a large blade shouted sharply. We escorted a girl back. She's from Dashi village, David explained calmly. Escorted someone from Dashi village? The young man frowned. Brother Ali, don't listen to his nonsense, another man said angrily. I think they're spies from Daqing village, here to scout our situation. Let's arrest them first. Ali glanced at David and the others a few times, then waved his hand. Arrest them. The men immediately stepped forward. Humatsi narrowed his eyes, pinching his fingers together, ready to make a move. He alone could easily deal with these people. Just then, the girls suddenly ran back and shouted loudly, Brother Ali, don't do anything. They escorted me back. She rushed over and stood in front of David and the others, blocking the men. Sister Yunar, what's going on? Ali asked. The girl hurriedly explained everything in detail and then showed them the monster's corpse. After seeing the corpse, the men finally believed her. However, Ali's suspicion and hostility toward David and the others did not completely disappear. Since you saved Miss Yunar, why not come to our Dashi village? Let us repay you properly, Ali said. No need. We still have important matters to attend to. We won't trouble you, David replied flatly. After what had happened, he didn't want to waste time entering the village, especially since their hostility was obvious. You saved someone from Dashi village. Our village must repay you. This is our rule, Ali said firmly. Please come with me. His tone left no room for refusal. As soon as Ali finished speaking, the other men blocked David's path. It was clear, whether they wanted to or not, David and the others were going to Dashi village. Chapter 24:53. When Humatsi saw this, he immediately became furious. Although this was the world of heaven and man, the people in front of him were extremely weak. With their level of strength, Humatsi could crush them with one hand. How dare they threaten him? Just as Humatsi was about to make a move, David stopped him. He didn't want Humatsi to casually injure people in the heavenly human realm. Master Ironhammer, however, merely smiled faintly and said nothing. It was obvious that he was deliberately letting David experience the hostility that existed between humans in this realm. All right, we'll go with you, David said, nodding to Ali. The group then headed toward Dashi village. Dashi village was a small settlement with only a little over 100 households. Defensive formations surrounded the village, clearly meant to guard against monster attacks. On the western side of the village stood 2 watchtowers, only a dozen meters tall. Guards were stationed on the towers, and armed villagers stood watch at the entrance. David looked at the tightly guarded village and felt puzzled. For such a small place, the level of defense seemed excessive. Ali led David and the others through the village gate. Many villagers greeted Ali warmly when they saw him. However, when their eyes fell on David and the others, curiosity filled their faces. Several children even followed behind them, staring as if they were rare beasts, examining them carefully. The villagers' strange reactions made David increasingly curious about Dashi village, and how many similar villages existed in the world of heaven and man. Originally, David had imagined the heavenly human realm as a place filled with powerful experts, where cultivators were everywhere. But Dashi village was nothing like the realm he had imagined. Sister Yun'er, let Lao Zhang handle the monster's corpse, Ali said after entering the village. Tomorrow, I'll help you take the animal skin and the beast pill to the town to sell them, then buy medicine for your grandma. You are not allowed to secretly leave the village to hunt monsters again. It's too dangerous. Even if monsters don't eat you, encountering people from other villages could still get you killed. Ali scolded the girls sternly. I understand, Yun'er lowered her head, looking wronged. Seeing this, Ali gently rubbed her head, then instructed someone to carry the monster's corpse away. Ali then invited David and the others toward a stone house. Before entering, David noticed a formation surrounding the building. He didn't break it and simply followed them inside. To David, this kind of formation was nothing more than a child's toy, it couldn't trap him at all. After entering the stone house, Ali said, "You can rest here for now. I'll have someone bring you food." With that, he turned and left. The moment Ali stepped outside, a dazzling white light erupted. Beams of light shot up around the stone house, forming a cage that trapped David and the others inside. Humatsi was stunned for a moment, then cursed loudly, "Damn it! You bastards who repay kindness with betrayal. Fine if you don't treat us well, but you actually trap us?" Ali turned his head, shot Humatsi a cold glance, and walked away without saying a word. Damn, what the hell is wrong with people in the heavenly human realm? Their brains must be fucked, Humatsi cursed angrily. Didn't I tell you long ago? Master Ironhammer said with a faint smile. The most terrifying thing in the world of heaven and man is the human heart. Among humans here, there is nothing but suspicion and doubt. People in the heavenly human realm seem to be suffering from a severe trust crisis, David said with a sigh. This so-called heaven doesn't look like a paradise at all. Chapter 24:54. The heavenly human realm is heaven in the eyes of cultivators in the secular world, Master Ironhammer said slowly, but in the eyes of those who truly live here, it is more like hell. Human desire for power in this realm is far stronger than anywhere else. Everyone's goal is to survive tribulation and become an immortal. Because of this, family ties and friendships gradually fade. For the sake of improving their strength, some people are willing to do absolutely anything. So in the world of heaven and man, the most terrifying thing is the human heart. Everyone is blinded by their obsession with realm and power. If it weren't for the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth, the secular world would actually be the most suitable place for humans to live. Master Ironhammer spoke with deep emotion. David remained silent. The world was often like this, those trapped inside the city wanted to escape, while those outside desperately wanted to enter. At that moment, inside a low stone house in Dashi village, Yun'er handed the monster's corpse to Lao Zhang to process. She then sat by the bedside, gently wiping the hands of an elderly woman whose eyes were wrapped in white cloth. "Grandma, today I hunted a huge monster," Yun'er said softly. "Brother Ali said that when he sells the animal skin and beast pill tomorrow, he'll buy you medicine. Your eyes will definitely get better." "You foolish child," the old woman said painfully. "With your abilities, how could you go hunting alone in the mountains? If something happened to you, how would I face your dead parents?" "Grandma, don't worry," Yun'er said quickly. "I have good luck. Today, some kind-hearted people rescued me. They even killed the monster for me in one move." She then told the old woman everything that had happened in the mountains. After listening, the old woman frowned deeply. "Yun'er, where are those people from? Where are they now?" "Grandma, I don't know where they're from," Yun'er replied. "But Brother Ali invited them into Dashi village. This is bad." The old woman suddenly stood up, startling Yun'er. "Yun'er, take me to see them immediately," the old woman said anxiously. "Ali is far too reckless. How could he casually bring outsiders into the village?" "Grandma, you don't need to be so nervous," Yun'er said. "I don't think they're bad people. They even escorted me back safely." "You silly girl," the old woman snapped. "You don't understand how sinister people can be. Take me there, now." Yun'er had no choice but to help the old woman out of the house. As soon as they stepped outside, they ran into Ali. "Brother Ali, where did you put the people who rescued me?" Yunar asked. "Ali, how could you be so reckless?" the old woman scolded angrily. "How did someone like you become village chief? Bringing outsiders into the village so casually." "Grandma," Ali said respectfully, "I locked those 3 people in the stone house. Formations surround it, they can't escape." "Brother Ali, they're my saviors. How could you lock them up?" Yunar said angrily. "Sister Yunar, those people." "Enough," the old woman interrupted coldly. "Take me to them." Ali said no more and led them toward the stone house. When the old woman arrived outside the stone house, she didn't enter. Instead, she stood quietly, her body suddenly emitting a powerful wave of aura that surged toward the stone house. Chapter 24:55. This aura was different from the spiritual power emitted by ordinary cultivators. Instead, it was closer to the Tao pattern power flowing within David's body. David, who had been lying bored inside the stone house, instantly stood up the moment he sensed the aura. At the same time, Humatsi and Master Ironhammer also felt the aura enveloping them. "I didn't expect experts to exist in such a small mountain village," Humatsi said after sensing it. David, however, was shocked. In an instant, he rushed out of the stone house. To him, the formations outside were nothing but a joke, they couldn't stop him in the slightest. Seeing David walk out effortlessly, with the formation failing to hinder him at all, Ali and Yunar were both stunned. Humatsi and Master Ironhammer followed shortly after, stepping out one by one. Ali stood there awkwardly, completely unsure of what to say. He had believed that the formation surrounding the stone house would completely trap David and the others. He never expected them to be utterly useless in their eyes. The old woman also sensed that David and the others had exited the stone house. Her brows furrowed tightly, and her expression turned extremely ugly. The aura she had just released made her realize that these 3 people were far stronger than she had initially imagined. Subconsciously, the old woman shielded Yunar behind her and said coldly, "You 3 are already at the half-immortal realm. Why would people like you take interest in a small mountain village like this?" David didn't answer. Instead, he exhaled softly. In an instant, his aura enveloped the old woman, and a strand of divine sense pierced directly into her body, entering her sea of consciousness. The old woman struggled desperately to resist, but it was completely useless. In just a moment, David withdrew both his aura and divine sense, then quietly looked at the blind old woman before him. David could now be certain, the old woman was a demon cultivator, belonging to the demon race, not a human. What he couldn't understand was why a demon cultivator would live among humans in such a small mountain village. Moreover, the old woman was clearly very protective of Yunar. Just now, she had instinctively shielded Yunar behind her, and David had seen genuine concern in her eyes. "Grandma, we only happened to see Miss Yunar being chased by a monster in the forest," David said calmly. "We rescued her and escorted her back. We have no interest in this mountain village. If you don't welcome us, we can leave immediately. I hope you don't misunderstand." David did not expose the old woman's true identity. "If that's the case, then leave," the old woman said bluntly. "There is nothing you want in this poor mountain village." She directly issued an order to expel them. David hadn't expected her to be so straightforward. After a brief moment of surprise, he turned around and walked out of Dashi village. Since he wasn't welcome, there was no reason to stay, especially when he had no interest in the village to begin with. David left Dashi village together with Humatsi and Master Ironhammer. Only after they were gone did the old woman finally let out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Yunar took advantage of the old woman's inattention and hurriedly chased after David and the others. "Wait a moment." Yunar caught up, her face flushed from running. David turned around and asked gently, "Miss Yunar, is there something else?" "Brother David, you saved me, but I still don't know your name," Yunar said earnestly. "My name is David," he replied with a faint smile. Chapter 24:56. "David?" Yunar murmured softly, then asked, "Brother David, where are you from?" "Judging by your abilities, David opened his mouth but hesitated. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. He couldn't exactly tell her he was from the secular world. Yuna might not even know what or where the secular world was. I'm from Qingyo Peak, David finally said, recalling the location of the artifact refining sect. Qingyo Peak? Yuna's eyes widened in surprise. That place is very far away. I didn't expect you to come from there. You must have traveled for a long time. I have some beast meat here, take it with you. You can replenish your energy on the road. As she spoke, Yuna took out a cloth bag filled with cut beast meat. These beast meats were useless to David and the others, but to Yuna, they were extremely valuable. They could even be sold for money. The fact that Yuna offered them without hesitation showed that she truly knew how to repay kindness and wasn't someone who abandoned morality for profit. Clearly, not all humans in the heavenly human realm were selfish and cold-blooded. David accepted the cloth bag, stored it in his storage ring, then took out a jade pendant. He injected a trace of Dragonan Phoenix power into the pendant and handed it to Yuna. Miss Yuna, take this jade pendant, David said. When you hunt monsters, it will allow you to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The power he infused was divine beast power. With the aura of a divine beast present, as long as the monster wasn't extremely high level, it would not dare approach Yuna while she wore the pendant. Yuna declined several times, but eventually accepted it. After bidding farewell, David and the others set off toward Zhijiantan. As for Dashi village, David didn't think much of it. It was merely a brief episode along his journey. What David didn't know was that in the near future, it would be this very small mountain village that would save his life. After several days of travel, David and the others finally arrived at the foot of Qingyo Peak. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Master Iron Hammer's eyes turned red. He hadn't returned to this place in over 10 years. It's been more than 10 years, Master Iron Hammer said emotionally. I don't even know if the artifact refining sect still exists. With that, he headed up the mountain. David and Humatsi followed closely behind, afraid of losing him. Otherwise, the two of them might end up as beggars in this unfamiliar heavenly human realm. Before long, a towering stone gate appeared. Weeds and trees had overgrown the surrounding area, but the stone gate itself still stood tall and imposing. 3 large characters were engraved upon it, Artifact Refining Sect. Despite the passage of countless years, the words were still clearly visible. Passing through the stone gate, they saw ruins scattered everywhere. The sect had clearly been abandoned for a long time, its original appearance no longer recognizable. However, judging from the scale of the ruins, the artifact refining sect must once have been incredibly prosperous. Master Iron Hammer looked at the scene before him, then suddenly dropped to his knees and burst into tears. Neither David nor Humatsi said a word. They simply stood quietly and waited. After all, no one could remain calm upon seeing their sect reduced to this state. After crying for a long time, Master Iron Hammer wiped away his tears and led David and Humatsi deeper into the ruins. Soon, a deep pool appeared before them. The water was bone-chillingly cold. Despite being unattended for so many years, the water remained crystal clear, without a trace of impurity. Chapter 2457. Looking at the crystal-clear pool water, Humatsi couldn't help squatting down, wanting to wash his face and rinse off the dust accumulated over the past few days. Don't move. Seeing this, Master Iron Hammer hurriedly shouted at Humatsi. But it was already too late. Humatsi had stretched his hands into the pool. The moment his hands touched the water, a series of sharp auras suddenly shot out from the pool. Like razor-sharp swords, those auras flew straight toward Humatsi. Fortunately, he had been warned in advance. As the sharp auras struck, Humatsi retreated rapidly, rolling awkwardly across the ground to barely dodge the attack. Humatsi stood up in embarrassment, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and cursed, "How the hell can there be such terrifying sharp energy in a pool of water? That almost killed me." "Master Hu, are you alright?" David hurriedly asked when he saw this. "I'm fine," Humatsi said, shaking his head. "Master Iron Hammer, what's going on?" David asked seriously. Master Ironhammer explained, Ziggianton has been used to wash and temper swords for countless years. A massive amount of sword chi has accumulated here, and it has already condensed into a sword spirit. That sword spirit guards Ziggianton. No one is allowed to touch the sword pool casually. What? Humatsi was shocked. You're saying there's a sword spirit in this pool? Where is it? Why can't I see it? He stared into the pool but couldn't sense the sword spirit at all. David was also curious and carefully examined Ziggianton. Although the water was extremely clear, it could only be seen a few meters deep. Beyond that, everything turned white and hazy, making it impossible to see the bottom. However, David could clearly feel countless streams of sharp sword chi swimming inside the pool like living creatures. If anyone jumped into the pool recklessly, they would be shredded to pieces instantly. Master Ironhammer, what should we do next? David asked. You should have a solution, right? Of course, Master Ironhammer nodded. As a craftsman of the artifact refining sect, I naturally know how to deal with the sword washing pool of my own sect. Give me the dragon slaying sword. I'll throw it into Ziggianton and refine it. David summoned the dragon slaying sword and handed it to Master Ironhammer. Master Ironhammer took the sword, muttered incantations under his breath, then pressed his fingers together. A golden beam shot from his fingertips and plunged directly into Ziggianton. The golden light instantly submerged into the pool. The previously calm water suddenly surged violently, waves splashing high into the air. Seeing this, Master Ironhammer threw the dragon-slaying sword into the pool. The sword sank into the water and disappeared in an instant. Immediately afterward, the violently churning pool suddenly became calm again. Ziggianton returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Master Ironhammer froze, staring at the pool in disbelief. Master Ironhammer, what's going on? David asked anxiously. Where's my dragon-slaying sword? How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this. Master Ironhammer panicked. He continuously chanted incantations, sending golden beams into the pool. But Ziggianton remained deathly silent. There was no response at all. The dragon-slaying sword was completely gone. No matter how many techniques Master Ironhammer used, the pool showed no reaction. This made him extremely anxious. David was also frantic, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. To him, the dragon-slaying sword was already like a part of his own body. If it disappeared just like that, he truly couldn't accept it. Chapter 24:58. Just as David and Master Ironhammer were at a complete loss, massive bubbles suddenly rose from the pool. Then, a white-haired old man slowly emerged from Ziggianton. The old man's body was both solid and illusory, floating above the water. He looked like a spirit body without a physical form. Upon seeing the old man, Master Ironhammer instantly became extremely respectful. He stepped forward and bowed deeply. Tai Hammer, a disciple of the artifact refining sect, pays his respects to Old Jian. Old Jian glanced coldly at Master Ironhammer and said, For more than 10 years, I thought everyone from the artifact refining sect was already dead. I didn't expect that there would still be disciples who remembered Ziggianton. Old Jian, how could the artifact refining sect forget you? Master Ironhammer said hurriedly. Just now, I brought my friend's treasured sword here, hoping to restore it using Ziggianton. However, it sank into the pool. I hope Old Jian can return that sword. Oh? You mean that dragon-slaying sword? Old Jian said with a displeased expression. That sword was once one of my proudest creations. I never imagined it would end up in such a miserable state. Old Jian, David said respectfully, the dragon-slaying sword was left in the secular world for many years because its sword spirit was damaged. I only obtained it recently. Now my power exceeds what it can endure, which is why it broke. I ask Old Jian to repair the dragon-slaying sword. I believe that in my hands, it will definitely be able to unleash its greatest power. Old Jian glanced at David with disdain. With your strength, how could the dragon-slaying sword fail to withstand you? I think you simply didn't cherish it. That's why you ruined a divine sword like this. Now that the dragon-slaying sword has returned to my hands, I won't give it back. I will refine it again and turn it into an even higher grade sword. Old Jian's voice was icy. Old Jian, the dragon-slaying sword has already become one with David, Master Ironhammer pleaded urgently. The sword spirit has recognized him as its master. I hope Old Jian can return the sword. Human and sword becoming one. The sword spirit recognizing its master. Old Jian sneered. That only happened because the sword spirit was damaged and weakened. This brat just picked it up at the right time. Otherwise, how could it possibly recognize him? This dragon-slaying sword is like my own child, Old Jian continued coldly. I won't allow my child to belong to a powerless nobody. Judging by this kid's aura, he's merely at the transformation realm. He's not worthy of wielding the dragon-slaying sword. As he spoke, Old Jian's body rippled like water and began to slowly fade. Seeing this, David's brows furrowed. The power of the dragon condensed on his right fist. Holy light fist. David smashed his fist toward Zhijiantan. A massive golden fist of light enveloped the entire pool. Since Old Jian refused to hand over the dragon-slaying sword, David could only resort to force. The sword was already part of him, no one had the right to take it away. David, stop! Master Ironhammer shouted in alarm. But it was already too late. David's punch slammed heavily into Zhijiantan, and the terrifying force sent the pool water exploding skyward. Old Jian, who had been fading away, instantly solidified again. You're fucking bold. Old Jian roared. You actually dare to attack me? With a violent wave of his sleeve, countless sword chi burst forth, instantly piercing through David's golden fist of light. The artifact refining sect has been destroyed for over 10 years, yet no one has dared to touch my Zhijiantan, Old Jian said furiously. I never expected a brat like you to dare provoke me. Fierce sword chi filled the sky and surged toward David. David's punch was completely shattered. Sword chi rained down like a storm, engulfing him entirely. Humatzi and Master Ironhammer, standing nearby, were so terrified that their faces turned deathly pale. Chapter 24:59. Facing Jian Lao's overwhelming sword energy, David's expression became extremely solemn. Although Jian Lao was only a spirit body, the sword energy he released was terrifyingly condensed. David did not dare to be careless in the slightest. He immediately activated the indestructible golden body, golden scales instantly covering his entire body. Right after that, David took out the God King bow. The moment he pulled the bowstring, countless points of light began flickering on the bow, rapidly condensing into arrow feathers radiating brilliant golden light. David shouted loudly and released the bowstring. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless golden arrow feathers shot forward, crashing straight into Jian Lao's sword energy. Bang! 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 Explosions erupted in midair as all of Jian Lao's sword energy was forcibly blocked by David's God King bow. Jian Lao frowned deeply, staring blankly at the God King bow in David's hands. You actually possess such a divine weapon. It seems you're not as simple as I thought, Jian Lao said with clear emotion. Jian Lao, I only want my dragon-slaying sword back. I don't wish to fight you. I hope you'll return it to me. David spoke calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. Jian Lao stared at David for a long moment before slowly saying, I can give you the dragon-slaying sword, but you must go down to the bottom of the pool and retrieve it yourself. Do you have the guts? Before Jian Lao even finished speaking, David had already prepared to jump into the sword washing pool. Although the sword energy in the pool was terrifying, David believed that with his indestructible golden body, it wasn't impossible to withstand it. David, there are countless sword puppets inside this sword washing pool, Master Ironhammer hurriedly warned. Once, an elder of our artifact refining sect jumped in drunk to take a bath, and never came back out. David was startled. He hadn't expected that besides Jian Lao, there were sword puppets hidden in Zhijiantan. These sword puppets were strengthened by sword energy. Inside such a violent sword pool, their strength would be terrifying. Boy, what? You don't dare? Jian Lao sneered contemptuously. If you can retrieve the dragon-slaying sword, I promise not only to repair it, but also to upgrade its quality. David nodded without hesitation. Deal. As soon as he finished speaking, David plunged straight into Zygianton. The moment he entered the pool, fierce sword energy slashed violently across his body. However, none of it could break through his golden scales. David continued descending deeper into the pool. As he sank, the originally bright water gradually became pitch dark. Humatsi and Master Iron Hammer were no longer visible above him. David fully released his spiritual consciousness, resisting the sword energy while searching for the dragon-slaying sword. Soon, he felt as if he had hit an invisible barrier. The resistance doubled instantly, accompanied by a powerful rebound force pushing him backward. David roared, erupting with strength as his body forcefully rushed forward. After intense pressure, his body suddenly loosened, and he began falling rapidly. As he fell, glowing light curtains appeared before his eyes. David quickly realized that there was no water around him anymore. Looking up, he saw a massive light curtain above his head that isolated the pool water entirely. Below him was a vast hollow space. His body hung suspended in midair, continuously descending. As David fell, violent waves of sword aura surged upward from below. He looked down and saw densely packed sword puppets beneath him. Each one held a sword and wandered aimlessly. Chapter 2460. David immediately spotted his dragon-slaying sword, surrounded tightly by the sword puppets below. If he wanted to retrieve the sword, he would either have to destroy the sword puppets or lure them away. There were dozens of sword puppets, and every single one of them radiated violent aura, all at or above the transformation realm. David knew very well that he couldn't handle so many sword puppets at once. One or two wouldn't scare him, but dozens? If he charged in recklessly, he'd be hacked to pieces in an instant. David floated silently in the air, staring at the sword puppets below, frowning as he thought of a solution. Fortunately, the sword puppets lacked spiritual consciousness. As long as David remained above them, they couldn't detect him. Otherwise, he would already be in serious trouble. After observing for over 10 minutes, David knew he couldn't keep waiting. His body slowly descended, cautiously approaching the sword puppets. He did his best to suppress his aura, trying not to alert them. However, once David reached a certain distance, the sword puppets suddenly stopped moving. Beams of light erupted from their bodies as a terrifying aura locked onto him. The sword puppets raised their heads simultaneously and rushed straight toward David. David immediately retreated, trying to widen the distance, but the sword puppets chased relentlessly, giving him no chance to escape. David noticed that only the few sword puppets he approached were chasing him, others continued wandering aimlessly. So they only react within a certain range. David stopped abruptly, flipped his palms, and unleashed sharp palm strikes. Bang! 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 Several sword puppets were instantly shattered by his strikes, turning into streams of sword chi that slowly dissipated. This works! David's eyes lit up with excitement. He could lure them out little by little and eliminate them one by one. Once enough sword puppets were gone, he could safely retrieve the dragon-slaying sword. Without wasting time, David repeated the process, approaching, luring, killing. More than a dozen sword puppets were destroyed quickly. Although the method was slow, it was the safest approach he had. Just as David prepared to lure more sword puppets, a strange feeling suddenly struck him. He sensed powerful auras descending from above. David looked up sharply, and his scalp instantly went numb. More than a dozen sword puppets were breaking through the light curtain above, swords swinging violently as they charged straight toward him. What the hell? Did those sword puppets revive? David broke out in cold sweat. The sword puppets he destroyed earlier had turned into sword chi, which then flowed back into the pool water, only to condense once again into sword puppets. In other words, David hadn't truly killed a single one. Now, sword puppets were charging from both above and below, leaving David with nowhere to run. Chapter 2461. David was now being attacked from both sides. Sword puppets were above him, and sword puppets were below him. There was no way out. David quickly formed seals with his palms. Two brilliant lights instantly flashed and merged into a barrier above his head. He was trying to block the dozen or so sword puppets descending from above. As soon as the sword puppets touched the barrier, they went berserk. They slammed into it, attacking desperately, trying to smash it to pieces. However, David's barrier was extremely tough. No matter how fiercely the dozen sword puppets attacked, they couldn't break through it. But David knew this wasn't a long-term solution. If this continued, the barrier would eventually shatter. David glanced at the dragon-slaying sword below him. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He clenched his teeth, and his body suddenly shot downward like a falling meteor. He wasn't planning to escape anymore, he had to get the dragon-slaying sword immediately. Otherwise, once the sword puppets above broke through the barrier, escape would be impossible. The moment David rushed into the cluster of sword puppets, dozens of them were instantly alerted. Each one erupted with violent aura, brandishing the swords in their hands as they charged straight at him. David grabbed the dragon-slaying sword in one swift motion, turned around, and fled. While escaping, David pulled out the God King bow, continuously drawing the bowstring as arrow feathers shot wildly toward the sword puppets. David couldn't escape upward. He could only flee sideways, planning to circle around and then return to the surface of the pool. Dozens of sword puppets let out low roars. Ignoring the rain of arrows, they charged forward like lunatics. These brainless things aren't afraid of death at all. David felt his scalp go numb as he stared at the dozens of sword puppets, all of them at the transformation realm. If they caught up to him, he would be shredded in an instant. Boom! At that moment, the dozen sword puppets above finally shattered the barrier. They immediately merged with the main group and rushed toward David, clearly determined to stop him from escaping with the dragon-slaying sword. David drew the bowstring with all his strength and let out a low roar. Dozens of Dao pattern-powered arrow feathers condensed and shot out in a single burst. Several sword puppets were struck instantly, but none were destroyed. The attack failed to stop their advance. Because David had fired too many arrows at once, the power of each individual arrow was reduced. The damage wasn't fatal. Just as David fled while firing arrows to slow them down, a terrifying aura suddenly surged from behind him. David hurriedly turned his head, and instantly broke out in cold sweat. Behind him, countless sword puppets were rushing toward him. There were hundreds of them. Now, sword puppets were closing in from both directions, forming a deadly encirclement. Where the hell did all these come from? David cursed under his breath. If hundreds of sword puppets gathered together, the combined power would be horrifying. Just their aura alone could crush him. David could only turn around and flee desperately. A bizarre scene unfolded beneath Xijiantan. David fled frantically at the front, while behind him, a massive swarm of sword puppets pursued him relentlessly. David no longer had time to turn back and fight. He could only rely on agile movement to barely evade their pursuit. Fortunately, the sword puppets lacked intelligence and moved relatively slowly, which kept David from falling into immediate danger, for now. Chapter 24:62. On the surface of the sword-washing pool. Humatsi stared at the pool anxiously. David had been down there for far too long. Logically, he should have retrieved the dragon-slaying sword by now, yet there was still no movement. "You should leave already. Don't wait anymore," Jian Lao said coldly. "That kid won't come back alive. There are hundreds of sword puppets beneath the pool. Anyone who goes down there will be torn to pieces." "Bullshit!" Humatsi roared angrily. "David won't die that easily. He's the true body of a golden dragon. Every time he encounters danger, he turns it into nothing. There's no way he dies in some lousy sword-washing pool." Jian Lao burst into laughter. As the saying goes, when a dragon swims in shallow water, even shrimp dare to bully it. Even if he really is a golden dragon, he's useless inside this sword-washing pool. "Don't celebrate too early," Humatsi snapped angrily. "You'll be slapped in the face soon enough." "Slapped in the face?" Jian Lao sneered. "Then I'll let you see exactly what kind of state that brat is in." With a casual flick of his sleeve, ripples instantly spread across the pool. Moments later, a scene appeared beneath the clear water, David being chased relentlessly by hundreds of sword puppets. Humatsu's heart jumped straight into his throat. Do you think anyone can survive under the pursuit of hundreds of sword puppets? Jian Lao asked proudly. Humatsu said nothing. His fists clenched tightly, palms soaked in sweat. He was deeply worried. At that moment, David had no time for anything except running for his life. This won't work. If this keeps up, I'll be exhausted sooner or later. David frowned deeply. Although the sword puppets couldn't catch up for now, he couldn't keep fleeing endlessly. His spiritual power would eventually run dry. Unknowingly, David had already circled the bottom of the pool several times. Even he was starting to feel dizzy. Suddenly, David stumbled over something and almost lost his balance. He looked down and saw a protruding piece of bluestone. It was this stone that had tripped him. David brushed away the sand covering it. A dim glow emerged from the bluestone, and soon light began radiating from the surrounding sand as well. David quickly cleared the area and was shocked to discover a massive formation hidden beneath the pool. The bluestones appeared scattered chaotically, but they were actually arranged in a precise pattern. Each stone emitted beams of light. No wonder this sword-washing pool can temper swords. It's not the water at all, it's this formation. David finally understood. As the bluestones glowed brighter, the beams of light formed a massive talisman array that illuminated the bottom of the pool. The sword puppets chasing David sensed the terrifying aura of the formation and abruptly stopped. Not a single sword puppet dared to move forward. Seeing this, David finally let out a long breath. As long as the sword puppets didn't advance, he would have time to study this enormous formation. David couldn't help but wonder. Who in the world had set up such a massive formation beneath this pool? Chapter 2463. Standing at the center of the formation, David could clearly feel that its power was extremely weak, as if it had never been fully activated. He didn't know whether this was due to the passage of time and excessive energy consumption, or whether the sword puppets had damaged the formation. But even in its weakened state, the formation was still strong enough to block the sword puppets and prevent them from approaching. Maybe if this formation is fully activated, the dragon-slaying sword can be repaired without relying on that old sword spirit. David stared at the massive formation and gently pressed his hand onto one of the bluestones. As the spiritual power in David's body continuously poured into the bluestone, ripples quickly spread across the formation. A talisman lit up, and its brilliance began to bloom. Seeing this, David was instantly overjoyed. He hurriedly injected spiritual power into the other bluestones, causing more talismans within the formation to shine brightly. Soon, the entire bottom of the pool was bathed in radiant light. The brilliance connected into one continuous whole, forming an incomparably pure aura. The crisscrossing sword aura within the pool was drawn toward the bottom one after another. The sword puppets sensed the threat. Terror flashed through them as they retreated from the formation's vicinity. At this moment, Humatsu and the others standing above Zhijiantan also sensed the drastic change. The pool water, once crystal clear and filled with sharp sword aura, gradually turned murky. The fierce sword energy within the water completely vanished. What the hell is going on? Jian Lao frowned deeply as he stared at the changes in Zhijiantan. He hastily formed hand seals, trying to investigate what was happening below. But no matter how many times he tried, he could no longer see David at the bottom of the pool. Everything was blocked. Sensing the change, Humatsu rushed forward and plunged his hands into the pool. This time, aside from the icy chill, there was no danger at all. The sword-washing pool had become an ordinary pool of water. Jian Lao seemed to realize something. His figure vanished instantly and shot straight toward the bottom of the pool. Humatsu also wanted to jump in, but Master Ironhammer quickly stopped him. At the bottom of the pool, as David continued activating the formation, the once quiet space became violently turbulent. The raging sword energy was continuously drawn into the formation. The dragon-slaying sword within David's body seemed to respond to a summons. It flew out instantly and plunged directly into the center of the formation. The moment the dragon-slaying sword entered the formation, all the surrounding light converged toward it. Countless rays connected to the sword, while endless sword chi surged toward it. David's eyes widened in shock. With the dragon-slaying sword anchoring it, the formation's power surged dramatically. The sword puppets that had fled earlier were crushed by the formation's aura, turning into pure sword chi and being absorbed. Boom! As countless sword chi poured in, the light curtain isolating the pool collapsed. A massive torrent of water rushed toward David. Facing the impact, David stood firm like an unsheathed sword. Despite the violent water pressure, the raging sword energy continued to crash against his body. David's eyes burned with excitement. Such pure sword energy combined with the water's pressure was the perfect opportunity to temper his body. Moreover, the sword energy absorbed by the formation was an extraordinary cultivation resource. Chapter 24:64. I can't waste such a perfect opportunity. David sat cross-legged and entered the formation directly. At this moment, he merged with the dragon-slaying sword, continuously absorbing the sword energy surging from all directions. The formation gathered the sword energy, funneling it directly into David's body. When Jian Lao reached the bottom of the pool, he froze in shock. The massive formation was blazing with light, and a terrifying suction force was relentlessly absorbing the sword energy from Zhijiantan. Jian Lao himself was a sword spirit formed from condensed sword energy. His entire body trembled violently as the formation's suction force began pulling him in as well. Panic flooded Jian Lao's face. If he were dragged into the formation, he would instantly dissipate, his body turning into countless strands of sword chi to be absorbed by David. Using every ounce of strength, Jian Lao barely escaped the suction force. Watching the sword chi being swallowed away, his heart ached fiercely. Those sword chi were the foundation of his existence. Without them, and without Zhijiantan refining swords, his spiritual body would eventually fade away. Meanwhile, David remained unaware of Jian Lao's turmoil. His eyes were tightly closed as he greedily absorbed the vast sword energy within Zhijiantan. At the center of the formation, the dragon-slaying sword began to hum violently, the blade trembling non-stop. Suddenly, a burst of light exploded from the formation's core. A pillar of golden radiance, dazzling like the sun, shot straight into the sky. The light pierced through the pool water, soared upward, then crashed back down from above. Boom! All the water in Zhijiantan blasted into the air. From the formation's center, a glowing object slowly rose and flew toward the surface. David abruptly opened his eyes. When he saw the fragment, he immediately understood, it had been left behind by the person who set up the formation. He leaped up and grabbed it. Forging fragments! Master Iron Hammer and Jian Lao exclaimed in shock. David didn't know what forging fragments were, but he firmly caught the piece in his hand. The fragment was incomplete, but it clearly recorded part of an ancient forging method. Zhijiantan gradually returned to calm. The dragon-slaying sword flew out of the formation and returned to David's hand. David examined it closely. The cracks were gone, its radiance purer than ever, and its quality had clearly improved. Holding the dragon-slaying sword, David could feel waves of surging sword energy coursing within it. David, can you give me the incomplete forging fragment you're holding? Master Iron Hammer rushed over, eyes burning with excitement. Jian Lao also stepped forward, staring at the fragment with trembling excitement. I never imagined the forging fragments were hidden in Zhijiantan all this time. I guarded this place for so many years and never found them. With this incomplete forging chapter, the artifact refining sect can rise again. David looked at them both in confusion. What exactly is this incomplete forging chapter? It's just a fragment. Is it really that important? David, you don't understand, Master Iron Hammer said gravely. This forging fragment is the supreme treasure of our artifact refining sect. Our former sect master was captured because the enemy wanted this very thing. After hearing the explanation, David didn't hesitate. He tossed the forging fragment to Master Iron Hammer. Since it's the treasure of your sect, take it back. It's useless to me anyway. Chapter 24:65. David returned the broken forging badge to Master Iron Hammer. Master Iron Hammer held the broken forging badge in his hands and felt extremely grateful to David. One had to know that this broken forging badge was a priceless treasure to many people, yet David handed it over without the slightest hint of greed. At this moment, Jian Lao looked at David with admiration. Thinking about how he had mocked David at the beginning, Jian Lao felt a burning pain on his face. Jian Lao had already witnessed David's strength and state of mind. "Young man, I didn't expect you to hand over the broken forging badge so readily. It seems that the dragon-slaying sword being in your hands is truly making the best use of it. Since I promised you that as long as you brought out the dragon-slaying sword, I would help you repair and temper it, now that you've done so, give it to me," Jian Lao said to David. "Jian Lao, the dragon-slaying sword has already been repaired, and its grade has improved significantly, so I won't trouble you," David said with a faint smile. The dragon-slaying sword had absorbed an enormous amount of sword energy. It had already been completely restored, and its rank had risen as well, so there was no need for Jian Lao's help at all. Jian Lao smiled slightly, shook his head, and said, "What you see is only the surface. The sword spirit of the dragon-slaying sword has not fully recovered yet. After I completely restore its sword spirit, then you'll understand." After speaking, Jian Lao waved his hand toward David, and the dragon-slaying sword flew out of David's body and landed in the old sword master's hand. Jian Lao held the dragon-slaying sword as a ray of light shot out from his eyes, sweeping across the blade and causing the sword itself to tremble violently. Soon after, an immense amount of sword energy surged from Jian Lao's body and poured wildly into the dragon-slaying sword. Holding the dragon-slaying sword, Jian Lao suddenly leaped into the air and plunged straight into the sword-washing pool. After Jian Lao entered the sword-washing pool with the dragon-slaying sword, the pool quickly returned to calm, and nothing could be seen from the outside. "David, don't worry. Since Jian Lao promised to help you refine the dragon-slaying sword and restore its sword spirit, he will definitely do it. We'll just wait quietly." Master Iron Hammer, afraid that David would grow anxious, tried to comfort him. David nodded. The group waited for Jian Lao to reappear at the sword-washing pool, but days passed without the slightest movement. At the same time, in the secret realm of the Demon Heart sect in the secular world, the 6 purple-robed envoys were all waiting in the main hall for Daning to appear. They had stayed in the secret realm for many days, yet they still hadn't seen their relatives. They knew that Daning had already sent people to bring their loved ones over. By now, they should have arrived long ago. Soon, accompanied by a ripple in the void, the master's seat in the main hall was occupied, and Daning's figure appeared. "What do the 6 of you want with me?" Daning looked at the 6 purple-robed envoys and asked coldly. "Daning, many days have passed. We believe our relatives should have already arrived in the Demon Heart sect's secret realm. We only wish to see them." Yu Qian stepped forward and said, "Your relatives are indeed here, but you can't see them for the time being. I have something I need the 6 of you to do," Daning said indifferently. "What is it?" Yu Qian asked. "The spiritual Qi recovery formation is about to be activated, and David's strength has exceeded our expectations. If no one can restrain David when the formation starts, something could go wrong. The only one who can check and balance David within the formation is Ningji, who has fused with the flame demon. But Ningji's current strength is nowhere near enough to face David. So I need to quickly improve Ningji's strength. However, to do so, sacrifices must be made." Daning stopped speaking and stared coldly at the 6 purple-robed envoys. The 6 of them were instantly shocked. Chapter 2466. "Daning, what do you mean? Are you planning to sacrifice the 6 of us to improve Ningji's strength?" Yu Qian asked with a trembling voice, panic evident in his eyes. "You're overthinking it. How could I sacrifice the 6 of you?" Daning said with a faint smile. Hearing that they wouldn't be sacrificed, the 6 purple-robed envoys all let out sighs of relief. "Then who does Daning intend to sacrifice to improve Ningji's strength?" Yu Qian asked. "I intend to sacrifice your subordinate disciples. Each of you controls your own secret realm, with no fewer than tens of thousands of disciples under your command. As long as Ningji absorbs their strength daily, I believe that once the spiritual Qi recovery formation is activated, David will no longer be his opponent," Daning said calmly. The 6 purple-robed envoys gasped in shock. It turned out that Daning planned to sacrifice their disciples. Those disciples had followed them for many years. If they were all gone, they would become commanders without troops. Daning, Yu Qian tried to dissuade him, as none of them were willing to sacrifice their disciples. Before Yu Qian could finish, Daning waved his hand and said coldly, "I am giving you an order, not discussing this with you. Immediately summon all your disciples here. Don't even think about playing tricks. Your relatives are still in my hands." After speaking, Daning waved his sleeve. The void trembled, and a massive image appeared before them, revealing all of the purple-robed envoys' loved ones imprisoned inside a gigantic cage. Yu Qian's daughter, Yu Jiameng, was among them. Although the 6 purple-robed envoys were filled with rage upon seeing this scene, none of them dared to utter a word. They could only summon all of their disciples to the Demon Heart sect's secret realm and then helplessly watch as Ningxi drained them day after day, turning them into dried corpses. Supported by the power of those secret realm disciples, Ningxi's realm skyrocketed rapidly. As his strength increased, so did his ambition and desire. Within the entire Demon Heart sect, Ningxi paid attention to no one except Daning. Even demon envoys meant nothing to him, he came and went as he pleased. While Ningxi continued to grow stronger, David and the others were still waiting for Jian Lao to reappear. It's already the 10th day. That old sword bastard didn't run off with the dragon-slaying sword, did he? Hu Matzi said impatiently. Impossible. Jian Lao is a spirit body. He cannot survive long if he leaves the sword-washing pool. Master Iron Hammer shook his head. Then why hasn't he come out yet? How much longer are we supposed to wait? Hu Matzi asked irritably. David was also anxious. If he kept waiting, he didn't know what would happen in the secular world, nor how the Demon Heart sect was progressing. Judging by the timeline, the spiritual chi recovery formation should be about to activate. Just as they were growing increasingly uneasy, the calm pool suddenly began to stir. Large bubbles rose from the center of the water as if it were boiling. Immediately afterward, a terrifying sword aura shot out from the pool, and 2 dazzling beams of sword chi pierced straight into the sky. The 2 sword chi slowly descended and instantly transformed into human forms. One was Jian Lao. Beside him stood a young girl, slender and graceful, with skin as smooth and warm as jade. She looked like a fairy, descending from the heavens. Hu Matzi's eyes went wide the moment he saw her. This guy completely lost control whenever he saw a beautiful woman. Jian Lao, where is my dragon-slaying sword? David only glanced briefly at the girl before turning his gaze to Jian Lao and asking. At this moment, Jian Lao's hands were empty, and the dragon-slaying sword was nowhere to be seen, hence David's question. Chapter 24:67. Your dragon-slaying sword is right here. This is your dragon-slaying sword. Jian Lao pointed at the girl and said. David was stunned for a moment, staring at the girl in disbelief. How had his dragon-slaying sword suddenly turned into a girl? At this moment, the girl stepped forward and bowed respectfully to David. Master, I am the sword spirit, Zhongli. After receiving Jian Lao's inheritance, I left the sword body and transformed into a human form. As her words fell, a flash of brilliance flickered. Zhongli instantly transformed back into the dragon-slaying sword, which flew directly into David's hands. Holding the dragon-slaying sword, David immediately felt that it contained far greater power and aura than before. Moreover, the connection between David and the dragon-slaying sword had become even closer. Every thought in David's mind could now be perfectly conveyed through the blade. Boy, you absorbed an enormous amount of sword energy earlier, and much of it is now wasted inside your body. I will now send you a life-saving sword intent. At a critical moment, it can save your life. You must immediately channel all that sword energy into the dragon-slaying sword. In this way, Sword Spirit Zhongli's strength will undergo a qualitative leap and she will become your most powerful helper. Jian Lao said solemnly. Without hesitation, David directed all the sword energy he had absorbed in the sword-washing pool into the dragon-slaying sword. A massive amount of sword energy poured into the blade. Jian Lao brought his fingers together and shot a beam of golden light straight into the dragon-slaying sword. After some time, the sword energy inside David's body was completely exhausted. Jian Lao finally withdrew his hand, but his face looked visibly pale and tired. At this moment, the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand trembled violently, and sword spirit Zhongli reappeared before him. Zhongli's face now looked like a blooming peach blossom, her skin even more delicate than before. At the center of her eyebrows, a golden, sword-shaped mark appeared, adding a striking charm to her appearance. David was momentarily stunned by the sight. Seeing his reaction, Jian Lao said, "Sword spirit Zhongli has now fused her body with a life-saving sword intent. Unless it's a life-or-death situation, you must not use it. Otherwise, the sword intent may backfire and injure you instead." David nodded. His eyes burned with excitement. With this sword intent, it was equivalent to possessing an extra life-saving talisman. Jian Lao, sword spirit Zhongli is so slim and delicate. I wonder if she can do other things that normal girls can do, besides fighting? Hu Matzi asked shamelessly. Although his words were vague, everyone present understood exactly what he meant. Sword spirit Zhongli's face instantly turned red, and she lowered her head shyly. Jian Lao chuckled and said, "Sword spirit Zhongli has already left the sword body and become a true human. She is now a real woman of flesh and blood, so naturally, she can do everything a woman can do. If David gets lonely at night, he can have Zhongli accompany him through those lonely hours." David's face turned red instantly. He hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Jian Lao, you're joking." Hu Matzi looked at David with envy and said, "David, your luck is fucking unbelievable. So many beauties are already around you, and now you even have such a beautiful sword spirit who can sleep with you. I'm fucking jealous." Huh. As the saying goes, beauties love heroes. Although David is young, his cultivation is solid, his strength is extraordinary, and his heart is broad. It's perfectly normal for him to be surrounded by beauties. Master Iron Hammer laughed loudly. After bidding farewell to Jian Lao and leaving the sword-washing pool, David planned to use the God King Bao to reopen the passage between the heavenly realm and the secular world and return. However, he was stopped by Master Iron Hammer. "David, you helped me retrieve the incomplete forging chapters. I can't let you come to our artifact sect for nothing. I'll take you to a place, I guarantee you'll like it." After speaking, Master Iron Hammer led them through the desolate refining area of the artifact sect, crossed Qingyo Peak, and headed toward another mountain. Chapter 2468. David, Hu Matzi, and Zhongli followed behind. Zhongli clung closely to David's side like a small bird. Along the way, they passed patches of wild flax seedlings growing from the ground. Soon, they arrived at the foot of a mountain. As David looked at the towering peak before him, he felt an unfamiliar kind of aura emanating from the mountain. This aura was different from spiritual energy and different from sword aura. It was something David had never sensed before. Master Iron Hammer noticed David's reaction and smiled slightly. "This is Wujin Mountain. There are many spirit ores within it. The reason our artifact sect can forge all kinds of magical weapons is precisely because of the spirit ores from this mountain. Without these ores, even if we possessed the most advanced forging techniques, our artifact sect wouldn't be able to forge magical weapons at all. As the saying goes, a clever woman can't cook without rice. The spirit ores in Wujin Mountain are extremely difficult to mine. Ever since our sect master was taken away by the Huomian sect, we haven't been able to extract much. Otherwise, our artifact sect would have produced far more magical weapons." As he explained, Master Iron Hammer led them deeper toward Wujin Mountain. Soon, a pitch-black mine appeared before them. The entrance was enormous, and standing there, the strange aura became even more intense. Scattered stones surrounded the mine entrance. These stones were clearly different from ordinary rocks. Each one emitted a faint, multicolored glow, though very weak. David casually picked up a stone and held it in his hand. Instantly, a strange breath entered his body, and the light of the stone faded completely, turning dull and ordinary. These are spirit ores. Each type is different, and different magical weapons require different kinds of spirit ores. These particular ones have very little forging power left, so they're unsuitable for weapon forging and are simply discarded. Master Iron Hammer explained. David looked at the discarded spirit ores. If they were brought to the secular world, they would be priceless treasures, yet here they were treated as trash. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening monster roar erupted from inside the mine, startling everyone. Damn it, why are there monsters here? Humatsi asked in shock. David frowned slightly. Earlier, he had only sensed the forging aura from the spirit ores and hadn't detected any monster presence at all. Entering recklessly could be extremely dangerous. After hearing the roar, surprise flashed in Master Iron Hammer's eyes. It's been more than 10 years, and the armor-piercing beasts in the mine are still alive? After speaking, Master Iron Hammer rushed straight into the mine. David and the others followed closely behind. Inside the mine, several figures lay on the ground not far from the entrance, their bodies still twitching weakly. Roar! Another roar echoed through the mine. After Master Iron Hammer released several rays of light, David and Humatsi finally saw clearly, several armor-piercing beasts were lying there. Their bodies were covered in scales, but the once golden armor had become dull and lifeless. The beasts were so thin they looked like skeletons. Their auras were extremely weak. That roar earlier had likely drained the last of their strength. David and Humatsi were both stunned by the sight. Master Iron Hammer, however, was filled with shock and sorrow. He slowly squatted down and gently stroked the head of one armor-piercing beast. It's been more than 10 years. I never thought you'd still be alive. This is a miracle, a miracle. As he spoke, tears streamed down Master Iron Hammer's face. Chapter 2469. Master Iron Hammer, what are these armor-piercing beasts? David asked in confusion when he saw Master Iron Hammer crying. Master Iron Hammer wiped away his tears and said, these armor-piercing beasts were bred by our artifact sect to mine spirit ores. But after the artifact sect was wiped out, no one fed them anymore. Yet they're still alive. Master Iron Hammer, why didn't these armor-piercing beasts run away? Why didn't they leave to look for food? Humatsi asked. You don't understand. Once these armor-piercing beasts acknowledge their masters and are raised in captivity, they will never leave the mine. They would rather die than abandon it. Besides, even if they did leave the mine, they wouldn't be able to find food. They feed exclusively on spirit ores. Master Iron Hammer shook his head helplessly. This mine is full of spirit ore, so why don't they eat it? Are they just waiting to starve to death? David asked. These spirit ores are unrefined. Armor-piercing beasts cannot eat raw spirit ore. It must be refined before they can consume it. They must have sensed my aura just now, which is why they roared with all their strength, to draw my attention. After Master Iron Hammer finished speaking, the aura around his body suddenly burst forth. Powerful forging energy surged out and quickly condensed into a massive hammer in his hands. Then Master Iron Hammer raised the hammer and smashed it down onto a spirit ore nearly 1 meter in size. The spirit ore shattered instantly. At its core, a crystal-clear essence the size of a fingernail was revealed. Master Iron Hammer tossed the fingernail-sized essence to one of the armor-piercing beasts, which swallowed it whole in a single gulp. However, such a tiny amount was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for an armor-piercing beast on the brink of starvation. Master Iron Hammer, how can such a huge piece of spirit ore contain so little essence? David asked, puzzled. The spirit ores near the entrance are all garbage, which is why they're discarded here. Spirit ores that contain real forging power can only be found deeper inside the mine. If we want these armor-piercing beasts to recover, we must go deeper. Master Iron Hammer said firmly. Master Iron Hammer, even if we find high-quality spirit ore, we won't be able to purify it. We don't have your ability to extract the essence. Humatsi said. After all, neither David nor Humatsi knew how to forge weapons or refine ores. That's easy. Purifying spirit ore isn't complicated. I can teach both of you. The most urgent task is to reach the depths of the mine as soon as possible and find higher purity spirit ore. After speaking, Master Ironhammer headed straight into the depths of the mine. David and Humatsi followed closely behind. Sword Spirit Zhongli felt uneasy in the darkness of the mine, so she transformed back into the dragon-slaying sword and returned to David's body. Under Master Ironhammer's guidance, they went deeper and deeper into the mine. After an unknown distance, Master Ironhammer suddenly stopped. At this point, light blue and pink spirit ores were embedded all around the stone walls. "Master Hammer, why are we stopping here?" David asked. "This is far enough. With my current forging technique, I can only purify spirit ores of this level. As for the purple spirit ores deeper inside, I can't extract their essence yet," Master Ironhammer explained. Hearing this, David said, "Master Hammer, can you teach us how to purify spirit ores?" Chapter 2470. If you place your spiritual consciousness into this parchment, you'll naturally grasp the basic forging technique and be able to purify low-level spirit ores. After saying that, Master Ironhammer spread the parchment on the ground. David and Humatsi immediately released their spiritual consciousness and entered the parchment. In just an instant, both of them fully grasped the method of refining spirit ores. "Now that you've learned it, you can give it a try." Master Ironhammer put the parchment away. David and Humatsi nodded. Bursts of aura erupted from their bodies, quickly condensing into massive hammers in front of them. The hammers emitted dense, compressed energy. When David and Humatsi held them, they felt solid and real. There was no illusion at all. You can now condense forging hammers, but what level of spirit ore you can purify depends entirely on your understanding and mastery. After speaking, Master Ironhammer selected a piece of spirit ore and began refining it himself. David and Humatsi followed suit, smashing their spirit ore with the hammers. However, after the first strike, although the ore shattered, the core essence was not fully revealed. Impurities were still mixed inside. With no other choice, they smashed it again. They didn't know how many times they hammered it. By the time sweat drenched their bodies and they were gasping for breath, they finally managed to purify a single piece of spirit ore. An essence stone appeared before them. Meanwhile, Master Ironhammer had already refined more than a dozen pieces. We're way too slow," Humatsi said dejectedly. "You've only just learned. Keep practicing and refining your technique. Your speed will increase naturally," Master Ironhammer encouraged them. David and Humatsi nodded and continued refining, calming their minds while practicing. Soon, clanging sounds echoed non-stop throughout the mine. As David refined more and more ores, he suddenly discovered something shocking. An additional strand of forging power had formed inside his body. It circulated within his dantian, silently strengthening him. Realizing this, David worked even harder, swinging the hammer with increasing force. Time passed, no one knew how long. Night and day became meaningless. By the time they stopped, hundreds of purified spirit or essences were piled before them. Master Ironhammer was utterly exhausted. The forging hammer in his hand grew increasingly illusory before finally dissipating completely. His consumption had been too great to maintain the hammer any longer. With this many purified spirit ores, those armor-piercing beasts should finally recover. Master Ironhammer said, panting heavily. "Master Ironhammer, you rest here. I'll deliver these spirit ores to the armor-piercing beasts," David said as he stored the ores into his storage ring and headed toward the mine entrance. When David arrived, the dying armor-piercing beasts became restless upon seeing him. Their eyes were filled with desperate longing. David quickly took out the purified spirit ores. The armor-piercing beasts rushed forward and devoured them wildly. Hundreds of spirit ores disappeared in the blink of an eye. After feeding, the aura of the armor-piercing beasts surged noticeably, showing clear signs of recovery. Chapter 2471. "Young man, thank you." At that moment, an armor-piercing beast spoke to David. David was taken aback. He hadn't expected these beasts to be able to speak. You can talk?" David asked in surprise. "Nonsense. We have trained for thousands of years. If we hadn't been starving for over 10 years, we might have been able to transform into human forms by now. So what use would speaking be? The armor-piercing beast continued, living the same life as you humans, what's the point? Demon King City? David was startled. He didn't know where this Demon King City was, it should belong to the monster's territory. I told you, you don't understand. But judging from the aura on your body, you don't seem to be from the world of heaven and man. Where is Master Hammer? I want to know what happened to all the people from the artifact sect in the past 10 years. We worked tirelessly to mine spirit ores in the mine, but we never expected that no one would come back. The armor-piercing beast asked David. Senior, something happened to the artifact refining sect over 10 years ago. It was destroyed by the fire fin zone. The master of the artifact refining sect was taken away. Master Ironhammer fled to the secular world to save his life, and came to this mine. David hurriedly explained. Destroyed? The armor-piercing beast's tone was filled with shock. I didn't expect humans to treat their own so viciously. After a pause, the armor-piercing beast said, Is Master Hammer deep in the mine? Take us to him. The essence of the spirit ores we just ate is only enough to sustain us temporarily. If we want to recover fully, it's not enough. David nodded and led several armor-piercing beasts toward the depths of the mine. Soon, they found Master Hammer and Humatsi, both collapsed on the ground from exhaustion due to refining spirit ore. They were too tired to stand. Master Hammer's face lit up when he saw several armor-piercing beasts moving again. You've finally recovered. I know that the essence ores can't satisfy you completely, but the three of us simply cannot continue refining them. We need a short break. Please wait patiently for a few days while we recover. Master Hammer spoke politely to the armor-piercing beasts. No problem. With these essence ores, we can last for a few years. One armor-piercing beast said. But David was not willing to wait. He didn't have time to stay purifying ores for the beasts, the spirit energy recovery formation would start soon, and he needed to return. Master Ironhammer, we have to rush back to the secular world. We can't stay here long. I can continue refining, but the spirit ores here are too low level. Are there any higher level spirit ores that we can purify to restore some senior armor-piercing beasts quickly? David asked. Master Ironhammer glanced at him. You've only just learned the forging and purification techniques. If you can purify low-level spirit ores with a hammer, it's already impressive. Are you sure you want to attempt high-level ores? David didn't answer. He picked up a massive piece of spirit ore and smashed it with the hammer. The ore shattered instantly. A fist-sized crystal-clear ore essence remained, emitting a powerful aura that felt invigorating. Master Ironhammer was stunned. Even he had never been able to purify spirit ore of this level with just a hammer. The purity of the ore David produced was unmatched. Chapter 2472. David, did you already know the forging and purification techniques? Otherwise, how could you master it so quickly? Master Hammer asked in disbelief. David shook his head. Master Ironhammer, I didn't know it before. I only just learned it. Perhaps my understanding is stronger, so I learned faster. Boy, your comprehension is extraordinary. Spirit ore at this level, no one who has just learned the techniques could purify it with a hammer. The armor-piercing beast spoke in astonishment. Even the former master of the artifact refining sect, a natural talent at refining weapons, could not achieve this. With this technique, you've purified a high-level spirit ore in a single strike. Then maybe my understanding is even greater than that of the master of the artifact refining sect, David said with a slight smile. Master Ironhammer and the armor-piercing beast were speechless. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. David always surprises people. Once you know him, nothing will shock you. Humatsi said this, fully confident in David's skills. He knew David was no ordinary person, and anything could happen with him. Can you take me to purify the high-level spirit ores now? If I only purify these, it won't be enough to feed the senior armor-piercing beasts soon. David asked. No problem. Climb onto my back, I'll take you there. The armor-piercing beast spoke. David jumped onto its back, and it galloped forward in an instant. The armor-piercing beast moved at incredible speed, navigating landslides and obstacles without slowing. Soon, David was transported to the deepest part of the mine. Here, the entire mine glowed with purple light. Spirit ores covered the walls, radiating a vibrant energy. This was clearly the mine's deepest, most advanced area. It's here. This is the deepest part of the mine, and the ores here are the most advanced, the armor-piercing beast said. David nodded without hesitation and began purifying the ores. The armor-piercing beast ate greedily and soon became full. The recovered beast didn't stop. It continued mining spirit ores from the surrounding rocks for David to purify. Time passed. David's ore essences piled up like a small hill. Wiping sweat from his forehead, David asked, "Senior armor-piercing beast, are these enough for you to eat for now?" "Enough, enough." The armor-piercing beast replied excitedly. "Well, let's head back. I've lost track of time." David stored the ore essences in his ring and prepared to return. But the armor-piercing beast said, "Young man, you've helped us greatly. I must give you something in return." "What could you give me?" David asked in surprise. These beasts had been starving for over 10 years, what treasures could they possibly have? The armor-piercing beast began digging rapidly into the stone walls of the mine with its 2 paws. It dug tens of meters down, and spirit ores were uncovered along the way. Looking at the ores, David sighed. "Senior armor-piercing beast, I still have work to do. I don't have time to purify all of these." Chapter 24:73. I didn't give you these spirit ores for you to purify. Sit on me, the thing I want to give you is right ahead, said the armor-piercing beast. David had no choice but to climb onto the beast's back. The armor-piercing beast continued digging deeper into the mine, smashing rocks as it went. Soon, its speed slowed, and the sound of panting became audible. Every time it struck the rock, a harsh metallic collision rang out. Its 2 front paws were bleeding and torn. Seeing this, David exclaimed, "Senior armor-piercing beast, what exactly are you trying to give me? I don't think we should go further, your body might not hold up." "It's okay. We'll be there soon. You saved our lives, of course, I want to repay you," the armor-piercing beast said. Despite its bloody paws, it continued digging forward with unwavering determination. David was deeply moved. He knew that some humans lacked the conscience of this beast, they could not repay kindness even if they wanted to. This was why Master Hammer often said that the most terrifying thing in the world of heaven and man is human hearts. Many humans are far worse than monsters. This armor-piercing beast had suffered in the mine for over 10 years. Even facing starvation, it never considered leaving. Yet some humans, for even a tiny gain, would betray their relatives and teachers. Unknowingly, the armored beast dug another 10 meters. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light illuminated the entire mine. The brilliance was so intense that David had to squint. After his eyes adjusted, he saw a spirit ore emitting a radiant golden light, inlaid in the center of a pile of rocks. "Finally found it," the armor-piercing beast shouted excitedly, digging out the golden ore. "Take this ore. This is the highest grade phosphorite. Though small, the energy within is immense. Its power may allow you to break through your current realm," the armor-piercing beast said. David took the phosphorite and felt its surprising weight. Its surface was covered with scale-like lines, like a layer of armor, very similar to David's indestructible golden body. When David extended just a bit of his divine sense, he was instantly shocked by the immense power within. This tiny phosphorite likely contained more energy than David's entire body. Shocked, he thanked the armor-piercing beast. Then he asked, "Senior, how many of these phosphorites are in this mine?" "Perhaps a few. You can return here after finishing your affairs in the secular world to practice. With this phosphorite, your strength will rise tremendously. I don't know exactly how many exist. Perhaps this is the only one, perhaps there are more. But high-grade spirit ores like this are rare, even the entire Wujin mountain can't produce many. I only discovered this one over 10 years ago," and it remained unexcavated. As for whether other mines contain such phosphorite, I cannot say. I can keep watch for you, but I cannot give it away lightly. After all, these belong to the artifact sect, the armor-piercing beast said honestly. David nodded. Senior, I know that if I find gold phosphorite, I won't take it casually. He admired the armor-piercing beast's loyalty. The artifact refining sect had been destroyed, yet it still wished to serve its sect faithfully. Chapter 2474. The armor-piercing beast brought David back. By this time, Humatsi and Master Hammer had almost fully recovered. David took out the purified ore essences and fed them to the other armor-piercing beasts. Soon, all the beasts were full and grateful to David. Master Iron Hammer, with my current strength, I may not be able to infiltrate the Humingzong to rescue your suzerain. But rest assured, after handling affairs in the secular world, I will find a way to help you rescue him, David assured Master Hammer. Master Hammer nodded. I trust you. Even if you cannot save our suzerain immediately, I am grateful. Now that I have the forging fragments in hand, and the armor-piercing beasts are alive, I can slowly restore the artifact sect. In less than 10 years, our artifact sect will surely reach glory again. Then I will help you forge a magical weapon, Master Hammer added sincerely. He was thankful that David hadn't forged the incomplete badge. Had someone else obtained it, they would have likely kept it for themselves. After bidding farewell to the armor-piercing beasts, David and the others returned to the artifact sect. Can you still open the passage from the celestial world to the secular world? Master Hammer asked. I'll try. I'm not sure I can, David replied. He had expended a tremendous amount of spiritual power forging and purifying the spirit ores and wasn't certain if he had enough left to open the passage. David, I think you should stay here for a while and return only after your strength has increased. Absorbing energy here will allow the phosphorite to exert its maximum power. If you take it to the secular world too early, the laws of heaven and earth may suppress its energy, Master Hammer advised. David was surprised. Master Hammer, you knew I had phosphorite on me? Of course. Its aura is unique. Our artifact sect is familiar with these things. It's no wonder the armor-piercing beast gave you this gold phosphorite, Master Hammer said with a smile. David, what exactly is phosphorite? Let me see, Humatsi asked, curious. David took out the phosphorite. Humatsi held it in his hands, examining it closely, his eyes full of envy. In that case, I will absorb the energy of the gold phosphorite here before returning to the secular world, David decided. He found a quiet place and began absorbing its energy, while Humatsi and Jianling Zhongli stayed as his guardians. Master Ironhammer left to recruit disciples nearby for the artifact refining sect. If the sect was to regain its former glory, he could not do it alone, he needed capable apprentices. Meanwhile, in the secret realm of the Demon Heart sect, the atmosphere turned tense. 6 purple-robed envoys gathered and removed the masks from their faces. Although they had suspected each other's identities, seeing the masks off still caused surprise. After all, they were the patriarchs of the sects in the 8 great secret realms, well acquainted with one another. But none had ever known the true identity of the other's purple-robed envoys. Now, with the masks removed, they could see each other honestly. Chapter 2475. Everyone, now that we have removed our masks in violation of the regulations, it proves that we are now grasshoppers on a rope. If anyone harbors a different intention, they will be punished by heaven, Yu Qian said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. From now on, our family, our disciples, and only ourselves, we must find a way. We have secretly followed the Demon Heart sect's power for decades, but in the end, we are nothing more than pawns. Now, looking at our disciples, they have become Ningxi's cultivation resources. This is simply too much. Patriarch Yu, we will follow your lead. Although we, as monks, are supposed to abandon our desires and emotions, we are human after all. We cannot watch our disciples and family members die without action, Yao Qisheng, the suzerain of the Zile sect, said. Yes, we all follow Patriarch Yu. Among us, you are the strongest, another purple-robed envoy said. With only the few of us, it will be as difficult as reaching the sky to rescue our family and disciples. The power of Almighty is unfathomable. If we fight together, we may not even be opponents. If we can unite with others, if we fight against the demon heart sect together, we may have a better chance of success, Feng Jingyan, master of Fengyue Valley, suggested. Master Fenggu, who do you plan to unite with? Yu Qian asked. David, Feng Jingyan replied. At this, everyone froze. They all had deep hatred toward David. He had killed 2 of the purple-robed envoys directly, and Feng Wuhan, Feng Jingyan's disciple, had also died at David's hands during the Secret Realm Conference. They could not understand why Feng Jingyan would propose cooperating with David. Master Fenggu, you know the history between us and David. Do you think he will actually help us? Yao Qisheng asked. If David is rational, he will definitely help us. His girlfriend is trapped in the secret realm of the Daoist sect, and his enmity with the Machine sect has nothing to do with us. Joining the Demon Heart sect and becoming purple-robed envoys was only a means to recover spiritual energy and gain standing in the secular world. We should have cooperated with them. But now, the Demon Heart sect has used our disciples as resources, massacred them at will, and imprisoned our family to control and threaten us. We must find David to cooperate. Only David can stop the recovery of spiritual energy. His strength is likely already higher than ours. If the recovery fails, the Demon Heart sect may have no choice but to abandon the secret realm and return to the heavenly human realm. In this way, our family members and disciples could be saved. If we cooperate with David, the chance of rescuing them is higher. Feng Jingyan analyzed carefully. Master Fenggu is right. We can approach David for cooperation. Master Fenggu's disciple was killed by David, but those of us following him have no personal grudges. I believe David will agree to cooperate. However, this is extremely risky. Who will approach David? And we must ensure Daning does not detect us, or we and our families will die without a trace, Yu Qian added. The 6 purple-robed envoys exchanged glances. None were willing to go. No one could guarantee they could convince David safely. Seeing this, Yu Qian sighed softly. Since no one else will go, I'll speak with David myself. After the discussion, the 6 envoys put their masks back on and departed separately. Meanwhile, Ningxi continued cultivating, absorbing the energy of more than a dozen people each day to advance his realm. The 6 envoys dared not protest as they watched their disciples slowly die. Chapter 2476. Celestial Realm. David was diligently practicing the concentration art, absorbing the energy of the phosphorite to cultivate. Time passed swiftly. Day and night alternated, and half a month flew by. Eventually, David absorbed the last trace of energy from the phosphorite. The once dazzling golden phosphorite had now turned gray, reduced to an ordinary stone. Seeing David wake from his practice, Humatzi hurriedly asked, David, what's happening? I feel your aura has changed drastically. David exhaled, feeling a sudden surge of power in his body. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. I've reached the 6th grade of the transformation realm. If I can obtain another gold phosphorite, I may reach the peak of the transformation realm, or even break through it entirely, David said with emotion. Humatzi curled his lips. Your body is incredible. The energy in this phosphorite is like a vast ocean. For anyone else, it might raise them a few small realms, but in your hands, it seems endless. I don't know why my cultivation requires such massive resources. It may be tied to the magic formula I practice. Now that I've reached the 6th stage of transformation, I don't even know if I can control the dragon pattern bell at will, David said, curious to test his control over this ultimate tool. If he could freely retract and manipulate the dragon pattern bell, it would become both his trump card and his life-saving weapon. But just as he was about to test it, Humatzi stopped him. Don't try it here. The aura will spread and likely attract other sects in the heavenly human realm. We won't be able to leave safely, Humatzi warned. Try it only when you return to the secular world. There, you won't be suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, he added. David nodded. It made sense, and he abandoned the idea of testing the dragon pattern bell for now. He then retrieved the God King bow from the storage ring. Placing his right hand on the bowstring, he drew it fully with sudden force. Between heaven and earth, countless forces converged on the bowstring. An arrow feather appeared, glowing with golden light. As David strained, the golden arrow gradually turned transparent white. Whoosh! David released the arrow. It pierced the sky like a meteor, cutting through the void and creating a direct passage through a massive black hole. Turbulent airflow and whirlpools raged within the black hole, but David remained steady. "It's done. Let's go," David said, calling to Humatsi. The sword spirit Zhongli transformed into the dragon-slaying sword and returned to David's body. Traversing this passage required immense strength to resist the turbulence. Soon, David and Humatsi's figures disappeared as the black hole slowly closed, vanishing without a trace. Not long after, a white-haired old man arrived at the site, accompanied by a man and a woman in Taoist robes. "Master, why did you bring us here?" "Weren't we going to Wujue Temple?" the female Taoist asked, puzzled. The white-haired old man looked around, frowning. "Strange, just now, I thought I sensed the aura of the God King's bow. Could I be mistaken?" After speaking, he waved his whisk, and the three figures vanished instantly. Chapter 2477. Kyoto. After returning to the secular world with Humatsi, David rushed non-stop to Longmen in Kyoto. He wanted to see if anything had happened in Kyoto and, more importantly, he wanted to see his mother. Since rescuing her, David hadn't spent proper time with her. "You child. You've been away for so many days without news. Thanks to Rushue and the others for keeping me company all day. When will you take care of your grandson?" Long Ruodong pretended to be angry as she spoke to David. "Mom, I've been busy recently with some matters. About holding my grandson, it might take a little while," David replied, squatting beside her and gently patting her legs. "Do you have so many things to do that you can't even sleep at night? Rushue and the others are fine at home all day. You only need to keep them company at night, you don't need to worry about the baby. When you have a baby, I'll help you look after him." Long Ruodong stared at David. David understood his mother's feelings. What parent doesn't want their children and grandchildren to be well cared for? "Mom, in 2 days I will." "It won't be 2 days. You will be with Rushue and the others tonight, or I won't recognize you as my son. I've already sent someone to call them. You will sleep here tonight, don't go anywhere," Long Ruodong interrupted before David could finish. It seemed she was determined today to let David be with Ji Rushue and the other girls. Soon, Ji Rushue and the others were called. They were happy to see David return. "You all, come here." Long Ruodong waved at them. Ji Rushue, Gu Linger, Gu Jiai, Gu Yuhan, Xiaolan, and the others gathered around Long Ruodong, playfully patting her back and shoulders. "Listen carefully. Whoever is here tonight, David will sleep here, and no one is allowed to leave. Work hard, strengthen your stomachs, and give me a big grandson as soon as possible," Long Ruodong commanded. Hearing this, the girls blushed and lowered their heads silently, implicitly agreeing. David felt speechless. He was already accustomed to being with Ji Rushue and the others as husband and wife, but now they were all together at once, he was a little shy. Just as he hesitated, Humatsi appeared at the door and waved. "David, come out for a moment. I need to ask you something." "Mom, Master Hu is looking for me." "I'll step out," David said. He followed Humatsi out, while Long Ruodong called after him, "David, remember, if you try to run tonight, I will disown you." "Mom, don't worry. I won't run away. I'll listen to you," David promised. Once outside, Humatsi immediately pulled David aside. "David, your luck is unbelievable. I've been with women all my life, but I've never seen anyone sleep with so many beautiful women at once. Even if you die, it's worth it," Humatsi said with envy. Bah, you're just jealous," David replied with a few mouthfuls, then asked, "Master Hu, what do you want from me?" "It's not me looking for you, it's Long Xingshu." But he knows your mother would scold you if you didn't show your face, Humatsi explained. Just then, Long Xingshu arrived. Xingshu, what's the matter? David asked. Brother David, in the past few days while you were away, someone came to Longmen looking for you. He said it was urgent, but I couldn't contact you at the time. So I asked him to leave his name and depart, Long Xingshu explained. Chapter 2478. Who is looking for me? David asked, puzzled. He said his name was Yu Qian, and he's from the secret realm of Tianmen. I asked him to leave his address so we could find him when you returned, but he left without leaving it, Long Xingshu explained. Yu Qian? David was startled. He hadn't expected Yu Qian to leave the secret realm and come to the secular world in search of him. It was extremely difficult for these monks to leave the secret realm. The laws of heaven and earth suppress their strength, and in severe cases, their cultivation may regress. David knew that Yu Qian was a member of the Demon Heart sect's Purple Robe envoys. He couldn't understand why Yu Qian had come to the secular world to look for him. And what was so urgent that Yu Qian had come in person? David couldn't figure out Yu Qian's motives. But if he dared to come himself, something significant must have happened. Xingshu, be alert. If Yu Qian comes again, notify me immediately. David ordered. I understand. Long Xingshu nodded and left. Not long after, Gu Fuhai arrived in a hurry. Mr. Chen, the old Gu clan has been looking for you. When I heard you had returned, I immediately came to find you. Come with me quickly. The Gu clan. What's the matter? David asked, surprised that so many people had sought him during his absence. I don't know either. The old Gu clan is waiting for you in the secret realm, Gu Fuhai replied. Okay, let's go to the secret realm, David said. He took out the 90,000-mile mountain and river map and used it to teleport himself and Gu Fuhai to the woman's secret realm. Upon arrival, Gu Sangxing immediately approached. Mr. Chen, something major has happened in the 8 great secret realms. What happened? Did other secret realms attack the woman's secret realm? David asked. He knew only the purple-robed envoys from the Fire Gate and Thunder Gate secret realms had been eliminated. Other secret realms still had purple-robed envoys from the Demon Heart sect, so he expected an attack. No. Except for Fire Gate and Thunder Gate secret realms, the others have completely disappeared. I don't know where they went, Gu Sangxing said. I suspect some conspiracy caused these people to vanish suddenly, he added. What? Disappeared? All of them? David was shocked. How could so many powerful monks vanish? Yu Qian, from Tianmen's secret realm, might have already surpassed the peak of transformation. Where could so many masters disappear to at once? Could this have something to do with Yu Qian searching for me and taking them out of the secret realms? David muttered, frowning. Mr. Chen, did Yu Qian look for you? Gu Sangxing asked in surprise. David nodded. He went to the secular world to find me, but I wasn't there. I still don't know why he's looking for me. This is strange. Mr. Chen, you should be cautious in the future, Gu Sangxing warned. I understand, David replied. Just as David returned from the woman's secret realm to Kyoto, Xing Jun stopped him before he could enter Longmen. David, Mr. Shi invites, Xing Jun began. David felt his head spin. He had just returned, hadn't rested properly, and already people were coming one after another looking for him. Chapter 2479. Although David was a bit annoyed, Mr. Shi had summoned him, and David had no choice but to go. Besides, Mr. Shi had said he had only 1 month left to live. The month was nearly up, and David also wanted to see Mr. Shi's condition. Following Xing Jun to the Guardian Pavilion, David entered Mr. Shi's office, and Xing Jun left discreetly. Sit down. Seeing David, Mr. Shi said. David carefully observed Mr. Shi. His complexion was very good, his breath steady. He didn't look terminally ill, he didn't look like a dying man at all. Mr. Shi, you look fine and uninjured. You said you have 1 month left. Are you really going to be okay? David asked. Mr. Shi smiled. Who told you I was going to die of illness? You're not dying of illness. Then how? With your current skills, I doubt anyone in the secular world could harm you, let alone kill you, right? David asked incredulously. Indeed, no one in the secular world can kill me. But my fate is already set, and when the time comes, God will take me away, Mr. Sher laughed. David was puzzled. Even knowing he was about to die, Mr. Sher could still laugh, showing no fear. Mr. Sher, if you know your death is coming, can you fight against fate? Could you avoid it that day? Mr. Sher shook his head. That is my destiny. If I don't die, my life will be ruined and others may die. Sometimes, we cannot control our own lives. David was speechless. What could Mr. Sher mean? Why would his life be ruined if he didn't die? Seeing David's silence, Mr. Sher hurriedly changed the topic. He didn't want to burden David with such a heavy topic. You just came back from the world of heaven and man? Mr. Sher asked. David nodded, then asked in surprise, how do you know I went to the celestial realm? It's easy to tell from your strength, Mr. Sher said, laughing loudly. David looked at him suspiciously. The more he looked, the more unnerved he became. Mr. Sher was obviously in the secular world. How could he know so much about the world of heaven and man? Mr. Sher, how do you know these things about the world of heaven and man? And you even know about phosphorite? David asked, his doubts clear. Mr. Sher smiled slightly. I am extremely familiar with the world of heaven and man. Every plant, every tree, I know them as well as the back of my hand. David was stunned. Are you from the world of heaven and man? But why have you come to this secular world? At this, Mr. Sher only smiled and said, 7 days from now, the spirit recovery array will begin. You must be prepared. Some things are not for you to know yet. When you are able to look down on the world, perhaps then you will understand what you cannot see now. David fell into deep thought. No matter how strong he became, no matter how far he progressed, in front of Mr. Sher, he was still weak. He still had to be under Mr. Sher's protection. For so long, David had never truly known who Mr. Sher was, not even his real name. Yet Mr. Sher's care for him was real. After chatting for a while, David left the Guardian Pavilion and returned to Longmen. Chapter 2480. When David returned to Longmen, it was already dark. Long Ruodong was waiting at the door. Mom, why are you standing here? David hurried forward and helped her back into the room. I was afraid you wouldn't return, child. If you didn't come back tonight, I wouldn't recognize you. How could that be, Mom? I promise, I will definitely do it, David said. That's good. Rushue and the others are in the next room. I've told them to take a bath, I'll wait for you here. And don't try to fool me, I'll be listening. David sighed helplessly. Mom, I've been busy all day and haven't eaten. I need to fill up, or I won't have the strength. Just then, Rushue walked over with a sumptuous dinner. She wore a very revealing dress. Her snow-white skin glistened with droplets of water, it was obvious she had just showered. I knew you'd say that. I've already had someone prepare a meal for you, Long Ruodong said. Rushue set the food down and glanced at David. Eat quickly. All the sisters are waiting for you. Blushing, she left. Seeing her, David's excitement grew. He was a normal man, and after all his restraint while his mother was in danger, his desires now burned stronger. Having tasted Huifeng's sweetness, restraint was even harder. Long Ruodong watched David's gaze and smiled knowingly. She understood perfectly what his eyes meant. Hurry and eat. Don't make the girls wait, she said. David nodded and ate quickly. After finishing, Long Ruodong led him to the next room. The adjacent room had been rearranged, made warm and cozy. The girls were dressed in revealing clothes, waiting. Seeing David, they looked shy, silent. Even Xiaolan, who usually teased David boldly, lowered her head nervously. In the past, Xiaolan had provoked him playfully, knowing he wouldn't actually touch her. But tonight was different, none could escape David's grasp. She was scared, still an innocent girl. David looked at the shy girls and said, "I know you feel pressured by my mother. We've never established a relationship, and you have no obligation. I won't force you. If you don't want to be with me tonight, you may leave." After David spoke, the girls all looked up, their eyes full of affection. "David, we are all willing. We like you. We don't care about status. As long as we can be with you, let us be yours tonight," Jirushua said boldly. "Yes, we are all willing," the other girls added firmly. Seeing their determination, David could no longer contain the fire in his heart. He embraced them all at once. The room filled with passion and constant sounds. By dawn, the girls were so exhausted that they couldn't leave the bed. Chapter 2481. Chinping was refreshed, and when he opened the door and stepped out, he was taken aback. Humatsi was standing at the doorway. "What are you doing here? Weren't you listening all night?" Chinping asked in surprise. "I don't have that much free time. If I listened all night, I'd be exhausted." "You really have an impressive physique," Humatsi said, glancing at Chinping enviously. "Long Xingshu sent me to get you. He didn't want to disturb your beautiful affairs." Chinping followed Humatsi to the front hall. Just as they arrived, Long Ruotong entered the room. Seeing the girls lying exhausted on the bed, Long Ruotong was astonished. She never expected Chinping to be so brave. She hurriedly ordered someone to tend to Jirushua and the others. Now, she thought, all of them were very precious, who knows which of them might be carrying Chinping's child. Meanwhile, Chinping and Humatsi reached the front hall. As soon as Chinping stepped inside, he froze. Yu Qian was sitting there, as if waiting for him. "Brother Chinping, this man named Yu Qian is here looking for you again," Long Xingshu said, hurrying forward. Yu Qian stood, nodded slightly to Chinping, and said, "Chinping, long time no see. Don't come here lightly." Chinping sneered. "Patriarch Yu of the majestic Tianmen's secret realm, purple robe envoy of the demon heart sect, why do you have time to come to the secular world to find me? Resisting the laws of heaven and earth must be agonizing for you, right?" Yu Qian's expression darkened, and his aura was disordered. Chinping realized Yu Qian was being suppressed by the laws of heaven. Yu Qian forced a wry smile, glanced at Long Xingshu and Humatsi, then said to Chinping, "Chinping, can we talk alone?" Chinping looked at Yu Qian and then said to Humatsi and Long Xingshu, "You two, step outside." "Chinping, they are from the secret realm, members of the Demon Heart sect. Staying alone with him will be very dangerous," Humatsi warned. Chinping sneered. "In the secular world, he is suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. He wants to act, but he has no power." With his current strength, Chinping no longer feared Yu Qian, even if he were in the secret realm. And in the secular world, with Yu Qian suppressed, he posed no threat at all. Yu Qian looked at Chinping's confident expression and muttered helplessly, "He's right, if I wanted to do anything here, I'd be powerless." Humatsi and Long Xingshu left the front hall. Chinping waved, and all the doors and windows closed. "Your great secret realms are empty now. Is that why you came to me?" Chinping asked. "You know?" Yu Qian was momentarily surprised, then said, "People from several of our secret realms have gone to the Demon Heart sect's secret realm. I came to you because of this. I want to cooperate with you. Together, we can deal with the Demon Heart sect." "Cooperate?" Chinping was shocked, staring at Yu Qian in disbelief. He never imagined Yu Qian would ask him to cooperate. After all, Yu Qian and the others were the Demon Heart sect's purple robe envoys, its core figures. "That's right. It's not only me seeking your cooperation. The remaining 6 purple robe envoys also want to work with you," Yu Qian said. "Why me? Why ask for my cooperation?" Chinping asked, intrigued. If he could cooperate with Yu Qian and the others, dealing with Moxenzong would become much easier. Although Chinping's strength had grown, it was still insufficient to challenge the Demon Heart sect alone. Even if the 6 purple robe envoys joined forces, defeating the Almighty would still be unlikely. But together with them, he might have a real chance. Chapter 2482. Yu Qian didn't hide anything. He told Chen Ping about recent events. Ningxi had been using disciples from multiple great secret realms as cultivation resources, absorbing more than a dozen people each day to increase his power. Although Chen Ping had mentally prepared himself, he was still shocked to hear that Ningxi had been using living disciples as resources. Chen Ping looked at Yu Qian. As purple robe envoys of the Demon Heart sect, you should serve the sect. By joining them, you should know your obligations. Yu Qian explained, we joined the Demon Heart sect only as part of a cooperative relationship. Daning promised us that when the spiritual energy recovers, he would give us a place in the secular world. We've been trapped in the secret realm for so many years, and our cultivation has slowed. If we continue here, we might never enter the world of heaven and man. You know, which monk doesn't want to ascend? That's why we agreed to join the Demon Heart sect's great power. But now, the Demon Heart sect treats us as cannon fodder. Even after the spiritual energy recovery array is activated, there may be no place for us. That's why we seek your cooperation. We hope to rescue our families first, then destroy the spiritual energy recovery array and dismantle the Demon Heart sect. Even though we've been trapped in the secret realm, we don't want to lose our relatives or disciples. Yu Qian spoke passionately. Chen Ping sighed softly. The world of heaven and man may not be as beautiful as you imagined. It is far crueler than this place. Yu Qian looked stunned. You have been to the celestial realm? Chen Ping nodded. Yes, I just came back. Yu Qian fell silent. They had struggled all their lives to reach the celestial realm, yet few could enter. But Chen Ping, young and with moderate strength, could go freely. This is simply a matter of comparing people, some discarded while others are privileged, Chen Ping continued. Chen Ping, I came here secretly under the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth. I do not lie to you. All I ask is that you help us rescue our families. Together, we can destroy the Demon Heart sect. Without other thoughts, Yu Qian promised solemnly. Chen Ping studied him for a moment. I can trust you, but how can I rescue your families? Yu Qian explained, we can take you into the secret realm of the Demon Heart sect. You'll find an opportunity to release them. We'll meet you then. Once our families are free, we'll no longer fear anything. After this, we've realized we cannot abandon our relatives or desires. Even if we fail to become immortals, we cannot watch our families and disciples suffer. Yu Qian said, understanding that family affection outweighed immortality. Okay, I will help you, Chen Ping nodded. Good. Rest for now. After I discuss with the others, I will come back to bring you into the Demon Heart sect's secret realm, Yu Qian said excitedly, then left quickly. He feared lingering too long would alert Daning. After Yu Qian left, Chen Ping fell into deep thought. He had no real knowledge of the situation, he was gambling on chance. Chapter 2483. In the secret realm of the Demon Heart sect, 6 purple-robed envoys stood together. Everyone, I've already met with Chen Ping. He promised he can help us rescue our families. Now, we need to devise a perfect plan, Yu Qian said to the others. Patriarch Yu, the entire dungeon in the Demon Heart sect's secret realm is heavily guarded. I secretly inquired about it. Our family members are locked in the most secure 3rd underground floor. It seems Daning has anticipated that we might try to rescue them, so he's been watching us from the start, Yao Qixing said with a sigh. If Chen Ping is willing to cooperate, it will still be very difficult to save our families. Hearing Yao Qixing's words, the other purple-robed envoys lowered their heads, their expressions filled with sorrow. No matter how difficult it is, we must try. We cannot watch our families suffer or our disciples be used as resources by others. We must resist, Yu Qian said firmly. Yes, we must resist. Otherwise, once the spiritual energy recovery array activates and the spiritual energy of the entire secular world is restored, Daning will treat everyone as powerful training resources. Feng Jingyan said, his eyes shining brightly. I'm not against it, but the dungeon is too secure. We must plan carefully. If we act rashly and fail, not only will our families remain trapped, some of us might die without a burial place, Yao Qisheng said. I have a plan, Feng Jingyan said. What plan? The other purple-robed envoys asked in unison. If we want to rescue our families, we must act when the Demon Heart sect is at its most lax. That time is the day the spiritual energy recovery array is activated. They will take people to the Wendao sect's secret realm to prepare for activation, and at that moment, Moxenzong will be most relaxed. We can use this opportunity to rescue our families, Feng Jingyan explained. After hearing his plan, everyone fell silent. Yao Xinghui said, Master Fenggu, although your plan is clever, the Demon Heart sect may be lax that day, but most of our disciples will also be absorbed by Ningji. Furthermore, as purple-robed envoys, we will be at Dening's side that day and won't have a chance to save anyone. Chen Ping is the key to activating the array, so he will also be closely monitored by Dening. Who, then, will save our families? Yao Xinghui's objection resonated with the others. Feng Jingyan's plan was sound, but the timing problem remained. I figured it out, Feng Jingyan said. On the day Dening sends Chen Ping to the Dao sect, there must be a time difference. Chen Ping can use this gap to enter the Demon Heart sect and rescue our families. We can delay time in the Dao sect's secret realm to stabilize Dening. As soon as our families are freed, we retreat immediately. As for our disciples, unfortunately, we cannot save them all. This is the best solution I can think of, Feng Jingyan said with a heavy expression. Though he hated the idea of letting his disciples die, there was no alternative. After considering it, the others nodded in agreement. We'll follow Master Fenggu's plan. Nothing is perfect. If we can save our families, that's enough, Yu Qian said. I'll find Chen Ping and explain the plan to him. Be discreet, don't let Dening notice anything, Yu Qian added, and then dispersed the group to avoid drawing attention. Chapter 2484. The next day, Yu Qian found David and explained the plan. David understood that on the day the spiritual energy recovery array was activated, Dening would threaten Sonia and the others, forcing him to participate. Only when all the participants were present could the array truly begin. Seeing David's worry, Yu Qian reassured him. Don't worry. As long as you are not present, Dening won't dare harm your girlfriends. They are essential to the array. A few of us will also be there. We'll do everything possible to dissuade Dening and delay him. When you rescue our families, we'll work together from inside to outside to destroy the array and annihilate the Demon Heart sect. Yu Qian continued, if you don't cooperate with us, with your current strength, there's no way to fight the Demon Heart sect. Once the array restores the spiritual energy of the secular world, it will be our death. Do you think Dening will spare you? Or your family? The long men you've built will be completely destroyed in blood. David understood Yu Qian was right. If the spiritual energy truly recovered, the entire secular martial arts world, including long men, would face annihilation. Okay. On the day the spiritual energy recovery array is activated, I'll help you save your families. But you must find a way to bring me into the Demon Heart sect, David said. That's natural. You can wait in peace, Yu Qian said, leaving quickly. Every minute in the secular world under the suppression of the laws of heaven was uncomfortable for him. Days passed, and the activation of the array approached. During this time, David continued his nightly indulgences, making it hard for Ji Ruxue and the others to resist him. Fortunately, the sword spirit Zhongli was always there. Whenever Ji Ruxue or the others were overwhelmed and needed rest, Zhongli would appear and assist David without hesitation. Being a sword spirit, Zhongli's strength surpassed that of humans, making him a perfect support for David. Ji Ruxue and the others were secretly envious. In recent days, David had been living in a state of constant pleasure, indulging himself freely. He didn't know if he would survive the activation of the spiritual energy recovery array, or if he could destroy it and defeat the Demon Heart sect. Dening's strength was unfathomable, and death was a real possibility. Thus, David enjoyed these days with desperate intensity. Long Ruodong was even happier than David, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a grandson. The most frustrated person, however, was Humatsi. Seeing David indulge day and night, surrounded by beautiful women, Humatsi's envy was nearly palpable. Even though Humatsi was accompanied by Zhou Jia and engaged nightly in his own endeavors, he was unwilling to have only one woman. But Zhou Jia supervised him too closely, so he could do nothing but hear the joyful noises from David's room and envy him silently. "This is the day the spiritual energy recovery array will be activated," David murmured, looking at the blue sky. Soon, Yu Qian arrived. The two exchanged a glance, and without a word, David followed him and left. Chapter 2485. Yu Qian led David directly into the secret realm of the Demon Heart sect. "The dungeon is in the back mountains," he said, "but to reach it, you must pass through 3 formations. You'll need to control a member of the Demon Heart sect, let them take you in. We can't approach the dungeon openly, you'll have to rely on yourself. The power is currently not concentrated in the Demon Heart sect, but be careful. Any disturbance in the formations will alert Deneng. I'll head to the secret realm of the Dao sect, so Deneng won't suspect anything. You must act quickly." After speaking, Yu Qian left, preparing to hold Deneng back. For the moment, Deneng would not be able to find David. Left alone, David carefully observed the terrain of the Demon Heart sect. He noticed a courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Concealing his breath, he moved closer. Surely there would be members of the Demon Heart sect there. David was still unfamiliar with the area, let alone the locations of the 3 formations, so he dared not rush forward recklessly. As he approached the courtyard, he heard familiar voices. "Ha ha ha. Today is the day the spiritual energy recovery array will be activated. Once the energy is recovered, we will no longer be trapped in this small secret realm. The entire secular world will be ours." A loud, arrogant laugh echoed from the courtyard. "Master Demon Envoy, when the spiritual energy recovers, will Deneng really grant those purple-robed envoys territory and kingship? I think their status in the Demon Heart sect is already higher than yours," asked a subordinate. "Humph. Those few people are nothing more than Deneng's resources. How could he confer kingship on them? Once the energy recovers, they'll just become cultivation resources for Deneng," the Demon Envoy said coldly. "We are core members of the Demon Heart sect. We are Deneng's trusted confidants." David listened carefully. Yu Qian had told the truth, Deneng truly did not regard these purple-robed envoys as his own. Time was running out. David did not linger and walked directly into the courtyard. With his current strength, handling the Demon Envoy and the sect members present would be easy. "Who dares to break into my Demon Heart sect?" shouted a member of the sect as David entered. The Demon Envoy immediately got up, and upon seeing David clearly, he froze in shock. "David," he exclaimed. The other members of the Demon Heart sect were equally stunned. They had never imagined David would dare enter their secret realm. "Your arrogance is impressive, but just because you treat others as fools doesn't mean they are." David sneered. "David, how did you appear here? Shouldn't you be in the secret realm of the Dao sect?" one of them asked. "Your girlfriend is still there. Aren't you going to save her?" "Of course I will, but not yet. I have more important matters at hand," David said. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, immediately overwhelming everyone in the courtyard. Feeling this aura, the Demon Envoy and the sect members trembled. They had never imagined David's strength had grown so rapidly. "Stop him. I'll inform Deneng immediately," the Demon Envoy ordered a dozen members to block David. Before he could react further, a flash of light appeared, and the sword spirit Zhongli materialized. "Zhongli, I'll leave these little ones to you," David said, leaping in front of the Demon Envoy. Chapter 2486. Zhongli engaged the members of the Demon Heart sect. His strength far surpassed theirs. "You still want to run? You can't escape," David sneered at the Demon Envoy. "David, what are you doing in my Demon Heart sect? Deneng and Ningji are absent. Are you here just to kill us unimportant people?" the envoy asked. "I didn't come to kill you. Take me to your dungeon, and I'll let you go," David said. "To the dungeon? What will you do there?" the envoy asked, surprised. You don't need to worry about that. Just take me there. David said impatiently. It's impossible. If I take you there, even if I survive, my life will be worse than death, the demon envoy said. Whether you go or not is up to you, David said, releasing a brilliant light from his body. The light entered the envoy, freezing his body instantly. Flames seemed to burn his internal organs, yet he could neither move nor scream. The pain was excruciating, cold sweat covering his forehead, his face contorting with agony. He stared at David in disbelief. Just months ago, he hadn't taken David seriously. Now, David's power had far surpassed him. David flicked his fingers, sending a ray of light to the envoy's Adam's apple, forcing a scream from him. Ah! The envoy's scream echoed through the courtyard. The other sect members, already unwilling to fight, tried to flee but were stopped by Zhongli. I'll take you there, the envoy finally stammered, unable to withstand the pain. David waved his hand, releasing a burst of spiritual light into the envoy. He gasped, feeling as though he had just descended into the 18th floor of hell, burned at the stake. Panting, the envoy took a long time to recover. Don't waste time. Take me to the dungeon. David ordered. I can take you there, but I cannot break the formations. Only Demon Heart sect members branded with the great power can pass safely. Otherwise, the formation will activate, the envoy warned. Just lead the way. I'll handle the formation, David said. The envoy had no choice but to nod and led David out of the courtyard. David marked the envoy between the eyebrows, ensuring no tricks. Zhongli transformed back into a sword spirit and returned to David's body. With the envoy in front and David behind, they moved toward the back mountains. After some distance, the envoy said, the first formation is ahead. To pass it, you must break it. David observed the empty space, spreading his consciousness, yet he could not detect the formation. It puzzled him. Why can't I sense the formation, he asked. This array was laid by Daning himself. You'll feel it once I pass through, the envoy explained and moved forward. A wave of spiritual energy flashed, and the envoy passed through the formation. Chapter 2487. After the demon envoy passed through the first magic circle, he looked at David and said, the power of this magic circle is not small. Did you clearly notice it just now? David nodded. Following the fluctuations of spiritual energy, he had indeed detected the formation. From this, he realized the formation was extremely powerful, but David was not afraid. Calmly, he stepped into the formation, a confident smile on his face. With a subtle ripple, David's figure vanished, swallowed by the formation. Seeing this, the demon envoy's expression turned grave. At that moment, David must be trapped inside. If he somehow escaped, there would be no stopping him. Yet, recalling the mental imprint David had left on him moments ago, the demon envoy abandoned any thoughts of fleeing. Since David dared to let him pass through the formation, he must have absolute confidence. The envoy knew that if he truly tried to run, his head might literally explode. David! David, he whispered to himself. But David was nowhere to be seen. Trapped in the formation, would the brand in his mind kill him if he disobeyed? The demon envoy's anxiety grew, yet inside the formation, David remained calm. He studied the formation carefully. Though strong, it had vulnerabilities, and David's sharp eyes quickly identified its weak points. Within 10 minutes, he had broken through the first formation. A figure slowly emerged. Seeing David alive, the demon envoy felt relief flood over him. As long as David survived, he would live too. David, slightly surprised, noted the envoy's obedience. Why didn't you try to escape while I was trapped in the formation, he asked. Where could I flee? You branded my mind. If I ran, the brand would detonate, and my brain would explode, the envoy admitted. David laughed. He understood that the envoy had wanted to escape but had chosen to stay after weighing the consequences. You are very wise. As long as you take me to the dungeon, I will spare your life, David said. David, I can lead you to the dungeon, but it won't be easy to enter. You should know there are special guards there, and their leader is as strong as me, if not stronger. I cannot command him, so you must rely on yourself to get in. I don't need to know what you plan to do inside, the envoy warned. Special guards in the dungeon? David frowned. He hadn't expected that even a demon envoy would have limits there. Just take me to the dungeon entrance. I'll handle the rest, David said firmly. The envoy nodded and led him toward the back mountains. Before long, they reached the second formation. This one was far stronger than the first. David felt its presence immediately, a subtle disturbance of his mind. This formation confuses the mind. Don't be fooled by its exposed appearance. Its true purpose is to bewilder intruders and trap them here, the envoy earnestly explained. Chapter 2488. The demon envoy knew that if David died, he might not survive either. He couldn't afford to die now. The revival of spiritual energy was imminent, the day he had been waiting for, when they would finally be free in the secular world. He did not want to perish before then. It's fine. You go first, David said calmly. The envoy could do nothing but rely on his demon heart sect brand to pass through the formation. David stepped inside. Unlike before, he did not vanish. The scene before his eyes changed instantly. He saw Sonia and the others standing quietly before a massive stone statue, their expressions calm. Suddenly, they were sucked into the statue's body. Thunder and lightning erupted, and countless purple bolts bombarded it. David's heart leapt. Impatience and desperation surged through him as he shouted toward Sonia. From the demon envoy's perspective, David appeared to be yelling like a madman. The envoy knew David was under the formation's influence but could do nothing, he could only rely on David to find his way out. Meanwhile, in the secret realm of the Tao sect, Dining led the Demon Heart sect members to stand in front of the towering stone statues. Inside each statue were Sonia and others with unique physiques, trapped and helpless. Once David arrives, the spiritual energy recovery formation can be activated, and the entire secular world will belong to us, Dining said with excitement. Yu Qian and the 6 purple-robed envoys stood behind Dining, tense and silent, worried whether David had managed to save their families. Dining, should I capture that David now? Ningji asked, his tone full of eagerness. At this point, Ningji had reached the peak of the transformation realm. Once the formation activated, he would break through to the composite realm, gaining a true half-immortal body. With his flame demon physique, he envisioned ruling the secular world. He had forgotten his humble beginnings as an ordinary warrior, dreaming now of godhood. Yet Ningji did not realize how arduous the path to immortality truly was. Even upon reaching the integration state, he would only have completed half the journey. True ascension required surviving countless trials, countless sacrifices, and immeasurable resources. Millions of cultivators died on the path. Dining glanced at Ningji, speaking lightly, "Don't capture him. I trust David will come. With his character, he cannot ignore his girlfriend." "Yes, yes. David will definitely come for her. We just wait," Yu Qian quickly echoed. All they could do was delay, giving David enough time to save their families. Dining's calm, knowing smile unsettled Yu Qian, making cold sweat break out on his body. Those eyes seemed to see through everything, instilling deep unease. Chapter 2489. In the Demon Heart sect, David regained his composure. Several golden rays of light flashed in his mind, restoring his consciousness to normal. The scene in front of him also stabilized. The demon envoy, seeing David calm again, finally let out a breath he had been holding. "David." "David," the emissary called hesitantly, trying to get his attention. "Let's go." David stepped forward, and the second formation was shattered effortlessly. Watching David's back, the demon envoy couldn't help but feel speechless. Fortunately, he hadn't confronted David head-on, otherwise, he would have died a miserable death by now. The envoy hurried to walk ahead of David, guiding the way. Soon, the dungeon entrance came into view. A flickering light curtain blocked the path. "This is the third formation. Once you pass it, you can enter the dungeon." "But I am not qualified to enter," the dungeon has other guards, the demon envoy explained. David merely nodded. Approaching the light curtain, he gently touched it with one hand. Closing his eyes slightly, his spiritual consciousness spread through the formation. Within minutes, he located the formation's core. In a flash, the light curtain vanished, and the third formation lay in ruins. The demon envoy was stunned, unable to speak. He could only watch David advance helplessly toward the dungeon. The envoy was about to warn him, but the dungeon door slowly opened, revealing a monster with a bull's head and a human body. The demon envoy froze. He had never known such monsters existed in the dungeon, and he had never been inside it himself. David, too, was momentarily taken aback by the Minotaur's appearance. Who dares to break into the Demon Heart sect's dungeon without permission? Are you tired of living? The Minotaur demanded, his deep voice harsh and commanding. David frowned and sent several divine senses into the Minotaur. The aura he sensed was extraordinary, fundamentally different from ordinary Demon Heart sect disciples and even more so from humans in the secular world. This aura felt as if it originated from the heavenly human realm. David had sensed something similar from the armor-piercing beast, but the Minotaur's aura was far denser. Unlike the armor-piercing beast, which still appeared as a spirit beast despite speaking human language, the Minotaur had already taken a human form. It seemed only a matter of time before it fully transformed. The aura is much stronger than the armor-piercing beast, reasonable, David muttered to himself. You are not from the secular world. You are from the heavenly human realm, aren't you? David asked. After all, no secular world monster could fully transform into a human body. Even if some could speak human language or understand speech, they lacked true spiritual wisdom. The Fire Phoenix, however, was different. She was not a mere spirit beast of the secular world, she belonged to the heavenly human realm and had been cast into the secular world later. The Minotaur, upon hearing David mention the heavenly human realm, was momentarily stunned. Then, roaring in anger, he swung a massive axe toward David. David did not dodge. A golden light flashed across his body, and the sword spirit Zhongli appeared instantly, blocking the heavy axe before striking back with a single palm, sending the Minotaur flying. Chapter 2490. The Minotaur looked at Zhongli in shock. Sword spirit? How could a sword spirit condensed from Shijian Lake appear here? David realized then that this Minotaur must have come from the heavenly human realm. Otherwise, it could not know about Shijian Lake. Zhongli instantly materialized a long sword and slashed at the Minotaur. Don't kill him! David shouted, stopping Zhongli. He needed answers first. This Minotaur was from the heavenly human realm. Why was it guarding the Demon Heart sect's dungeon in the secular world? Was the Demon Heart sect in contact with the heavenly human realm? If so, eradicating the Demon Heart sect would be far more difficult. David approached the Minotaur, his gaze cold. Did you come from the heavenly human realm? Why are you here, and what is your connection to the Demon Heart sect? The Minotaur grinned, since you know the heavenly human realm and that I come from there, you should understand that the Demon Heart sect is. But before he could finish, his body trembled violently and burst into flames. In an instant, the Minotaur was reduced to blackened charcoal. David frowned tightly. He turned to the demon envoy, who was visibly frightened. How many monsters like this exist in the Demon Heart sect? The envoy shook his head desperately. He had never seen a Minotaur with a human body until today. Aren't you a high-level demon envoy? How could you not know? David asked incredulously. Embarrassed, the envoy replied, I am a demon envoy, yes, but Daning has the final say on almost everything. I have never entered this dungeon, Daning forbade us. David muttered, there must be hidden secrets here. Let's see for ourselves. He stepped into the dungeon. After a brief hesitation, the demon envoy followed. Curiosity and fear compelled him. The dungeon was damp, cold, and foul-smelling. Water dripped from above, and moss covered the stone walls. The environment was harsh and unwelcoming. David understood why Yu Qian and the others had begged for his help. No one could bear the thought of their families being imprisoned in such conditions. He walked down the dark corridors. To his surprise, there were no guards or traps inside, only the Minotaur at the entrance. Is this dungeon unimportant? Why are there no formations or guards? David muttered. Zhongli followed closely, vigilant and ready to protect him. The demon envoy trailed behind, too fearful to harbor any ill intentions. Soon, they reached a bronze door. David knew this marked the first floor of the dungeon. According to Yu Qian, their families were held on the third floor, so David and the others had to pass through this first floor carefully. Chapter 2491. David stretched out his hand to push open the bronze door and found it surprisingly light, with no formation on it. He pushed it open effortlessly. As the bronze door creaked open, a particularly large prison appeared before him. Along both sides of the corridor were small cells, each holding prisoners. The faint light of formations flickered constantly around the cells. The prisoners were all chained with thick iron chains. Their faces were haggard, hair disheveled, and it was clear they had been imprisoned for a long time. Hearing the sound of the bronze door opening, several prisoners lifted their heads. But their eyes were fierce, showing they were no ordinary people. After all, this was the dungeon of the Demon Heart sect. Ordinary people could not possibly be imprisoned here. David didn't know what grudge these people had with the Demon Heart sect, or why they were imprisoned, but he hesitated at the thought of releasing them. Their ferocity made him fear they might cause trouble if freed. He quickly passed through the first floor cells, heading toward the second floor. The prisoners would remain locked up for now. David was not a savior. He could not rescue everyone. His priority was to save Yu Qian and his family. Passing through the first floor, David and his companions reached the second floor. Unlike the first, the second floor was one massive cell, with only 4 prisoners bound in the 4 corners. Thick iron chains restrained them as well. Their faces were obscured, but despite the chains, they were still alive, proof that their strength was considerable. David glanced at them briefly and moved toward the third floor. Just as he approached the third floor entrance, a hoarse voice rang out. How could the sword spirit from Zijiantan come here? Is it to save the old man? From a corner, an old man with disheveled hair spoke. David followed the voice and saw that the old man was thin, his face scorched, and he appeared near death. Who are you? How do you know about Zijiantan? David asked. This old man is the chief elder of the artifact refining sect. How could he not know about Shijin Lake? The old man replied. 3 others in the corners lifted their heads as well. David immediately noticed that the 4 men looked almost identical. He was stunned. And one of them was the chief elder of the artifact refining sect. Since he was an elder in the celestial realm, how could he be imprisoned here? Master Ironhammer had said that their sect was destroyed by the fire-burning sect. What had happened to these elders? Could the Demon Heart sect be connected to the fire-burning sect? David's mind swirled with questions. You are the chief elder of the artifact refining sect in the celestial realm. Then why are you here? He asked. The old man did not answer directly. Instead, he asked, this sword spirit was baptized by Zijiantan. Who are you, and how did you get to Zijiantan? David explained, Master Hammer took us there. Jian Lao personally shaped the sword Ling Zhongli into the avatar of the dragon-slaying sword. Dragon-slaying sword? The old man's eyes widened as he stared at Zhongli. You mean she is the sword spirit in the dragon-slaying sword? That sword was the treasure of my sect. Later, the sword spirit was damaged, and we lost track of it, the old man said excitedly. Seeing this, David knew the old man spoke the truth. Zhongli flashed briefly, transforming back into the dragon-slaying sword, now held by David. Chapter 2492. Dragon-slaying sword, it really is the dragon-slaying sword. Brothers, look, the old man shouted. The other 3 identical elders stared in shock. Seniors, as elders of the artifact refining sect, why are you imprisoned here? What happened? David asked. Didn't Master Hammer tell you? Our artifact refining sect was attacked by the Huoming sect. We were wiped out, and our suzerain was captured. High-level elders like us were taken as well. We and our suzerain were detained separately. We've been imprisoned here for over 10 years, the old man said slowly. Why here? This is not the celestial realm, it's the secular world, inside the Demon Heart sect's secret realm. David asked, puzzled. They should have been locked up by the homing sect, not the Demon Heart sect in the secular world. This was outrageous. What? The secular world? Demon Heart sect? We've never heard of it, the old man exclaimed. David was equally confused. These artifact refining sect elders were imprisoned here, yet they seemed unaware of their exact location. Let's not dwell on that now. Since you are the elders of the artifact refining sect, we are fated. I will rescue you first, David said as he moved toward the old man. Don't move. We all have formation control placed on us. You might get injured if you go forward, the old man warned. David ignored him and advanced. A light curtain appeared around the old man, enclosing him. David tapped the curtain lightly. Waves of golden light rippled from his fingertips like water, tearing the formation apart. The curtain disappeared entirely. The old man stared in astonishment. He hadn't expected someone so young to dismantle the formation so easily. The other elders were equally shocked. Senior, may I cut the chains to free you? David asked. The old man nodded. Yes. Cutting the chains will free us, but they are made of tungsten steel, extremely hard. Before he could finish, David swung the dragon-slaying sword. The iron chains snapped into two pieces instantly. The chains fell from the old men, leaving wounds dripping with blood. But they were ecstatic. We're free. Ha ha ha, we're free. David did the same for the other three. Little brother, the four of us were originally quadruplets. I am the great elder. Thank you. If not for you, we may never have seen the light of day again, one of them said. The four elders moved to kneel, but David stopped them. Seniors, Master Ironhammer is rebuilding the artifact refining sect. With your return, the sect will regain its glory, David said. Little brother, this secular world, the Demon Heart sect, we have no memory of it. After leaving the celestial realm, isn't this the Burning Fire sect's dungeon? One elder asked. Senior, it's a long story. I'll explain once we're out. Right now, I must go to the third floor to save others, David replied. He had no time for detailed explanations yet. Chapter 2493. Okay, we will accompany you to save the others, the old man said. David did not refuse. He led the four elders toward the third basement. This time, the demon envoy dared not follow. The four elders intimidated him. He never imagined that so many unpredictable experts were imprisoned in this dungeon. And they were all from the celestial realm? The envoy couldn't understand it. These people had always dreamed of returning to the celestial realm. Even Daning had once said they wanted to go back. But why were all the people in this dungeon from the celestial realm? What was going on? No one gave the envoy an answer. David led the four elders to the third floor of the dungeon. Although the third floor was the deepest part, the environment wasn't the worst. Many prisoners were held in each cell, men, women, and even children. David? How did you get here? David had just stepped onto the third floor when he heard someone call his name. It was Yu Jiaming, Yu Qian's daughter. They had met at the secret conference, so she recognized him. Miss you, David hurried over. I'm here to rescue you. Your father found me and asked me to save you. What's going on? Where is my father? Someone came for us, saying they wanted to see him, but then they locked us here, Yu Jiaming asked. It's a long story. I'd better get you out first. With that, David smashed the cell open with all his strength. Soon, he rescued the family members of the purple-robed envoys. Back on the first floor, the four elders of the artifact refining sect freed all the other prisoners. David didn't stop them. These prisoners were enemies of the Demon Heart sect. Freeing them would only create more trouble for the sect. When David emerged with the rescued people, the great elder of the artifact refining sect sensed the atmosphere and frowned. This is not the celestial realm. How did we end up in the secular world? David didn't answer. He took out the 90,000 Li Mountains and Rivers map. Miss you, I'll use the teleportation array to send you back to your secret realm. No matter what happens, don't leave it. The map flickered as David activated it. I'm not leaving. I want to find my father and know what's going on, Yu Jiaming said stubbornly. David didn't have time to argue. After sending the other purple-robed envoys' family members back to their realms, he turned to the Great Elder. Senior, I must deal with something urgent. If I survive, I will help you open a passage back to the celestial realm, David said. The Great Elder replied, we've been trapped for over 10 years, still chained. Now that we're free, how can we tear time and space to open a passage from the secular world to the celestial realm? The other elders exchanged blank, helpless looks. David felt a twinge of embarrassment. He could open the passage using the God King Bao, but doing so now would exhaust him. He couldn't afford to recover, he had to rush to stop the spirit energy recovery formation and save his girlfriend. Senior, wait here. If I come back alive, I will help you open the passage, David said firmly. Chapter 2494. Little brother, you're in trouble too. Since you saved us, we will not sit idly by. We will go with you, the Great Elders said. If they stayed behind, they couldn't survive here. By following David, they could help him, and he could open the passage to return them to the celestial realm later. The rescued prisoners all nodded. Without David, they would have no way to return. That's fine. I'll send you back when it's done, David said, nodding. He urgently needed help. Even with Yu Qian and the others inside, facing the Demon Heart sect alone was daunting. Now, with the elders of the Artifact Refining sect and the other celestial realm people helping him, he had more allies. Still, David was puzzled why all the celestial realm prisoners were in the Demon Heart sect's dungeon. How did they get here? There was no time to dwell on it. David led the elders and the others from the celestial realm out of the Demon Heart sect's secret realm, heading straight for the secret realm of the Taoist sect. As soon as they exited the Demon Heart sect's realm, the celestial realm people felt the oppressive laws of heaven and earth. Some frowned, others winced in pain. Fortunately, they soon reached the entrance of the Taoist sect's secret realm. David led everyone inside, the demon envoy following helplessly. He could only follow the imprint. Meanwhile, in the Taoist sect's secret realm, Ningji grew impatient. Deneng, is David here yet? I've been waiting for so long. Don't worry. He'll come, but only after he finishes his work, Deneng said lightly. Hearing this, the 6 purple-robed envoys behind Yu Qian broke into cold sweat. They knew, from Deneng's tone, exactly what David had been doing. Deneng suddenly turned to the envoys. You seem very hot. No, not hot, Yu Qian hurriedly denied. Deneng said nothing further, but the faint smile on his lips made Yu Qian and the others even more terrified. Soon, David arrived, hurriedly bringing the rescued people. Seeing the scene before him, his expression hardened. No wonder he hadn't seen some members in the Demon Heart sect's secret realm, they had been brought here. Hundreds of Demon Heart sect members were neatly arrayed. At the front stood Deneng, in a black robe, radiating an aura that was faintly terrifying. Behind him were the 6 purple-robed envoys. David glanced at them briefly, then fixed his gaze on Deneng. Among them, Yu Qian noticed her daughter, Yu Jiaming, following David, and realized he had rescued their family. Yet David had brought Yu Jiaming here, which angered Yu Qian. He thought David was using her as leverage, keeping them from fully cooperating. David, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you, Ningji said coldly, narrowing his eyes. David barely glanced at Ningji. His attention was solely on Deneng. In David's eyes, only Deneng was a true opponent, Ningji was merely a pest. Where are my girlfriends? David asked Deneng in a cold voice. Deneng said nothing, standing silently, his expression unreadable. Chapter 2495. Ningji was ignored by David and suddenly became furious. David, you dare to ignore me. Today, I'll make your life worse than death. After Ningxi spoke, the aura in his body erupted, the energy of the peak transformation realm surging instantly. Between Ningxi's brows, a black star glowed ominously. Feeling Ningxi's aura, Yu Qian and the others were furious. They knew that the strength Ningxi was displaying came at the cost of their disciples' lives. But Daning stood right in front of them, and none dared to act. The majesty of Daning made them fearful. After unleashing the aura of the peak transformation realm, Ningxi looked at David coldly. "See, this is real power." Ningxi didn't hesitate, his aura burst forth immediately. No matter what, David wanted to stop the spirit energy recovery. 6th rank of the transformation realm. Ningxi sneered after sensing David's aura. "You actually want to fight me?" The void trembled as Ningxi grabbed his golden long sword. Infused with his aura, the sword hummed with deadly energy. "Go to hell." Ningxi leaped forward with all his strength. He could not be defeated in front of Almighty, this was his chance to kill David. David's death would be inevitable if Daning chose not to intervene, and it seemed he did not care. Seeing this, David drew the dragon-slaying sword, its blade glowing as he clashed with Ningxi. Both fought with full force. Chaos erupted, the void shattered, and sword shadows streaked across the sky. Though David's realm was lower, he did not falter. While battling Ningxi, he carefully observed the movements of the powerful man, seeking the moment the spiritual energy recovery formation would activate. David and Ningxi fought fiercely, but Daning did not intervene. Instead, he waved his hand and commanded, "Kill everyone in front of you." The order was given to the 6 purple-robed envoys and hundreds of Demon Heart sect disciples. Yu Qian and the others hesitated. They were allied with David, needing to work together to destroy the Demon Heart sect. Yu Qian gave a subtle nod, and the 6 envoys gritted their teeth, unleashing their attacks together. Each palm carried the full weight of their life's training. They knew failure could cost them everything. Suddenly, the terrifying winds of their attacks slammed toward Daning, carrying destructive force. Yu Qian and the others were close, their combined palm strikes hit Daning instantly. But to their shock, the strikes penetrated Daning's body and dissipated into the void. Daning turned slowly to face them. Yu Qian and the others trembled, their legs weak, dumbfounded. Surprisingly, Daning did not attack them. He floated into the air, observing the battlefield below. Meanwhile, the Demon Heart sect members began to fight. The elders of the artifact refining sect grouped with the rescued prisoners, standing against the sect's disciples. Chapter 2496. The elders of the artifact refining sect, weakened after 10 years of imprisonment and prior injuries, struggled in the fight. Seeing this, Yu Qian and the others removed their masks and joined the battle. Yu Jiaming rushed to her father, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yu Qian had no time to explain and instead fought desperately against the Demon Heart sect. With their addition, the Demon Heart sect members were clearly at a disadvantage. The demon envoy watched from the sidelines, unsure what to do. Daning hovered in midair, observing every move of the battlefield. He did not show anger even as the Demon Heart sect members fell. To him, their deaths were inconsequential. David clashed with Ningxi, exchanging desperate sword strikes. Ningxi was stronger, but in combat, he gradually began to lose momentum. His expression darkened, the golden sword in his hand slashed with the ferocity of a venomous serpent. Below, the battle raged, yet no one noticed a black hole forming in the air of the Taoist sect's secret realm. It absorbed all energy, breath, aura, even the souls of the dead. Unaware, the combatants continued fighting to the death. As more people fell, Daning's smile grew brighter. "David, how can you compete with me so long when your realm is weaker?" Ningxi muttered in frustration. Why? Why can't I defeat him despite absorbing others' strength?" David's patience ran thin. He threw the dragon-slaying sword into the air, golden scales erupting from his body, covering him completely. Ningxi was startled. He had not expected David to toss his weapon. Realizing David's approach was cunning, Ningxi still refused to let the opportunity slip. "Go to hell." He slashed a golden sword light at David. The massive blade pierced the sky like a mountain. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Dazzling energy scattered in all directions, leaving everyone stunned, staring blankly at the chaos above. David was struck by the sword, plummeting like a meteor and crashing into the ground, gouging a pit over 10 meters deep. The elders of the artifact refining sect were shocked. They had expected David to wield the power of the heavenly human realm. Instead, he was overwhelmed immediately. Yu Qian and the others were also stunned. How could David even begin to handle Daneng and the entire Demon Heart sect if he struggled with Ningji? But Ningji laughed arrogantly, looking down at the smoldering pit. Ha ha ha, David, you were never a match for me. You've died in my hands. Unbeknownst to him, Jianling Zhongli hovered above, long sword drawn, exuding lethal sharpness, ready to strike Ningji. Daneng watched silently from midair. He clearly saw Zhongli's move but had no intention of intervening. Chapter 2497. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and David's figure appeared, leaping directly out of the deep pit. Although Ningji's sword had been incredibly powerful just moments ago, it had failed to harm David. Seeing David unscathed, Ningji, who had been arrogant and overconfident, froze, his smile instantly vanishing. Yu Qian and the others were also stunned. Yu Qian thought to himself, if it were him, even if he survived that strike, he would have been seriously injured. Yet David was completely unharmed. Golden light radiated around him, and he looked like a god of war clad in shining golden armor. You are too weak. You need to admit your incompetence. David looked at Ningji with a disdainful smile. Ah! I'll kill you. Ningji went berserk, utterly enraged at David. But just as Ningji lunged forward to attack again, a gust of wind whistled over his head. Ningji looked up and saw a sword light approaching at incredible speed. He had no time to dodge and was struck directly. Ah! Ningji screamed as his body collapsed heavily. The sword light dissipated, and Ningji's body vanished. Then Ningji was just killed like that. Evaporated? Feng Jingyan gulped, disbelief written all over his face. Everyone knew Ningji's strength. The 6 purple-robed envoys, except for Yu Qian, were no match for him. Yet now Ningji, at the peak of the transformation realm, had been annihilated by David. David, this is terrifying. Yu Qian muttered under his breath. At that moment, the sword Ling Zhongli, behind Yijian, transformed back into the dragon-slaying sword and returned to David's hand. Daneng, who had witnessed Ningji's disappearance, remained suspended in midair, his expression unreadable. David gripped the dragon-slaying sword, divine dragon power surging into it continuously. The God King Bao and dragon clock in his storage ring were also ready at a moment's notice. David knew that defeating Daneng required every possible resource. But just as David prepared to strike, a black spot suddenly appeared in the void, expanding rapidly. From the black spot, a figure emerged. David, I'm not so easy to kill. Ningji's eyes blazed with fire. The black starlight between his brows had disappeared, it had saved his life. David showed no surprise. He knew Daneng would not waste resources training someone so easily defeated. If I can't kill you once, I'll kill you 10 times. Let's see how many ways you have to survive. David said with a cold smile. Don't even think about killing me a second time. Ningji roared. A drop of bright red blood floated from the center of his brows, drifting into the black hole from which he had emerged. With the blood essence, a deafening roar echoed. Slowly, a massive figure began emerging from the black hole. As the giant body appeared, the sky and earth seemed to shift. Everyone felt an overwhelming pressure. A unicorn? David looked up at the enormous creature. It was a unicorn over 10 meters tall, exuding frigid energy. Ningji leapt onto the unicorn's back. This is a unicorn monster from the celestial realm, ice attribute, capable of freezing everything. The great elder of the artifact refining sect shouted at David in shock. Chapter 2498. David frowned at the elder's words. He had not expected Ningji's monster to be from the celestial realm. Could this black hole be a passage from the secular world to the celestial realm? Yet the black hole appeared calm inside, without turbulence or fluctuation. Before David could ponder further, Ningji commanded the unicorn to charge. The unicorn expelled a massive icy mist toward David. The cold wave surged like a giant tidal wave, enveloping him instantly. Frost rapidly formed around David. He resembled an ice sculpture. Even people on the ground were frozen before they could react. Everyone panicked, attempting to retreat. The Demon Heart sect members resumed attacking the elders of the artifact refining sect. The battlefield erupted once more, a cacophony of fighting, roaring, and clashing weapons forming a grim symphony. Ningji looked at the frozen David with disdain. The unicorn was only one of his many assets. While David was frozen and others were distracted by the battle, the entire Taoist sect secret realm began to shift. The surroundings changed dramatically, yet no one noticed. They were focused solely on survival and killing their enemies. Watching the transformations calmly, Daning finally revealed a faint smile. Ningji charged with the unicorn toward David. The frozen hero could not dodge, ready to be crushed under the collision. At that moment, a crisp cry echoed through the world. A gigantic fire phoenix, cloaked in golden wings, appeared. Flames raged across its enormous body. The phoenix flapped its wings, sending out waves of heat that instantly melted the icy mist. Those frozen on the ground were freed. Ningji's unicorn instinctively retreated, and David regained his freedom. The great elder of the artifact refining sect gasped. The divine beast, the fire phoenix? Everyone was shocked. How could so many gods and beasts from the celestial realm exist in the secular world? Huifeng's body transformed into human form, standing beside David. In the confrontation, the fire phoenix clearly dominated. Ningji's unicorn dared not advance against its heat. Huifeng! Why are you here? David was astonished. The Taoist sect's secret realm should not be easily accessible. How had the fire phoenix found its entrance? I sensed danger in your aura, so I came, Huifeng explained. David frowned. Then how did you enter the Taoist sect's secret realm? There's no teleportation array here. The Taoist sect's secret realm? Huifeng paused, then said, where are their secret realms? All secret realms have collapsed. Spiritual energy has returned to the secular world. This place is no longer a secret realm. David looked around in shock, stunned at Huifeng's revelation. Chapter 2499. Because the surrounding scenery had already changed, it was no longer the scene of the Taoist sect's secret realm. Yu Qian and the others were shocked when they heard Huifeng's words. They had always dreamed of the revival of spiritual energy, but now that it had truly returned, they were not happy at all. Instead, they felt a deep sense of crisis. After the spiritual energy recovered, the secret realms collapsed, and all their relatives would be exposed to the secular world. They did not know what bloody storms would erupt then. How did this happen? How did this happen? After all, we still failed to stop the recovery of spiritual energy, yet there is no sign of activation from the spiritual energy recovery formation. David could not figure it out. This spiritual energy recovery formation showed no activation signs, yet he and Ningji had been part of it. Normally, their fighting should have prevented the formation from activating. David was stupefied. He looked at Daning hovering in midair. Daning's towering body floated without moving, expressionless. David frowned tightly. A very bad premonition settled in his heart. Daning had worked so hard to revive the spiritual energy in the secular world, and now. David felt uneasy. Ha ha ha, the spiritual energy has returned, David. Your value is over. Today, you will die. Ningji also realized that the Taoist sect's secret realm had disappeared unconsciously, and the spiritual energy of the entire secular world had quietly recovered. Now that David had no value in Daning's eyes, Ningji could kill him without hesitation. Ningji's whole body trembled, and 5 drops of blood essence flew from the center of his eyebrows toward the black hole. The void shook, and with deafening roars, 5 huge monsters emerged from the black hole. The strength of these monsters matched that of the unicorn earlier, and all were Transformation Realm monsters. David narrowed his eyes. Ningxi had immediately summoned 6 Transformation Realm monsters, putting David under tremendous pressure. Although Hufeng was powerful, he could not face so many opponents alone. "David, I will bury you in the belly of my monsters," Ningxi shouted, directing the unicorn to charge at David while the other 5 monsters aggressively surrounded him. Yu Qian and the elders of the artifact refining sect wanted to help, but before they could move, they were blocked by the Demon Heart sect members. The fire phoenix turned, flames burning across its massive wings, shielding David. The sword spirit Zhongli also emerged instantly, holding his sword to protect David. "David, no matter what you do, it is useless against absolute strength now," Ningxi said arrogantly. David did not speak. The dragon crystal on his chest began to flicker, golden light shooting straight into the sky. The golden light struck the void, causing it to tremble, and a massive golden dragon slowly descended. With a dragon's chant, the dragon's body blazed with golden light, shocking everyone. 1 dragon and 1 phoenix now protected David, while the sword spirit Zhongli stood beside him, blocking incoming attacks. The monsters summoned by Ningxi trembled in fear and repeatedly retreated. These were divine beasts, not demonic beasts. Their aura far surpassed Ningxi's summoned monsters. No matter how Ningxi drove the unicorn and the others, they dared not advance. Chapter 2500. The dragon and phoenix launched a counterattack. Ningxi leapt to dodge, but the unicorn and other monsters faced devastating losses. The dragon and phoenix attacked like wolves among sheep. The monsters howled in agony, and soon, all 6 Transformation Realm monsters were struck down. They had no chance against these divine beasts. Seeing this, Ningxi jumped toward David, who was protected by the dragon, phoenix, and Zhongli. Ningxi knew he could not win. Just as he tried to flee toward Deneng, the dragon and phoenix blocked his path. David seized the opportunity to leap and slap Ningxi with his palm. Ningxi felt the force behind him and dodged in fright. He looked to Deneng, calling desperately, "Deneng, save me." Ningxi knew he was no match for David and the divine beasts. Without Deneng's intervention, he would die. But Deneng remained motionless, not even glancing at Ningxi. He merely raised his head slightly, gazing blankly at the sky. Boom! David's palm struck Ningxi, sending him crashing into the ground and forming a deep pit. Smoke and dust rose into the air. Everyone was stunned. David's strength had far exceeded their expectations. Neither the elders of the artifact refining sect nor Yu Qian and the purple-robed envoys had imagined David could wield such overwhelming power. With Ningxi buried in the pit, the golden dragon slowly vanished with a final roar, while the fire phoenix reformed into human shape, standing beside David. Ningxi is dead. You will be next. No matter how capable you are, you and I will end this. David's gaze fixed firmly on Deneng. Although he had failed to prevent the recovery of spiritual energy, he had to find a way to kill Deneng. Otherwise, the secular world would become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Deneng slowly lowered his slightly raised head, looking at David lightly. You are not worthy to fight me. Whether I am worthy or not, you will only know if you try. David's right hand gripped the dragon-slaying sword, which instantly appeared, radiating dragon power and humming fiercely. Just as David prepared to fight Deneng, a familiar voice rang out. David turned and saw Mr. Shi calmly walking over. Mr. Shi. David was surprised. Why was Mr. Shi here? Step back, Mr. Shi said with a smile. Mr. Shi, the spiritual recovery array has already activated. The whole secular world has recovered its spiritual energy. If you had come earlier, perhaps you could have stopped it, David said. Mr. Shi shook his head, smiling. Even if I had come earlier, I could not have stopped it. The recovery of spiritual energy is destiny. Destiny cannot be violated. This so-called spiritual recovery array was nothing but an illusion. After speaking, Mr. Shi looked at Deneng. Am I right? Ask Haoyan. At Mr. Shi's words, Deneng trembled slightly, clearly surprised. I didn't expect you already knew. Daning smiled as the black robe on his body slowly vanished, his looming figure solidifying. Soon, an old man with white hair and a long beard appeared before David and the others. Chapter 25:01. Seeing the old man who appeared, everyone was momentarily taken aback. None of them expected the great power of the demon heart sect to be a kind-hearted old man. Even the demon envoy was surprised. He had followed Daning for many years, and this was the first time he had seen Daning's true appearance. "Mr. Sure, what the hell is going on?" David was completely confused. It seemed that Mr. Sure knew the true power behind the demon heart sect, and he even called out Daning's name. Also, what Mr. Sure said earlier had seemed like a hoax. What was really happening? Don't you understand yet? Who set up this so-called spiritual energy recovery formation? Mr. Sure asked David. It's under Wen Haotian's control, David replied. Don't you think it's strange that the great power of the demon heart sect can be activated within a formation set up by Wen Haotian? Mr. Sure said. David fell into a state of bewilderment. His brain felt like it couldn't keep up. But soon, he seemed to realize something. His eyes widened as he looked at Wen Haotian. Is he the suzerain of the Taoist sect? David remembered the first time he had entered the Taoist sect's secret realm. Using the wordless heavenly book, he had glimpsed the scene of Wen Haotian. At that time, Wen Haotian's Taoist sect seemed peaceful, yet people disappeared in the blink of an eye. The sect had those stone statues and the so-called spiritual energy recovery formation. Mr. Sure did not answer David's question. He instead looked at Haotian and asked, was it worth sacrificing all the people from your sect to set up this massive formation and maintain it in the demon heart sect for so many years? Of course it was worth it. It's my mission. You don't understand, Wen Haotian said calmly. Mission? Mr. Sure frowned, his face darkening. You let countless people be buried alive just for your mission and to save a damned person. Do you know how many lives you've destroyed? Mr. Sure's gaze swept over the corpses on the ground. All of them had died because of Haotian's plan. You don't need to say more. It's useless. Some things will never be changed, and some things you can never stop. After Wen Haotian finished speaking, the once clear sky instantly darkened. In the sky, a cloud of black mist appeared, slowly forming into a huge human face. A pair of eyes shone with blinding light. When this face appeared, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. The giant mouth of the human face slowly opened, and a copper coffin flew out. The moment the coffin appeared, the stone statues on the ground trembled violently. Immediately afterward, 8 beams of light shot out from the 8 stone statues, converging above to envelop the copper coffin. The colored light suspended the coffin in midair. The 8 stone statues slowly disappeared, and Sonia and the others fell out of the statues. Yuchi. Seeing Sonia and the others fall, David rushed forward to check. Fortunately, Sonia and the others were unharmed, though their breathing was weak. David felt relieved. Mr. Sure, what's happening here? David was puzzled, dazed. Not only he, but everyone present was dumbfounded. Especially the Demon Heart sect members and Yu Qian. They had followed Daneng, believing him to be their leader. But in the end, the true power turned out to be a member of the Taoist sect, while all the Demon Heart sect members had been kept in the dark. The demon envoy, who had the most contact with Daneng, now realized that everything Daneng had said was false. Chapter 25:02. Can you feel the aura of that face in midair? Mr. Sure did not answer David directly but asked him instead. David nodded. Yes. Then feel it with your heart, Mr. Sure said. David closed his eyes slightly. His spiritual consciousness dissipated, and he focused on the aura emanating from the human face. Soon, David frowned, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What did you feel? Tell me, Mr. Sure asked. I feel the aura from this face is strange, chaotic, it seems to cover everything. I even feel my own aura within it. David said, trembling. The human face was condensed using the aura of all of you. Your fighting aura, your anger, and the souls of the dead have all been absorbed into it. That's why it was so easy to rescue people from the Demon Heart Sect dungeon. Hao Qian allowed it. If he hadn't, could you have rescued anyone with your own strength? You never wondered why the people in the 8 great secret realms were imprisoned on the 3rd floor? Were they that important? When you went to rescue them, you had to go through the 1st and 2nd floors and free the people imprisoned there. What Hao Qian really needed was for you to bring the rescued people here. The Demon Heart Sect members were mere pawns. Their lives didn't matter. Dead or alive, they became resources for Wen Haoyan. It doesn't matter if you understand this or not, but remember one thing: the hearts of the heavenly and human worlds are far more complicated than you think. Mr. Shi's words left David stunned. Now he understood why rescuing the people had gone so smoothly, why Yu Qian and his family were imprisoned on the 3rd floor, and why the people from the heavenly and human world were locked in the Demon Heart Sect dungeon. Even the Demon Heart Sect members and demon envoys, including Yu Qian, looked at Hao Qian in shock. Everything they had done had made them nothing more than chess pieces, waiting for this day to come. Looking at the corpses on the ground, everyone felt as if they had been stabbed. Why exactly? He worked so hard to set this up. What was it for? David did not understand. Hao Qian didn't care about his own sect disciples, yet he had turned many Demon Heart Sect members into pawns. Even Yu Qian and the others had been deceived for so many years. What was the purpose? Because he wants to resurrect the people in the copper coffin. Mr. Shi slowly raised his head, looking at the coffin wrapped in colorful light. David glanced at the coffin and asked, "Who's in it? Is it really worth Hao Qian's decades-long plan?" Everyone stared at Mr. Shi. Who was in the coffin that Hao Qian had hidden for so long? Mr. Shi smiled faintly. This is not for you to know. When the time comes, someone will tell you. After speaking, Mr. Shi looked at Wen Haoyan. I'm here to stop you. How dare you release this copper coffin? Wen Haoyan sneered. You can't stop it. The formation has been activated. The essence of 8 special physiques has entered the coffin. No one can stop it. If I'm here, then it will definitely be stopped, Mr. Shi said confidently. How will you stop it? Hao Qian asked, puzzled. With my life. As soon as Mr. Shi finished, Wen Haoyan's face changed drastically. Chapter 2503. I won't let you stop me. I've been laying this out for decades, and I won't let it be ruined in your hands. After Wen Haoyan finished speaking, he rose into the air and formed seals with both hands. A huge Bagua diagram appeared, then slammed directly onto the massive human face in the sky. Immediately afterward, the expression on that face changed continuously. Finally, it opened its mouth in rage, spewing out a scorching beam of light that shot straight onto the copper coffin. The multicolored rays merged with the light emitted from the human face, causing the copper coffin to shake violently as an extremely terrifying aura burst out from within. Seeing this, Mr. Shi waved his sleeves. A violent gust surged from the ground, instantly blasting Wen Haoyan backward. I will never let you succeed. If the people inside this copper coffin are resurrected, that will be the true day of extinction for the secular world. After speaking, Mr. Shi leaped onto the copper coffin. He then took out a bronze mirror from his robe. Light shone upon the mirror and was reflected straight back. When the enormous human face was struck by the reflected light, it became extremely ferocious. At the same time, countless images began flashing across the surface of the bronze mirror. Spiritual treasures flew through those images, radiating brilliant light. Various formations and spells intertwined, forming dazzling scenes of destruction. Just as Mr. Shi used the bronze mirror to block the incoming light, the multicolored rays above the copper coffin struck his back. The corners of Mr. Shi's eyes twitched slightly, but he did not move an inch. I will never let you stop my plan. Wen Haoyan roared and charged straight toward Mr. Shi. Mr. Shi, however, remained completely motionless. Mr. Shi. Seeing this, David rushed forward instinctively. Golden scales instantly covered David's entire body. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand erupted with deafening dragon roars. Slash! David stood in front of Mr. Sher and slashed his sword toward Wen Haoyan. A golden dragon roared out as the fierce sword energy transformed into a massive dragon, charging straight at Wen Haoyan. But Wen Haoyan didn't even bother to look. He casually waved his hand, instantly dissolving the sword energy. The golden dragon vanished on the spot. A terrifying force surged forward and smashed heavily into David. Boom! The indestructible golden body on David shattered instantly, turning into powder and scattering in the wind. David's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the ground in front of everyone. David! Everyone cried out nervously. David had sunk more than 10 meters into the ground. Master! Hufeng transformed into her phoenix form, flapping her massive wings and spewing blazing fireballs toward Wen Haoyan. Meanwhile, Yu Qian and Sonia rushed to David's side, pulling him out of the deep pit. At this moment, even the demon envoy looked tense. He didn't want David to die. The members of the Demon Heart sect had completely lost their will to fight. Now that they knew their so-called master had been using them as disposable pawns, none of them wanted to continue fighting. David's eyes were wide open after being rescued. His face was pale, but there were no visible external wounds. He struggled to stand up, determined not to let Wen Haoyan attack Mr. Sher. But the moment he stood, a mouthful of black blood spurted out. His face turned even uglier. David! Sonia hurriedly supported him, her face filled with distress. At that moment, a phoenix cry rang out. Immediately after, a loud crash followed. Everyone turned to look and saw Hufeng's massive body falling from the sky. She slammed heavily into the ground and reverted to her human form. Chapter 2504. Seeing Hufeng struck down, David became extremely anxious. We must not let him interfere with Mr. Sher. Otherwise, the entire secular world will suffer. David roared, struggling to break free from Sonia as he tried to rush toward Wen Haoyan. At that moment, the sword spirit Zhongli appeared instantly and charged straight at Wen Haoyan. David, you're seriously injured. I'll go. Sonia handed David to Wu Meyer and leaped into the air. I'll go too. Yu Jiameng also jumped up. David had saved them. There was no way Yu Jiameng could stand aside now. Daughter! Yu Qian shouted, then said grimly, things have reached this point. Even if we have to risk our lives, we cannot let the secular world be destroyed. After speaking, Yu Qian rushed forward. Feng Jingyan, Yao Qisheng, and the others followed closely behind. It's time. This bastard imprisoned us for so many years, now we take revenge. The great elder of the artifact refining sect charged forward with several brothers. Others responded immediately. Only the members of the Demon Heart sect remained, staring at one another in confusion. Brothers, we've been deceived for years. Now we demand an explanation. If the secular world is destroyed, we won't even have a place to die. The Demon Heart sect members finally rushed into the air. They formed a human wall in front of Mr. Sher, blocking Wen Haoyan's advance. Wen Haoyan looked at them coldly. Just a bunch of ants. Do you really think you can stop me? No matter how many ants there were, they were still ants. The sword spirit Zhongli slashed first. Everyone else attacked Wen Haoyan simultaneously. Countless spells, surging spiritual power, and various weapons slammed into Wen Haoyan. Wen Haoyan snorted coldly. A faint glow enveloped his body, instantly neutralizing every attack. Then he casually waved his palm. A terrifying gust of air swept outward. The human wall collapsed instantly. Many people were blown away from midair, dying on the spot. No matter how many there were, they truly were nothing but ants before Wen Haoyan. The elders of the artifact refining sect were strong, but after being imprisoned for years and suffering serious injuries, they could not display their full strength. Meanwhile, Mr. Sher continued blocking the light quietly. However, his complexion had become extremely pale, and the aura around him was rapidly weakening. As I said, no one can stop my plan. Wen Haoyan narrowed his eyes and struck Mr. Sher with a palm. But the instant he made his move, his vision went dark. A massive bell descended from above. Wen Haotian was sealed inside it and slammed violently into the ground. Boom! The dragon pattern clock crashed down, suppressing Wen Haotian within it. The dragon pattern clock! Yu Qian and the others were shocked and immediately looked at David. A red flame mark flickered on David's forehead. At the same time, the dragon crystal within his body pulsed violently. David's eyes were bloodshot. Holding a hammer, he staggered toward the dragon pattern clock. He's burning his blood essence. Does he want to die? Several elders of the artifact refining sect were stunned. David reached the dragon pattern clock in just a few steps and slammed it with the hammer. Buzz! The dragon pattern clock emitted an earth-shaking hum. Even Yu Qian and the others, standing far away, had to cover their ears. One could imagine how terrifying the shock was inside the clock. Ha ha ha. The dragon pattern clock is impressive, but it's a pity, you can't unleash its full power. Wen Haotian's laughter echoed from inside the clock, completely unharmed. Chapter 2505. Seeing this, David forced a few drops of blood out from between his eyebrows, and the flame imprint instantly became even hotter. Ah! David erupted with all his strength and smashed down hard with the bell hammer once again. Buzz! Along with a buzzing sound, terrifying auras spread rapidly in all directions like ripples. The entire earth began to tremble. Waves surged violently, forming rolling ripples across the water's surface. After this strike, Wen Haotian finally stopped moving inside the dragon pattern bell. Seeing this, David let out a long breath of relief. However, just as he was about to relax, the dragon pattern bell suddenly rose from the ground and shot straight into the sky. Immediately afterward, Wen Haotian emerged from the dragon pattern bell. He looked down at David and said coldly, "I told you before, this dragon pattern bell is indeed a good thing, but it's a pity you can't unleash its true power." After saying that, Wen Haotian instantly slammed the dragon pattern bell downward with a single palm. The bell came crashing down toward David like a falling meteor. Seeing this, David hurriedly rolled aside like a lazy donkey, barely dodging the attack. The dragon pattern bell smashed fiercely into the ground, triggering terrifying sound waves. Many people were so violently shaken by the sound waves that they vomited blood on the spot and died. At this moment, David was already in a state of panic. If he hadn't been burning his blood essence, he wouldn't even have had the strength to stand anymore. Ah! David put away the dragon pattern bell, and a God King bow appeared in his hands. Unleashing the full power of the Tao patterns, David fiercely pulled the bowstring. In an instant, countless arrow feathers densely condensed on the bowstring. But at this moment, Wen Haotian didn't even look at David. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the massive human face in the sky. That was because the huge human face had begun to distort, becoming lighter and weaker, as if it could disappear at any moment. Stop it! Wen Haotian roared and rushed straight toward Mr. Shi. If this massive human face disappeared, his plans spanning many years would utterly fail, and he would vanish along with it. He absolutely could not allow Mr. Shi to succeed. He had to stop him. Thousands of arrows piercing the heart. Just as Wen Haotian charged toward Mr. Shi, David instantly released the bowstring. Countless arrow feathers shot toward Wen Haotian like a storm. Wen Haotian didn't dodge at all, allowing the arrows to strike directly into his body. Although the arrow feathers caused him no real harm, they significantly slowed his speed. After releasing that attack, David's body could no longer hold on. He immediately collapsed to his knees. Wen Haotian forced his way through the arrow storm. Seeing the massive human face growing paler by the second, panic flashed through his eyes. Just as Wen Haotian broke through the arrows and raised his palm toward Mr. Shi, a figure suddenly stood in front of him once again. Wen Haotian froze in shock. He hadn't expected David, already in such a miserable state, to dare block him again. Boy, go to hell! Wen Haotian struck David fiercely with his palm. Boom! A terrifying aura enveloped David, and his body was blasted away like a shooting star. However, at the instant Wen Haotian's palm struck, the dragon-slaying sword emitted a powerful sword intent. That sword intent was incomparably pure, shielding David's heart. David's body smashed heavily into the ground. Everyone present thought he was finished. No one had ever survived a palm strike from Wen Haotian. Even Wen Haotian himself believed David's meridians had shattered and that he was already dead. David! Sonia and the others screamed. Even Mr. Sher couldn't help but look down at David. But just as everyone believed David was doomed, he slowly stood back up. Although the aura around him was extremely weak, he was still alive. Chapter 2506. The pure sword intent earlier was a life-saving sword intent bestowed by Jian Lao. It would activate only when David was in mortal danger. Without it, David would have already been reduced to minced flesh. Seeing that David was still alive, Wen Haotian's eyes were filled with disbelief. However, he no longer had time to deal with David. Stopping Mr. Sher was now his only priority. Wen Haotian slapped toward Mr. Sher again, but Mr. Sher merely smiled faintly at him. Immediately afterward, the massive human face in the sky began to slowly dissipate, until it vanished completely without a trace. No! Wen Haotian's eyes widened as he let out a hoarse roar. He was utterly unwilling. His plan of countless years had been destroyed in an instant. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Wen Haotian roared furiously, his killing intent surging as he prepared to strike Mr. Sher. Unfortunately, before he could act, his entire body trembled violently, and flames suddenly erupted from within him. Wen Haotian had planted Bagua imprints on that massive human face. Now that the face was gone, there was no way for him to survive. In just a few seconds, Wen Haotian's body burned away completely, leaving not even a trace of ashes. It was as if he had vanished from existence. At the exact moment when Haotian disappeared, several unwilling cries echoed from deep within Huafeng Zone. With the disappearance of the massive human face, the colorful radiance surrounding the copper coffin gradually dimmed. Soon after, the copper coffin itself also vanished. At the same time, Mr. Sher's body began to fade. His form grew weaker and weaker by the second. Mr. Sher. Seeing this, David used the last of his strength to leap toward Mr. Sher. He desperately tried to grab hold of him, failing again and again. No! I can't let you die. I absolutely can't let you die. David stared at Mr. Sher's fading figure, almost completely losing his sanity. Flames erupted wildly around him, as if trying to prevent Mr. Sher from disappearing. But it was useless. Mr. Sher's body continued to grow weaker. No! David roared as tears streamed down his face. Over the past few days, Mr. Sher had taken great care of him. In David's heart, Mr. Sher was already family. Watching someone so important disappear before his eyes, how could he not be devastated? David, there's no need to be sad. We will meet again. You must cultivate diligently, I'll be waiting for you. Mr. Sher said with a gentle smile. He showed no fear of death at all. Under David's tearful gaze, Mr. Sher's final silhouette vanished, and the heavens returned to calm once more. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains of the heaven and human realm, inside a secluded mansion, a middle-aged man who looked exactly like Mr. Sher slowly opened his eyes inside a study. His face was pale, and a trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Mr. Sher, I have already gathered everyone in the residence. At that moment, an elderly butler pushed the door open. After glancing at Mr. Sher's expression, he spoke respectfully. Inform them not to wander outside casually. The heaven and human realm may soon be reshuffled. Mr. Sher said calmly. I understand. The old butler withdrew. Mr. Sher walked to the window, pushed it open, gazed into the sky, and murmured softly. David, can you endure it? As the truth draws closer, the dangers will only increase. I hope you can persevere until the very end. Back in the secular world, David could no longer hold on. He fell from mid-air, his body utterly exhausted. Combined with the devastating emotional blow, David sank into a near comatose state. Master! David! Sonia, Huafeng, and the others rushed toward him in panic. Chapter 2507. But before they could reach David, a black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. a terrifying suction force erupted, and David's body was instantly sucked into the black hole. David! Sonia rushed toward the black hole without the slightest hesitation. Master! Huifeng also charged toward the black hole. The great elder of the artifact refining sect and the others stared at the suddenly appearing black hole, their faces lighting up with excitement. The passage has opened. Hurry, let's go. After speaking, the great elder of the artifact refining sect was the first to rush into the black hole. Several other elders, along with the prisoners from the heaven and human realm, followed closely behind. As these people rushed into the black hole, no one noticed that at the spot where Ningxi had fallen, a ball of light was instantly drawn into the black hole as well. Yu Qian and the others stared at the passage leading to the heaven and human realm, stunned for a moment. The heaven and human realm was a place they had long yearned for, but now that the passage was right in front of them, they hesitated. They didn't know whether, with their current strength, they could even survive there. Moreover, now that spiritual energy had recovered, cultivating in the secular world might also be a good choice. Just as Yu Qian and the others were hesitating, Yu Jiaming suddenly jumped into the black hole while Yu Qian wasn't paying attention. Daughter! Yu Qian instinctively chased after her, trying to grab Yu Jiaming. Unfortunately, the moment Yu Jiaming entered the black hole, it instantly vanished, and Yu Qian failed to catch her. Looking at the spot where the black hole had disappeared, Yu Qian was filled with worry. He was deeply concerned about Yu Jiaming's safety. But now that the black hole was gone, worrying was useless. So Yu Qian and the others exchanged glances with the people from the Demon Heart sect and then all left. The demon envoy was full of anxiety. David's life and death were uncertain, and the imprint in his mind could not be removed. He didn't even know how long he could continue living. Before long, the demon envoy also departed with the people of the Demon Heart sect. Xiaoru, let's go back and tell Sister Ruxue and the others. Wu Meyer called out to Xiaoru and hurried back toward Longmen in Kyoto. Kyoto, Longmen. The return of Wu Meyer and Xiaoru threw Longmen in Kyoto into chaos. After learning that David had been sucked into the black hole and that Sonia had jumped in to save him, Ji Ruxue and the other women became extremely anxious. Sister Ruxue, what should we do? We must find a way to rescue David. All the girls turned to look at Ji Ruxue. Whenever David wasn't around, they all listened to Ji Ruxue. After all, she had once been a palace master and had far more experience handling matters. We can't panic right now. We must stay calm, Ji Ruxue said quickly, forcing herself to think clearly. Don't tell mother about this yet. If she finds out, she'll be too worried. Ever since David had married them, all the women had changed how they addressed Long Ruotong and began calling her mother. What we need to figure out now is where that black hole leads. Without a destination, we have no way to find him. Gu Yuhan said. I don't know where the black hole leads either. I only heard them mention the heaven and human realm, but I don't really understand it. Wu Meyer said helplessly. This was the first time she had ever heard of the heaven and human realm. The heaven and human realm? Ji Ruxue frowned slightly. When I was cultivating with Mr. Shi, I heard him mention that place once or twice. The cultivators in the secret realms all eventually go to the heaven and human realm, but I don't know how to get there. After all, Gu Yuhan came from a secret realm, so she had some understanding of the heaven and human realm. But if we don't know how to get to the heaven and human realm, how are we supposed to save David? Xiaolan said anxiously. Now that Mr. Shi is gone, who can we even ask? Ji Ruxue's expression turned grave. She truly didn't know what to do. If Mr. Shi were still here, they could have sought his guidance. Chapter 2508. Master, who should know about the heaven and human realm? Let's ask him if he knows how to enter it. Han Qing'er, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke. Yes, let's ask Master Hu. He's well informed. Gu Jiayi immediately agreed. Seeing everyone in agreement, Ji Ruxue led the girls to find Humatzi. When Humatzi saw all of David's women coming to him, he immediately felt guilty. He thought they had discovered that he was always secretly eavesdropping on conversations. Master Hu, we have something to ask you. Jirushua explained everything to Humatsi from beginning to end. When Humatsi heard that David had been sucked into the black hole, entered the heaven and human realm, and was seriously injured, he immediately became anxious. I know a little about the heaven and human realm, but to enter it, you need extremely strong cultivation. You have to tear through time and space to open the passage. With our current strength, I'm afraid it's impossible. After all, Humatsi had followed David to the heaven and human realms some time ago, but he himself did not have the ability to open the passage. When the girls heard that only someone with overwhelming strength could tear apart time and space and open the path to the heaven and human realm, they all fell silent. I'll ask my father if there's any way. Guyuhan decided to ask Gutsungshin whether there was any method to open the passage. After all, Gutsungshin was the strongest person they knew. However, Guyuhan knew in her heart that even he likely couldn't open the space-time passage. If he could, he would have already gone to the heaven and human realm long ago instead of yearning for it every day. Still, with no other options, it was better to ask one more person. But just as Guyuhan was about to leave, Xing Jun walked in. Captain Xing. Seeing Xing Jun appear, Jirushua and the others were very puzzled. They often went to the Guardian Pavilion to cultivate under Mr. Shi's guidance and were familiar with Xing Jun, but he rarely came to Longmen. They couldn't understand why he suddenly appeared. Miss Rushua, before Mr. Shi left, he entrusted me with a letter for you. Xing Jun handed the letter to Jirushua and then turned around and left. This only deepened everyone's confusion. They couldn't understand how Mr. Shi, who had already passed away, could have prepared a letter in advance. Open it and see. Humatsi urged anxiously. Jirushua quickly opened the letter, and everyone gathered around to read it. After reading the contents, everyone's expressions instantly turned helpless. It's over, we can't save David for now. How could this happen? Did Mr. Shi already foresee that David would be sucked into the heaven and human realm? Mr. Shi is truly mysterious. It's like he can predict everything like a god. The girls spoke one after another. Humatsi, who had been too embarrassed to squeeze into the group earlier, hadn't seen the contents of the letter. He quickly asked. What's going on? What did Mr. Shi say? Jirushua explained the contents of the letter aloud. Mr. Shi said we must cultivate diligently. The passage between the secular world and the heaven and human realm cannot be opened within 1 year. He said that when spiritual energy fully recovers and the laws of heaven and earth fade away, the protection mechanism of the secular world will also be activated. He also said that after 1 year, even he doesn't know what the world will become. He told us to cultivate hard so that we can help David in the future. He also said that David will not be in danger, so we shouldn't worry. After listening, Humatsi fell into deep thought. After a long while, he said, if there really is no 1 year protection period, I don't even dare imagine what the secular world would become. It seems we truly must cultivate with all our strength. In the year that followed, Humatsi genuinely began cultivating like a madman. He didn't go near women for an entire year. These, however, were stories for later. Chapter 2509. The Heaven and Human Realm. Vast mountain ranges, towering ancient trees, and dense forests stretched endlessly. Beneath a massive tree, a figure lay quietly on the ground, completely motionless, as if already dead. A wild wolf slowly approached, staring at the figure with vigilance. It glanced around cautiously, and after confirming there was no ambush nearby, it stepped closer and lightly sniffed the figure. The wolf then gently prodded the figure with its paw. Seeing no reaction, it relaxed, opened its blood-filled mouth, and was about to bite down. But just as the wolf opened its mouth, an arrow feather suddenly shot over. Whoosh! The arrow pierced straight through the wolf's body. The injured wolf howled in pain, gave up on the figure, and turned to flee. However, 5 or 6 people rushed over from not far away, each holding weapons, and quickly surrounded the wolf. Already injured, the wolf was swiftly killed by the group. After killing the wolf, the group walked toward the figure lying on the ground. After a closer look, one of the girls cried out in shock. Brother David! This girl was Yunner, the same Yunner David had saved in the heaven and human realm not long ago. Today, she had gone hunting with Ollie and several young villagers, but she never expected to encounter David here. At this moment, David's face was deathly pale, his eyes tightly shut, and his breathing extremely weak, as if he could die at any moment. Beside him lay the god King Bao. When David had been sucked into the black hole, he hadn't had time to put it into his storage ring. How could he be so badly injured? His aura is extremely weak, as if all the energy in his body has been completely drained. Ollie frowned deeply as he examined David. Ollie had personally witnessed David's strength before. For someone that powerful to be injured like this, it meant his opponent must have been terrifyingly strong. Ollie instantly became alert. They lived near Dashi village, surviving by hunting and gathering herbs, and had never encountered anyone with such strength before. David's severe injuries proved that a terrifying expert had appeared nearby. If such a person had hostile intentions toward Dashi village, the village would be wiped out. Take the wolf's corpse quickly. We leave immediately. Ollie gave the order without hesitation. As several people lifted the wolf's body, Yunner looked at Ollie with tears in her eyes and pleaded. Brother Ollie, let's save brother David. If it weren't for him last time, I would have already been eaten by monsters. Although David had saved Yunner before and never harmed Dashi village, Ollie had always been wary of him. This time, Ollie was unwilling to take the risk. If David's enemies found him here, Dashi village would be doomed. Yunner, it's not that I don't want to save him, Ollie said solemnly. This man must have provoked someone terrifying to be beaten like this. If we rescue him and his enemies come after him, our entire Dashi village will be destroyed. Yunner understood Ollie's concern and knew that saving David could endanger the village. She said firmly. Brother Ollie, you all go. I'll stay here with brother David. Yunner, this place is filled with monsters. If you stay alone, you'll definitely be eaten. And this man could die at any moment, we may not be able to save him at all. Ollie tried to persuade her. If brother David dies, then I'll die with him. He gave me my life. If I can't save him, then I'll return my life to him. Yunner said resolutely. Chapter 25:10. Ollie looked at Yunner helplessly. After a long sigh, he finally said. All right. I'll carry him back to Dashi village, but I can't guarantee he'll survive. As he spoke, Ollie lifted David onto his back. Yunner wiped away her tears, glanced at the bow beside David, and picked it up. She knew it was David's weapon, though she had no idea it was the legendary god King Bao. After returning to Dashi village, Yunner asked Ollie to place David inside her home. Yunner, I have some herbal medicine here. Give him some. Whether he lives or dies will depend on his luck. If he dies, let me know. I'll carry him out and bury him properly. Ollie said as he handed Yunner a bundle of herbs. Thank you, brother Ollie. Yunner accepted the herbs gratefully. After Ollie left, a blind old woman slowly came out from another room. Yunner, I heard Ollie was here. What was he talking about just now? Who is injured? Why did he say someone might not survive? The old woman asked. Grandma, it's brother David, Yunner replied. Brother David? The old woman was momentarily stunned. Yunner then explained everything in detail. Only then did the old woman realize it was the young man who had visited before. Yunner, take me to see him, the old woman said. Yunner guided her into the room where David lay. The old woman checked David's breathing and felt his pulse before saying slowly. This boy is practically half dead. His body has been nearly hollowed out, and even his essence and blood have almost been burned away. Yet, he's still alive. Grandma, can brother David wake up? Yunner asked anxiously. I don't know. It depends on his fate. Don't give him any medicine, it won't help him. Just let him lie there. The old woman said. But just after she finished speaking, she suddenly frowned, turned her head slightly, and said. Yunner, what's over here? Why do I feel something strange? Yunner realized she was referring to the bow and said. "Grandma, this is Brother David's weapon. It's just a bow. It looks pretty broken." She picked up the God King bow and handed it to the old woman. But the moment the old woman touched the bow and gently stroked it, her entire body trembled, and the God King bow slipped from her hands and fell to the ground. "Grandma, what's wrong?" Yuna rushed forward to support her in alarm. "It's nothing, nothing." The old woman shook her head, then said seriously, "Yuna, quickly wrap this bow in a cloth and hide it. Don't tell anyone about it. Do you understand?" Yuna looked confused. "Grandma, is there something special about this bow? Brother Ali and the others have already seen it." "There's nothing special," the old woman said sternly. "Just do as I say. Hurry." Seeing her grandmother's serious expression, Yuna didn't dare question further. She wrapped the God King bow in cloth and hid it in a concealed spot. After Yuna left, the old woman felt David's extremely faint breath and murmured softly, "Who exactly are you? You possess the God King bow and yet suffered such a terrifying injury. I only hope you won't bring disaster to this small mountain village." After speaking, the old woman turned and slowly groped her way out of the room. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. For those 3 days, Yuna took meticulous care of David. However, David still hadn't woken up. His aura remained extremely weak, and he was still hovering on the edge of death. Chapter 25:11. "Brother David, wake up. Please don't let anything happen to you." Yuna held the jade pendant David had given her, her eyes filled with anticipation. She desperately hoped David would wake up soon. If he failed to survive, Yuna would be overwhelmed with guilt. After all, David had saved her life. Just as Yuna clutched the jade pendant and prayed for David to awaken, the power of dragon wind that David had once infused into the pendant slowly flowed out. That force drifted from the pendant and entered David's body. It was this combined power of dragon and phoenix that gave David's crumbling body a trace of vitality. Slowly, David opened his eyes. "Where am I?" As David opened his eyes, his head felt heavy and dizzy, and there was no strength in his body. He tried to sit up, but the moment he exerted himself, unbearable pain surged through him. He had no strength at all. His limbs felt completely out of his control. However, seeing the old roof above him, he realized he was inside a room. The moment Yuna saw David open his eyes, she jumped up in excitement and said joyfully, "Brother David, you're awake. You finally woke up." David looked at the girl in front of him with confusion. For a moment, he couldn't recall her clearly. When he had left Dashi village before, he hadn't thought much of it, believing he would never again have anything to do with such a small mountain village. "Brother David, don't you recognize me? I'm Yuna. This is Dashi village," Yuna said anxiously. Only then did David recall her faintly. He asked weakly, "Yuna, why am I here?" David could only remember being sucked in by a terrifying force, followed by Hufeng, Sonia, and the others shouting as they chased after him. He didn't know that the black hole was a passage to the heaven and human realm. Judging from the situation now, he had already arrived there. "Brother David, you were seriously injured. Brother Ali and I found you while hunting and brought you back. You've been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. I was really afraid you wouldn't wake up," Yuna said. At this moment, David felt a bit of strength return. With Yuna's support, he slowly sat up on the bed, though his mind was still muddled. David began carefully recalling everything. The revival of spiritual energy. Wen Dao's sect. Mr. Shi's disappearance. Suddenly, his expression changed. The God King Bao. Where is my God King Bao? David suddenly remembered that before he lost consciousness, he hadn't had time to store the God King Bao. That was a divine weapon. Without it, he had no way to obstruct Wen Haotian. Although David hadn't been strong enough to injure Wen Haotian with the God King Bao, the countless arrow feathers had still slowed him down, allowing Mr. Shi to successfully prevent the resurrection of the being inside the copper coffin. When Yuna heard this, she immediately understood that David was asking about his weapon. Brother David, are you looking for your weapon? I've already hidden it for you. I'll go get it right now. Yunner said as she turned to retrieve the God King bow. But just as she reached the door, she was stopped by the old woman. Grandma, Brother David is awake. I'm going to bring him his weapon, Yunner said happily. Yunner, don't touch that bow. Go outside first. I have something to ask him, the old woman said firmly. Yunner was displeased. After all, it was David's weapon. Why shouldn't he have it now that he had woken up? Seeing Yunner hesitate, the old woman's face turned cold. Go out. The sudden reprimand startled Yunner. Tears instantly welled up and streamed down her face. Chapter 25:12. For so many years, the old woman had always treated Yunner kindly and had never scolded her like this. Although they weren't related by blood, they were closer than family. Seeing Yunner's grievance, the old woman's expression softened slightly. Yunner, go out first. I truly have something to discuss with Brother David. In his current condition, he can't even stand steadily. Even if you give him the weapon, he won't be able to lift it. Leave it for now. Oh. Yunner nodded, glanced at David, and David gently motioned for her to go out. Although David didn't know what the old woman wanted to say, he sensed no malice. After all, he had been unconscious for days. If she had wanted to harm him, she would have done so long ago. After Yunner left, the old woman walked into the room. Despite being blind, she emitted an invisible pressure that made David uneasy. Who are you? The old woman asked. Who are you? David asked in return. David already knew she belonged to the demon race, yet she lived quietly in a human mountain village. That alone made her suspicious. Knowing David had seen through her identity, the old woman didn't hide it. I come from the blood flame fortress of the demon race. Our bloodline has been hunted down, so I have hidden my identity here for decades. David nodded slightly. He had never heard of Blood Flame Fortress, nor did he know why they were being hunted, but the old woman didn't appear to be lying. I come from the secular world, David said calmly. Nonsense. The old woman scolded sharply. How could you possibly be from the secular world? You possess the God King Bow, a weapon of the heaven and human realm. Countless experts here have sought it and failed. How could someone from the secular world obtain it? In her eyes, countless masters of the heaven and human realm had died trying to acquire the God King Bow. It was impossible for a mere secular cultivator to possess it. I am from the secular world, David replied coldly. As for how I obtained the God King Bow, that's my business. I have no obligation to explain it to you. Although David sensed no hostility from her, he would never reveal all his secrets. Then what about your injuries? The old woman asked sharply. Your essence and blood are nearly exhausted. Your meridians are shattered, your consciousness collapsed, and your dantian is empty. You're nothing but a hollow shell. And yet, you woke up after only 3 days. Anyone else would have been dead already. David answered truthfully. I was injured by enemies in the secular world. As for how I got here, I don't fully understand. I was sucked into a black hole and then appeared here. Yunner saved me. The old woman fell silent, frowning deeply. After a long pause, she said, Since you saved Yunner's life, you may stay here. In your current condition, if you leave this place, you will die. As for the God King Bow, I instructed Yunner to hide it. With your present strength, that weapon will only bring you disaster. When you recover, I will have Yunner return it to you. Don't worry, I won't covet it. Even though it's an ultimate divine weapon, I have no interest in stealing it. After speaking, the old woman turned to leave. At the doorway, she paused and added, Even though you're awake, don't wander around casually. And do not leave Dashi village, or you'll bring calamity upon these villagers. Chapter 25:13. After the old woman left, David felt that she was not a bad person. For a member of the demon clan to still care about the life and death of the people in this small mountain village was rare. David lay quietly on the bed, slowly recalling everything that happened when he was sucked into the black hole. I don't know where Yuchi and Huifeng were teleported to in the heavenly human world. David felt a little worried. Master! Master! At this moment, the voice of sword spirit Zhongli sounded in David's mind. Zhongli, how are you? David asked hurriedly. At that time, sword spirit Zhongli had also suffered heavy damage. Master, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to leave your body and protect you in the short term. Zhongli said in a weak voice. You focus on recovering first. When my strength returns, I'll take you to see Master Ironhammer and let Master Jian repair you at Zijiantan. David comforted Zhongli. Master, your aura is extremely weak right now. You must take care of your body. Zhongli said worriedly. At this moment, Yun'er walked in carrying a bowl of hot noodles. David immediately stopped communicating with Zhongli. If Yun'er noticed this, she would definitely think he was crazy. Brother David, you've been unconscious for several days. Eat something to replenish your body. I added monster meat, it can strengthen your physique. If Grandma finds out, she'll definitely scold me. I was supposed to exchange this monster meat for spirit coins in town. Yun'er smiled brightly. Looking at the innocent Yun'er, David's eyes were filled with gratitude. Without her, he would have died in the wilderness of the heavenly human world. David took the bowl of noodles, glanced at the chunks of monster meat inside, and said sincerely, Yun'er, when I recover, I'll give you more monster meat than you can eat, and a mountain of beast pills. Brother David, I don't need anything from you. As long as you recover properly, that's enough. I'm going hunting with Brother Ali now, or we'll all starve. After saying that, Yun'er turned and left. After Yun'er left, David remained in the room, slowly recuperating. As he examined his body, David frowned slightly. His meridians were broken, his consciousness severely damaged, his dantian empty, and even the dragon crystal had lost its luster. To still be alive in this state. Even David himself was shocked. He had nearly burned out all his essence and blood. He never thought he could survive. This was entirely thanks to his powerful physical body. Although his strength was gone, his body itself remained intact. Even if someone from the Aperture Realm came now, they wouldn't be able to injure his body at all. Surviving Wen Haotian's hands was already a miracle among miracles. Luckily, the heavenly human world is rich in spiritual energy. Recovering slowly shouldn't be a problem. David comforted himself. He was truly afraid that his strength would never return to its former level. Even now, David was still thinking that once he recovered, he would find Sonia and Huifeng, open a passage, and return to the secular world. He had no idea that the secular world had already activated its protection mechanism, and that the passage between the heavenly human world and the secular world could not be opened for an entire year. David sat quietly on the bed. Fortunately, there were no powerful experts near this small mountain village. With his current physical body, at least he wouldn't be completely defenseless. But once he left this place, David had no idea who he might encounter. For 3 consecutive days, David slowly circulated the concentration art to adjust his body. His dantian finally accumulated a trace of spiritual power, which made him extremely happy. During these 3 days, Yun'er went hunting with Ali and the others every day. Every time she returned, she would visit David, and when cooking, she always put monster meat into David's bowl, while the old woman ate only vegetables. Chapter 25:14. David knew that the people of Dashi village lived in poverty, especially Yun'er's household. It seemed that Ali deliberately took care of her, bringing her along every time he went hunting so she could benefit as well. Otherwise, how could a 17 or 18-year-old girl support herself while also taking care of a blind old woman? Brother David, eat quickly. Grandma and I don't like meat. You need to eat more to nourish your body. Yun'er said happily when she noticed David's complexion improving day by day. Alright, I'll eat. David nodded. He also wanted to recover his strength as soon as possible so he could help Yun'er. With his current condition, no one in Dashi village could threaten him, even Ali was no match for him. Seeing David eating heartily, Yun'er laughed. Yun'er, do you go hunting every day? David asked. He wanted to learn more about Dashi village and the surrounding environment. When he passed through earlier, he hadn't known anything about this place. Of course. If we don't hunt, what would we eat? Besides, I have to sell the animal skins and beast pills for money so I can hire the best doctor in town to treat Grandma's eyes. Yunner said optimistically. Yunner, don't exhaust yourself over my eyes. I'm blind anyway, don't waste your energy. The old woman advised gently. Grandma, don't worry. I already asked around. Dr. Zhang has returned to town. When I have time, I'll ask him to treat your eyes. Yunner smiled faintly. Seeing Yunner's optimism, David was deeply moved. Under such harsh conditions, a girl of her age could still remain so hopeful. After the meal, Yunner went hunting again with the villagers, while David stayed behind to cultivate. During these days, David and the old woman had barely spoken. Both remained cautious of each other. When David finished cultivating and opened his eyes, the sky was already dark, but Yunner hadn't come to call him for dinner. Normally, she would have returned by now. Sensing something wrong, David stood up and walked outside. He saw the old woman standing anxiously at the courtyard gate, clearly waiting for Yunner as well. This isn't right. Yunner has never come back this late. Could something have happened to her? The old woman muttered to herself as she paced. Just as David was about to step forward and ask, a shirtless teenage boy came running over, shouting at the top of his lungs, something bad happened. Our prey was robbed. Brother Ali and the others have been captured. Everyone grab your weapons and save them. With his shouting, the villagers of Dashi village quickly gathered, men and women, young and old, each holding a weapon. The old woman grew even more anxious when she heard that Yunner had been taken. Little friend, what happened? David stopped the boy and asked. The boy glanced at David and said quickly, Brother Ali and Sister Yunner hunted a monster tiger today, but people from neighboring Daching village stopped them and demanded the prey. When Brother Ali refused, a fight broke out. Brother Ali and Sister Yunner were injured and captured. I escaped and came back to call for help. The moment David heard that Yunner was injured, an overwhelming killing intent burst out of his body. The terrifying aura made the boy tremble violently. He stood frozen in place, not daring to move as he stared at David. Chapter 25:15. Seeing this, David quickly restrained his killing intent and said to the little boy, Little friend, what's your name? Take me there right now. I'll rescue Yunner and the others. My name is Zhuzi. Just the two of us won't work. I'm going to find the old village chief. After saying that, Zhuzi ran toward a house. Seeing this, David had no choice but to follow him. At the moment, only Zhuzi knew where Yunner and the others were being held. Soon, David followed Zhuzi into the house and saw a thin old man sitting on a chair, smoking a dry tobacco pipe. This man was the former village chief of Dashi village. Later, due to his advanced age, he handed the position over to the younger Ali. However, the old village chief was still highly respected in Dashi village. Whenever Ali was absent, major matters still required the old village chief's decision. The old village chief glanced at David but showed no surprise. David had been in Dashi village for several days already, and everyone knew about him. Zhuzi, what happened? I heard you shouting outside, the old village chief asked. Old village chief, Brother Ali and Sister Yunner hunted and killed a demon tiger, but they were robbed by people from Daching village. Ali and Sister Yunner were injured, and now they've all been detained. Zhuzi said anxiously. What? The old village chief's eyes turned cold instantly. He slammed the dry tobacco pipe onto the table. The bastards from Daching village have always gone against us. Now they dare to rob openly and beat our people. Gather everyone in Dashi village immediately. We'll fight them. After speaking, the old village chief bent down and pulled out a large, rusted knife from under the table. Wait. David stopped Zhuzi and then asked the old village chief, how does Dashi village's strength compare to Daching village's? Before the old village chief could answer, Zhuzi blurted out, what can we do? Daching village has twice our population and much stronger fighters. They bully us all the time, and we can only swallow our anger. Juzi, shut up. The old village chief scolded him, then looked at David and said, even if Dashi village isn't as strong as Daching village, we are not people they can bully at will. We must rescue Ali and the others. The old village chief was clearly anxious. When pushed to the edge, even a rabbit will bite. Old village chief, since our strength is weaker than theirs, rushing over with everyone will only lead to heavy losses. Dashi village may suffer devastating casualties. David quickly tried to persuade him. Then what do you suggest? Just sit here and watch Daching village bully us and arrest our people without saving them? The old village chief shouted angrily. I didn't say we wouldn't save them. There's no need to mobilize the whole village. Let Juzi take me to where Yunner and the others are being held. I can rescue them myself. David said firmly. Just you? The old village chief looked David up and down. I know you were powerful before, but now you're basically a cripple. Your essence and blood are burned out, and your aura is extremely weak. How can you save anyone? It was already a blessing that David was still alive. Wanting to rescue others in this state sounded absurd. Clearly, the old village chief didn't believe him at all. Old village chief, are you willing to watch the men, women, and children of your village die miserably? I hope you'll trust me. I will definitely bring them back. David promised solemnly. Although David had only recovered a tiny fraction of his strength, it was more than enough to deal with nearby villagers. Chapter 25:16. For David, it was no different from an adult beating children. David had already figured out that Ali, the strongest fighter in Dashi village, was merely someone who had just stepped into the transformation realm. In secular terms, he was at most a great marquis. As long as David recovered even a little more strength, defeating a marquis-level opponent would still be easy. You really think you can save them? The old village chief still looked doubtful. Old village chief, Yunner saved my life and allowed me to stay in Dashi village. The villagers didn't drive me away or mistreat Yunner. That means Dashi village has shown me kindness. How could I lie to you? David spoke sincerely. The old village chief stared at him for a long time, then finally nodded. All right. Let Juzi take you there. But if you encounter danger, come back immediately. Understood. Thank you, old village chief. David was genuinely grateful. The old village chief also knew that even if the entire village went, it would only increase casualties. In the worst case, Dashi village could be completely wiped out. Since David dared to make such a promise, the old village chief decided to let him try. Juzi, don't waste time. Let's go. David urged. Juzi looked at the old village chief, who waved his hand and said, Go. Be careful. Juzi nodded and led David out of the house. As Juzi passed through his own home, he grabbed a long knife nearly as tall as himself, along with a bow and arrows. When we meet those bastards from Daching village, I'll shoot them dead. Juzi gritted his teeth. His hatred toward Daching village was obvious. Juzi, do people from Daching village bully you often? David asked. Yes. They rely on their numbers and strength to bully us. Originally, each village had its own hunting grounds in this mountain range. But Daching village expands its territory every year, squeezing our hunting grounds smaller and smaller. Every time we go out, we come back with less prey. Our village just keeps getting poorer. Juzi explained. Hearing this, David understood. The conflict between Daching village and Dashi village was a long-standing feud over resources. If they just wanted resources, why hurt people? Why arrest Yunner and the others? David asked, puzzled. Brother David, you don't know how vicious those people are. They capture our villagers to extort resources, and they also launch surprise attacks to rob us. That's why we built a watchtower, to guard against Daching village. They don't just rob. They kill. My father was killed by people from Daching village. As Juzi spoke, he began to cry. Seeing this, David stepped forward, gently patted Juzi's head, and said coldly, no wonder they're so cruel. They're nothing but bandits. They were bandits to begin with. Daching village used to be a bandit stronghold. Later, because of its good location and vast hunting grounds, more people settled there, and that's how today's Daching village came to be. Juzi explained. David finally understood why the people of Daching village were so ruthless. They were nothing more than vicious bandits wearing the skin of villagers. David and Juzi continued walking and soon reached the foot of the mountain range. Monsters occasionally appeared here, but they were mostly low-level beasts with little value. To hunt stronger monsters, Ali and the others usually went deeper into the jungle. Chapter 25:17. Brother David, the place where we were robbed is just ahead, but I don't know if Brother Ali and the others are still there. But we can't go too deep into the mountains. There are many powerful monsters inside, and their strength is extremely terrifying. However, monsters of that level are also very valuable. Their beast pills and beast meat can be sold for a lot of money. When I train hard and become stronger, I'll go deep into the mountains to hunt monsters and make money. When that happens, the people of Daching village will be trampled under my feet. Juzi spoke seriously, longing flashing in his eyes. He yearned for strength, yearned to become a powerful expert one day. When I recover, I'll take you to hunt high-level monsters, David said, rubbing Juzi's head. Brother David, I heard people in the village say you're very strong. They said even the stone houses in our village couldn't trap you. Is that true? Juzi looked at David with admiration. David nodded. That's right. It's true. Damn. Brother David, are you really that awesome? Teach me how to cultivate. I want to be as strong as you. Juzi was excited at first, but the excitement quickly faded. He frowned and said, but you're so strong, and you were still almost beaten to death. It looks like you're not the strongest yet. I want to be the strongest. David smiled and patted Juzi's head. I believe in you. You'll definitely become the strongest. Juzi was still young. Perhaps he didn't even truly understand what the strongest meant. After walking for a while, Juzi suddenly stopped. He looked around carefully, then stared at a tree and frowned. This is the place. Why is there no one here? Juzi, what's wrong? David asked. Brother David, Brother Ali and Sister Yuna were arrested here, but now there's no one. I marked this tree. Juzi pointed to a mark on the tree. They may have already left. Could they have taken them to Daching village? David asked. That's very possible. If they're taken to Daching village, it'll be troublesome. We won't be able to rescue them without paying spirit coins. Juzi said gloomily. Juzi, do you know where Daching village is? David asked. Of course. We'll reach it after passing through here and circling that hill. But by the time we get there, it'll probably be dark. And there are only the two of us. If we go there like this, we might be captured too. Juzi said worriedly. Isn't there a shortcut? Why take such a long detour? David asked. There is a shortcut, straight through this mountain range. But the monsters deep inside are too strong and dangerous. No one dares go that way. Juzi replied. It's fine. Take me there. If we take too long, Yuna and the others could be in danger. David said confidently. Juzi looked at David, hesitated for a moment, then nodded and led him toward the depths of the mountains. As they went deeper, the monster aura around them grew stronger and stronger. Juzi clutched the long knife in his hand, cold sweat covering his forehead. Juzi, don't be so nervous. I'll protect you. David tried to reassure him. But just as he finished speaking, a demon wolf flashed past them. Juzi hurriedly drew his bow and nocked an arrow, but David stopped him. David could see clearly that the demon wolf wasn't targeting them. Its mouth was stained with blood. It was already full and had no interest in attacking them, so it simply passed by. Chapter 25:18. There's a strong smell of human blood. Someone ahead must be injured. After the demon wolf left, David smelled the thick scent of human blood. Human blood? Could it be Brother Ali and the others? Juzi said nervously. Let's go. We'll take a look. David grabbed Juzi and followed the scent of blood. Soon, they discovered a corpse that had been completely mutilated and eaten. It was obvious the demon wolf had devoured it earlier. Ugh! Juzi immediately vomited upon seeing the corpse. After all, he was still a child and had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. David frowned slightly and squatted down to inspect it carefully. However, the corpse was so mangled that he couldn't identify who it was. Juzi, do you think this person was from Dashi village? David asked. Juzi covered his mouth and nose, forced himself to look again, then shook his head. No. This is someone from Daching village. You can tell from the clothes. How could people from Daching village appear here? David frowned, puzzled. Could it be that after capturing Yunar and the others, they didn't return to Daching village and instead went deeper into the mountains? David pondered for a moment, then stood up and glanced at the unrecognizable corpse. This was the heavenly human realm that people in the secular world dreamed of, but here, people struggled desperately every day just to survive. Brother David, could it be that the people from Daching village used Brother Ali and the others as bait to hunt high-level monsters? Juzi asked. If Dashi village's people were used as bait, why would someone from Daching village die here? David said coldly. Let's catch up and see. After speaking, David picked up the pace. Along the way, David carefully observed the surroundings. Blood stains appeared on several trees, human blood. Following the trail, they would definitely catch up. Whoa! Suddenly, a demon wolf rushed out, blocking their path. Its gloomy eyes locked onto David and Juzi, its mouth dripping with blood. This demon wolf clearly wasn't full. It had set its sights on them. The terrifying aura emanating from the demon wolf made David frown. It seems my strength has recovered too little. I didn't even sense this demon wolf in advance. David muttered. If he hadn't been injured before, even from several miles away, he would have sensed the demon wolf's terrifying aura. But now, with the demon wolf right in front of him, David realized just how badly his strength and divine consciousness had yet to recover. Juzi gripped his long knife tightly, his legs shaking violently. He was terrified, scared out of his mind. Just the two of them, how could they deal with such a monster? David instinctively reached out with his right hand, trying to summon the dragon-slaying sword. Unfortunately, it didn't appear. Only then did David remember, the sword spirit Zhongli was still injured and recuperating. Seeing David grasping at the air, Juzi thought David lacked a weapon. He hurriedly handed the long knife in his hand to David. Looking at the long knife, David smiled faintly. A blade was better than bare hands. Roar! The demon wolf roared angrily, its body turning into an afterimage as it lunged toward David at terrifying speed. Juzi staggered backward in fear, his face deathly pale. David tightened his grip on the long knife, his expression calm but focused. He didn't know exactly how much strength he had recovered, but now, there was no choice but to fight. Chapter 25:19. Moreover, the damage he had caused by burning his blood essence was too severe. David did not know whether it would be possible to restore everything to its previous state. However, David's physical body was tough enough. Even if he couldn't defeat the demon wolf would never be able to eat him. The demon wolf's fangs simply couldn't break through the defense of David's body. The demon wolf rushed in front of David. David focused his spiritual power into the long knife in his hand and swung it fiercely to the side. Slash! The wolf's body flew past David's head, and a large amount of blood burst out from its abdomen. David's blade had sliced straight through the demon wolf's belly, spilling all of its intestines onto the ground. Even though David had only recovered part of his strength, dealing with a single demon wolf was still effortless for him. The demon wolf crashed heavily to the ground, howling in agony. It stared at David with eyes filled with terror, then struggled to its feet and fled desperately. Whoosh! Just as the wolf turned to run, an arrow shot through the air and struck it directly in the head. The arrow had been fired by Juzi. Seeing that David had easily disemboweled the demon wolf, his fear had greatly diminished. The demon wolf didn't even have time to howl before collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. "Juzi, your archery skills are impressive," David said, praising him. "Brother David, you're amazing. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have dared to draw my bow," Juzi said with admiration in his eyes. Juzi then walked up to the demon wolf, took out a dagger, and skillfully extracted the wolf pill. After that, he peeled off the wolf's hide. As for the meat, there was no way to take it along. They still had to go deeper into the mountains, and Juzi couldn't possibly carry the heavy wolf carcass on his back. Although demon wolf meat could sell for a good price, Juzi could only feel reluctant and helpless. Seeing Juzi's expression, David smiled faintly. "Take the wolf meat with you." As he finished speaking, David casually waved his hand and stored the demon wolf's body into his storage ring. The wolf vanished instantly. Juzi's eyes widened in shock. "Brother David, what kind of spell is that? Where did the wolf go?" "I put it into my storage ring," David replied calmly. "When we return to Dashi village, I'll take it out. You can sell it for money." "A storage ring? That's incredible!" Juzi exclaimed excitedly. "That demon wolf alone could fetch a huge sum." David continued forward with Juzi. Before long, they discovered a man lying beneath a large tree. He was barely breathing. His lower body had already been completely eaten by demon wolves, and the ground was soaked with blood. Juzi froze when he saw the man. Then he rushed forward and cried loudly, "Brother Xuanzi! Brother Xuanzi! What happened to you? Where are Brother Ali and the others?" He knelt beside him, completely at a loss. Xuanzi slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Juzi, his lips trembled as if he wanted to speak, but no sound came out. His injuries were simply too severe. David immediately recognized him as someone from Dashi village. He stepped forward and injected a stream of spiritual energy into Xuanzi's body. Xuanzi finally took a deep breath and spoke weakly, "Juzi, go quickly, save Ali and the others." They went deeper into the mountains. "Don't rush. Tell me slowly," David said urgently. "Weren't you captured by people from Daching village?" David needed to know what had happened to Yunner and the others. Xuanzi licked his dry lips. David quickly took out a water flask and tried to feed him, but Xuanzi spat it out almost immediately. He was too badly injured to swallow anything. Chapter 25-20. "We were captured by people from Daching village," Xuanzi said weakly. "But they wanted to hunt high-level monsters, so they used us as bait and forced us into the depths of the mountain range. They drove us forward relentlessly. In order to escape them, we had no choice but to run deeper and deeper into the mountains. The people from Daching village chased us the entire way. Along the road, we had to deal with demon wolves while trying to avoid them. Ali and the others are in grave danger now. Ahead is the territory of a demon wolf pack. If they encounter a whole pack, no one will survive. Hurry, go save them, don't worry about me. I know I won't make it." Xuanzi urged David to leave him behind. David looked at Xuanzi and knew very well that he could not survive in this condition. Still, he tried to comfort him. "Hold on. We'll rescue Ali and the others and come back for you. We'll take you back to the village for treatment." As David stood up to leave with Juzi, Xuanzi suddenly grabbed his arm. "I know my own condition," Xuanzi said weakly. "I don't want to lie here and bleed to death in agony. Please, give me a quick end. It was better to die peacefully than to slowly suffer and bleed out." David's heart clenched. He didn't want to do this, but he knew there was no other way to ease Xuanzi's pain. In the end, David slowly placed his hand on top of Xuanzi's head. A gentle stream of spiritual energy flowed down. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Xuanzi's mouth. His eyes slowly closed. "Brother Xuanzi," Juzi cried out in anguish. David's eyes also turned red. Even though he and Xuanzi hadn't known each other long, during his time in Dashi village, David had already come to see himself as one of them. The villagers of Dashi village were his people. "Juzi, don't cry. Let's go," David said solemnly. This was not the time to grieve. The two of them quickly headed deeper into the mountains. At the same time, more than a dozen well-equipped men stood hesitantly at the edge of the jungle ahead. All of them were from Daqing village. The weakest among them was already at the nascent soul realm, and several were transformation realm cultivators. Their strength far surpassed that of the villagers of Dashi village. "Brother, this is the territory of the demon wolf pack ahead. Should we continue chasing?" one man asked quietly. "Fuck you," the leader cursed coldly. "We're already inside the demon wolf clan's territory. Even all of us together aren't enough to deal with them. Those idiots from Dashi village ran in there. They're probably already dead, nothing left but bones. Let's head back." After saying that, the man turned around to leave. But the moment he turned, he ran straight into David and Juzi, who were rushing over. When Juzi saw them, his entire body trembled. His face turned pale as he stammered, "Brother David, they're from Daqing village. They're the ones who captured Brother Ali and the others." David's eyes narrowed sharply, killing intent surging within them. "You're from Daqing village?" The leader looked at David. He didn't recognize him, but he immediately recognized Juzi. He nodded and sneered. "That's right. We're from Daqing village. You must be from Dashi village. Just the two of you dared to come here?" In their eyes, David and Juzi were nothing more than prey. Feeling their cold, predatory stares, Juzi couldn't stop trembling. The fear of being bullied by the people of Daqing village was deeply ingrained in him, and his body reacted instinctively. Chapter 25-21. But David remained motionless, his expression gloomy and terrifying. "It's good that you admit it," he said coldly. "Where are Ali and Yunar?" "Impossible. Brother Ali and the others won't die so easily." Zhu Zi shouted bravely. "Impossible?" The leader sneered, the corner of his mouth twitching. "No one who enters the territory of the Demon Wolf clan ever comes out alive. I thought today would be a wasted trip, but I didn't expect you two idiots to come knocking on my door." After the leader finished speaking, the others immediately surrounded David and Juzi. Juzi clutched David's clothes tightly in fear. There were more than a dozen people on the other side. It was obvious they were at a complete disadvantage. "It's you who are courting death," David said coldly. "Even the heavens won't save you." A chilling murderous intent flashed in David's eyes as he gripped Juzi's long knife tightly. Juzi had already drawn his bow and nocked an arrow, ready to fight at any moment. Since things had reached this point, fear was useless. Sensing David's killing intent, the leader drew his blade and sneered. "You still want to resist? Obediently follow us, and you might still live. If you dare resist, then go to Huangquan Road and look for your brother Ali." "You talk too much fucking nonsense," David said coldly. He suddenly swung the long knife in his hand. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes as a streak of light flashed past. The next moment, the leader's eyes widened as he stood frozen in place. Slowly, blood began to seep from the center of his forehead. The people beside him rushed over anxiously. "Brother, your forehead is bleeding." They called out to him several times, but the leader didn't respond. He didn't even blink. Someone gently pushed him. Bang! The leader collapsed to the ground. His body split cleanly into two halves, his internal organs spilling all over the ground. "Ah!" The sudden scene made several people scream in horror. None of them had imagined that David's blade would be so fast, or that their leader would be cut in half with a single strike. "Revenge for our brother! Kill him!" Someone roared angrily. More than a dozen men charged toward David at once. David stepped forward with the long knife in hand, his figure flashing as he met them head-on. Juzi could only see David's body moving like lightning through the crowd. In less than a minute, all the men from Daqing village lay dead on the ground. Every single one of them had their throats sealed with one strike. No one was left alive. Juzi stood there in shock, completely stunned. These people were not weak. Some of them were even stronger than Ali, yet they had all been slaughtered effortlessly by David alone. What Juzi didn't know was that David had only recovered a portion of his strength. If David were at full power, he wouldn't even need to lift a hand, his mere pressure could crush them to death. "Juzi, let's go," David said calmly. He didn't spare the corpses a single glance. His only thought now was to find Yunner and the others as quickly as possible. But Juzi stood there motionless, like a stone statue. "Juzi!" David called again. "Oh!" Juzi finally snapped back to his senses and hurried after David. At this moment, Juzi's gaze toward David was filled with pure admiration. David and Juzi stepped into the territory of the Demon Wolf clan. The atmosphere around them changed instantly. A single demon wolf wasn't frightening, but a pack of demon wolves was terrifying. These beasts hunted in groups, and their coordinated attacks were extremely deadly. The lone demon wolf they had encountered earlier must have been driven out by the pack. That was why it hadn't been very strong and was easy to deal with. But if they encountered a full pack of demon wolves, things would become extremely dangerous. Chapter 25-22. Deep within the Demon Wolf clan's territory, Ali and the others were engaged in a bloody battle. Several demon wolves lay dead before them, but even more surrounded them, their eyes glowing with killing intent. Ali and the others were covered in wounds, retreating as they fought. Faced with so many demon wolves, it was only a matter of time before they were torn apart. However, the wolf leader didn't seem eager to kill them. Instead, the pack surrounded Ali and the others, constantly forcing them deeper into the mountains. If the wolves truly wanted them dead, they could have swarmed them instantly. But the leader only sent 1 or 2 wolves at a time to attack. "I'm sorry, this is all my fault," Ali said bitterly, looking at everyone covered in blood. "If I hadn't led you into the demon wolf territory, we might still have had a chance to survive. If they had been killed by the people of Daching village, it would have been impossible for all of them to die. But these demon wolves wouldn't spare a single one of them." "Brother Ali, we don't blame you," a villager from Dashi village said firmly. "Since we're already here, let's fight these fucking monster wolves." "Ali, you did the right thing," said an elderly villager. "You did it for our sake. No one blames you. It's just a pity that after we die, life in Dashi village will become even harder." "I'm not afraid of death," Yunner said softly, lowering her head. "I'm just worried about Grandma. Her eyes haven't healed yet." Juzi ran back to the village, someone said hopefully. "Maybe he'll bring the old village chief and the others to rescue us." "That's impossible," the elderly villager said grimly. "This place is too far from Dashi village. Even if the old village chief brings everyone, they still wouldn't be a match for these demon wolves. It's better they don't come at all than die here." Despair quickly spread among the villagers. "We can't retreat any further," Ali said in a deep voice, gripping his weapon. "These demon wolves are deliberately driving us deeper. This is probably their den. If we retreat, we'll all die. We fight our way out." Everyone nodded, gripping their weapons tightly. They had already seen through the wolves' plan. "Kill!" Ali roared as he charged forward. "Kill!" The villagers of Dashi village followed him. In despair, people unleashed their full strength. "Ah!" A demon wolf lunged straight toward Ali. Whoosh! Just as it reached him, an arrow shot out from the side, piercing straight through the wolf's neck. The tremendous force sent the demon wolf flying, slamming it violently into a tree and pinning it there. The sudden change stunned everyone. Even the demon wolves turned their heads, sensing danger. "Brother David, you're fucking incredible!" Juzi shouted excitedly, staring at the wolf nailed to the tree. At this moment, David was holding Juzi's bow. That arrow had been fired by him. Juzi's bow was merely an ordinary weapon. If David had fully recovered and used the God King bow, at least half of the demon wolves would have died from a single shot. "Brother David! David!" Ali and Yunner shouted in disbelief when they saw David and Juzi appear. Chapter 25-23. David took Juzi and walked leisurely toward Ali and the others, but none of the wolves on either side dared to attack. Seeing that it was only David and Juzi, Ali and the others were shocked. Yunner, anxious, said, "Brother David, why are you here? Go away. It's too dangerous here." She wanted David to escape while the wolves didn't react. There were so many demon wolves, just David and Juzi could die for nothing. "Yunner, Juzi brought me here to save you," David said calmly. "Brother David, if you weren't injured, maybe you could save us. Now, with your injuries, you haven't recovered at all. You'll only die if you come here," Yunner said anxiously. There were hundreds of demon wolves in the entire pack. Even if one or two were no match for David, could he really handle all of them? David had thought about this, but he still had confidence. He knew these wolves dared not attack him. "Yunner, don't worry. I have a way to rescue you," he said confidently. "David, I'm grateful you came to save us, but there are too many monster wolves. You can't handle them at all. Take Juzi and go, don't die here in vain," Ollie said, still doubtful. "Brother Ollie, Sister Yunner, maybe Brother David really can save you. He's recovering very well now. He killed all the people from Daching village who arrested you," Juzi said, full of faith, because he had seen it with his own eyes. Hearing that David had killed all those people from Daching village, Ollie and the others looked surprised, and then excitement appeared on their faces. "Great! Those bastards are all dead. Even if we die, it's worth it," a Dashi village villager said happily. "Don't worry. Since I'm here, you won't die," David said with a faint smile. At that moment, the leader of the demon wolves roared. Many wolves immediately surrounded Ollie and the others again, and David was also surrounded. It seemed that the wolf leader sensed David as a threat and commanded more than a dozen wolves to rush toward him, while the others were ready to attack at any moment. Ollie and the others could only drag their exhausted, battered bodies forward, gripping their weapons and preparing to fight alongside David. "Don't move. I'm enough to handle this alone," David said, narrowing his eyes. He burst out an aura that carried the power of a dragon and phoenix. Though David hadn't fully recovered, the eruption of even a portion of this power created a massive sense of oppression over the wolves. Sure enough, the wolves rushing toward him stopped instantly. The leader wolf stared at David in horror, trembling. "Ah!" the leader howled in panic. Immediately, hundreds of demon wolves turned and ran without hesitation. In just 10 seconds, the battlefield was empty, except for a few dead wolves lying on the ground. Everyone was stunned. Even though they had expected David to be strong, they never imagined that he could scare an entire pack of wolves just by exuding a bit of dragon and phoenix power. While these wolves were not the strongest, the presence of divine beast energy terrified them. But no one knew if this power would work against truly high-level monsters. Chapter 25-24. What's happening? Ollie asked, confused. Could it be that higher-level monsters came and scared these wolves away? The elderly Dashi villager suggested. That must be it, another villager said. Otherwise, how could the wolves run away in such a hurry? There are no high-level monsters here. These wolves must have been scared by Brother David, Juzi said loudly. Although he didn't know exactly how David scared the wolves, he already regarded David as omnipotent. Okay, don't waste time arguing about how they got scared. Now that the wolves have run, let's leave this place as soon as possible. If they come back, or if there are stronger monsters, we'll be in trouble. Ollie ordered everyone to move quickly. Brother Ollie, what should we do with these wolf corpses? They're worth a lot of money, it's a pity to leave them, a villager said. Looking at the bodies, everyone felt regret. Ollie also knew the corpses were valuable, but they were all wounded, and the remaining wolves might return at any moment. They had no time to carry the corpses. I don't care anymore. If we stay here in the mountains, we won't worry about firewood. If we die, no amount of wolf corpses will help. Let's go! Ollie shouted. Seeing this, everyone reluctantly prepared to leave. Brother Ollie, Brother David has a storage ring. He can take the wolf corpses with him, Juzi said. Storage ring? Ollie asked, surprised, and then looked at David. Do you have a storage ring? David nodded. I do. Ollie was stunned. In the world of heaven and man, treasures like storage rings were rare. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. Will you help us take the wolf corpses? Ollie asked. No problem, David said lightly. He waved his hand, and all the demon wolf corpses instantly entered the storage ring. Seeing the bodies disappear, everyone was delighted, and their attitude toward David changed. Although he had been an outsider in Dashi village, now they were grateful. David had not only protected them but also removed the burden of carrying the wolf corpses. Okay, let's go, Ollie said, leading the group back. Yunner, are you okay? Can you still walk? David asked with concern. Brother David, I'm fine. I can go, Yunner replied. Ollie and his party were all injured, so they moved slowly. Some sighed. Although we escaped death and got many wolf corpses, selling them might not even be enough to heal our wounds, one said. The villagers nodded in agreement. They felt the cost of survival was high. These pharmacists are devouring people alive. Their elixirs are ridiculously expensive, another said. I'd rather endure it myself than waste money. In a few days, these wounds will heal slowly, the elderly villager said. Uncle Lou, don't say that. Wounds get infected easily, especially from monsters. Remember last year, my uncle was bitten by a monster. Did he die because he didn't care about money? Juzi said firmly. Chapter 25:25. This time, the elderly villager of Dashi village lowered his head and stopped talking. Everyone was listless, and the atmosphere became very depressing. Yunner looked at her injuries and felt worried. She had originally planned to go hunting to earn money to treat her grandma's eyes, but now there was no money, and on top of that, she was injured again. Yunner, is it difficult for you to heal these injuries? David asked, puzzled. These traumas could be healed with simple medicinal materials, without any expensive drugs, so why was it so difficult? Of course it's difficult. We were injured and had to go to a town hundreds of kilometers away to seek treatment from a pharmacist. They charged a very high price, Yunner explained. Hearing this, David decided to gather some herbs on the mountain to heal the villagers of Dashi village. Although his strength had not fully recovered, he could still refine simple elixirs to treat these injuries. Ollie, take them back first. I'll gather some herbs and come back to heal your wounds, David said. Ollie looked at him in disbelief. You're going to collect medicine? Are you a pharmacist? The others also stared at David, shocked, waiting for his answer. I just learned some alchemy techniques. I'm not a pharmacist, but it's enough to heal this kind of trauma, David said calmly. Ollie became excited and stepped forward, grabbing David's hand. What you said is true. You're not lying to me. David looked at Ollie's eager expression, puzzled. I'm not lying. I just healed your trauma. There's nothing to lie about. It's great. Ollie happily hugged David. The others surrounded David with admiration in their eyes. Even Juzi stepped forward, looking at David in disbelief. Brother David, you're actually a pharmacist. I didn't expect you to be so powerful, and also a pharmacist. David was slightly confused by their reactions. Even if they were pharmacists, he didn't understand why they were so happy. Isn't it just being able to heal their trauma? Why are they all so grateful as if he saved their lives? Brother David, I really didn't expect you to be a pharmacist. You don't know that being a pharmacist is a very respected and enviable profession here. For thousands of years, there hasn't been one in Dashi village. Now the people of Dashi village don't have to go to the town for treatment. They won't be exploited, and my grandma's eyes finally have hope. Brother David, can you heal my grandma's eyes? Yunner asked excitedly. David shook his head. He had observed the old lady's eyes a long time ago. They had been blind for many years, seemingly caused by poison, and he couldn't cure them. But nothing is absolute. Perhaps if a special celestial herb used for healing eyes could be found, the old woman's eyes could be restored. Yunner, with my current ability, I still can't heal your grandma's eyes, David said, feeling a little guilty. Yunner immediately felt disappointed and lowered her head. Yunner, although Brother David can't heal your grandma's eyes, don't be discouraged. After we sell the bodies of the demon wolves, we can ask Dr. Zhang to help your grandma, Ali comforted her. Chapter 25-26. Yunner nodded and then managed a small smile. Brother David, shall I go with you to gather herbs? I know the terrain here, Zhuzi offered. In fact, Zhuzi had another plan. He wanted to learn more skills from David. If he could learn alchemy and become a pharmacist, that would benefit him and Dashi village. David noticed Zhuzi's thoughts but said, Zhuzi, I'll have time to teach you alchemy later. Right now, Ali and the others are injured. You should escort them back to the village. Brother David, let Zhuzi come with you. We've already left the territory of the Demon Wolf clan. Nothing will happen, we can return on our own. Ali insisted. After all, David was an outsider and could leave Dashi village at any time. If Zhuzi learned alchemy, it would be a great asset to the village. Seeing Ali insist, David agreed. He took the pillar and left with Zhuzi to start picking herbs. The mountains were full of spiritual energy, and countless spiritual grasses grew there. In the secular world, they would be priceless, but here, they were wild and unclaimed. Even now, as the aura of the mundane world recovered, some spiritual grasses took a year or more to grow. Others required 10, or even 100, years to reach maturity. Pillar, do you see those oval, light green leaves? David said as he picked herbs, teaching Zhuzi the basics of alchemy. This is called. If one cannot identify herbs, they cannot become a pharmacist. Zhuzi studied seriously, memorizing David's instructions and helping him gather herbs. By evening, they had collected a large amount and returned to Dashi village. Ali and the others had already returned, and the old village head had arranged folk remedies to clean and treat their wounds. They applied a type of black plaster, simple remedies for villagers who could not afford professional treatment. David and Zhuzi arrived to find the villagers waiting in the village square. Seeing David return, the old village head and all the villagers knelt. Mr. Chen, thank you for saving our Dashi village, the old village head said excitedly. Without David, Ali and the others could not have survived, and the village would be in danger. Old village chief, what are you doing? Stand up quickly, David said, helping him up and making all the villagers rise. Mr. Chen, if it weren't for you, Ali and the others wouldn't have returned. Ali told me everything that happened. I didn't expect you to be a pharmacist. You've been hiding it, the old village chief praised. This is what I should do. Without Dashi village, I'd probably have died in the jungle myself, David said. He took out all the demon wolf corpses from the storage ring. Old village chief, let's deal with these corpses. I'll refine some elixirs so Ali and the others can recover quickly. Okay. Whatever Mr. Chen wants, the villagers will follow your orders, the old village head said earnestly. David didn't ask for anything. He only requested a pot and rushed to Yunner's yard to begin refining elixirs. Chapter 25-27. The medicine for wound healing was not difficult to refine. David made some medicinal powder and asked the old village chief to apply it on Ali and the others. It took only 2 days for them to heal completely. As for Yunner's injury, it took just 1 day for David to make her recover, leaving not even the slightest scar on her body. Moreover, after the villagers learned that David was a pharmacist, they all came to him for treatment. David seemed like a humble country doctor, yet he was attentive and responsive to everyone. Brother David, we're going to the town today to sell the demon wolves. Are you coming? Yunner asked. Okay, David nodded. He had stayed in Dashi village for several days and now wanted to step out to see the humanistic environment of the heaven-human realm. At the gate of Dashi village, Ali and the others had already packed the wolf corpses and carried them on their shoulders. Seeing David, they all approached to thank him. David now had high prestige in Dashi village, and the villagers treated him as one of their own. The group set off toward the town. The nearest town to Dashi village was Qingshi town, hundreds of kilometers away. Many nearby villages brought goods to Qingshi town to sell, and also bought daily necessities there. In the world of heaven and man, low-level monks lived simple lives. Although everyone dreamed of becoming an immortal, few could ever ascend. Among thousands of monks at the bottom, hardly one would succeed. The road to immortality was extremely difficult and required enormous resources. Although 100 kilometers seemed far, it was not considered so by these monks. It only took them about an hour to reach Qingshi town. David looked at Qingshi town. It was not as majestic as he imagined. It was simply a village with a relatively large population, and there was a square where people sold their goods. Most of the items sold were monster corpses, strange stones, or spiritual herbs, though few people paid attention to these things. After Ali and the others arrived, they didn't sell in the square like the others. They went to a stone house. Before reaching it, David smelled the strong scent of blood inside. "Boss Lee, the goods have arrived," Ali shouted outside the house. A tall, burly man stepped out, his clothes still stained with blood. He glanced at Ali. "So it's you, Ali. What are you paying today? You haven't been here for several days." "Boss Lee, today I'm handing over 10 demon wolf corpses," Ali said. He then instructed everyone to place the demon wolf corpses on the ground. Looking at the corpses, Boss Lee frowned. "Ali, you hunted and killed these monster wolves? They're the same as those from Daqing village, all bandits." Thinking of the people from Daqing village, Ali's body burned with anger. Boss Lee hesitated, then said, "Ali, for these demon wolf corpses, I can only give you 5 spirit coins per head." "What? 5 spirit coins? That's too little." "Yes, 2 days ago we handed over a corpse of a demon wolf and got 20 spirit coins." "Boss Lee, your business is too shady," the villagers shouted. Ali's face darkened. "Boss Lee, we are old acquaintances. I know the usual price of a demon wolf corpse. Isn't 5 spirit coins too cheap?" Chapter 25-28. Boss Lee glanced around, then leaned toward Ali and whispered, "Ali, because we are old acquaintances, I gave you 5 spirit coins. If you sold to someone else, they might not dare accept it. The people of Daqing village have said that their hunting team had members killed in the territory of the demon wolf clan. That's why they warn anyone bringing a large number of demon wolf corpses to report to them, saying those corpses may have been stolen. I'm taking a risk giving you 5 spirit coins. I advise you to quickly deal with the demon wolf corpses. If Daqing village finds out, your Dashi village could be in danger." Listening to Boss Lee, Ali felt confused. He had expected to make a fortune selling the demon wolf corpses, but now he realized the Daqing village hunters complicated matters. The villagers of Dashi village were disappointed, especially Yuner. She had hoped to make some money, but the amount would be meager. "The bastards from Daqing village, just kill them all," Zhuzi muttered under his breath. "Boss Lee, can you give a little more money?" Ali asked. "I can't. If you don't accept it, forget it," Boss Lee said, turning toward his house. Ali stopped him. "Boss Lee, just 5 spirit coins. That's all we can accept. If you don't agree, no one else would dare accept them either." After exchanging the demon wolf corpses for spirit coins, everyone lowered their heads, looking sullen. David also realized the power of Daqing village nearby, many feared them. Ali took the spirit coins but didn't give them all to everyone. He glanced at Yuner. "Yuner, let's take the money and ask Dr. Zhang to treat your grandma's eyes." Yuner was stunned, then shook her head. "Brother Ali, this is money everyone earned with their lives. We can't give it all to me. Let's share it with everyone. Keep it. Whatever happens, keep it," the villagers encouraged her. "Yuner, you can take the money and go to Dr. Zhang. It has been your wish for many years to heal your grandma's eyes," the villagers said one by one. Yuner, moved to tears, turned and said, "Thank you, everyone." "Okay, everyone else go back. I will accompany Yuner to invite Dr. Zhang," Ali said. Only Zhuzi, David, Yuner, and Ali remained. They took the money to hire Dr. Zhang. Along the narrow streets of Qingshi town, they finally reached a shop at the end with a signboard that read Bao Tang. What's this name? David asked, puzzled. He didn't understand why a simple pharmacy clinic had such a name. Brother David, Ballantang means, keeping you safe. Anyone who enters this door will be safe no matter how many injuries they have. That's why it's called Ballantang, Juzi explained. David smiled faintly. He didn't expect this genius doctor to have such a flair for boasting. Now he was curious to see just how skilled this doctor really was. Chapter 25-29. David followed Ollie and the others into Bawan Hall. At this time, there were many people in the hall asking for medicine. Behind a table of the 8 immortals, a man in his 30s closed his eyes slightly, calmly giving people a pulse. Brother David, this person is Dr. Zhang. Zhu Zi whispered to David. Looking at the miracle doctor, David was a little surprised. He didn't expect this miracle doctor to be so young, not even a few years older than himself. However, in this kind of place, he was called a miracle doctor, so his strength was probably formidable. Ollie and the others waited in line at the back, and soon the people in front begged for medicine and left. Yunner hurried forward and said, Dr. Zhang, I want to ask you to heal my grandma's eyes. I have money now. Dr. Zhang opened his eyes. Seeing Yunner, he was not surprised. It seemed he had seen her more than once. As long as you have money, not to mention healing your grandma's eyes, even if I could bring your grandma back to life, where is the money? Dr. Zhang asked Yunner. Here. Yunner hurriedly put the 50 spirit coins she had just earned from selling the wolf's corpse in front of miracle Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang looked at the coins, then shook his head slightly. Not enough money. Dr. Zhang, this is 50 spirit coins. You told me 50 spirit coins were enough. Yunner exclaimed in surprise. That was the price a year ago. Now it's at least 100 spirit coins, Dr. Zhang said slowly. When Yunner heard this, she was dumbfounded. Someone else hadn't accepted the 50 spirit coins, and now it's suddenly increased to 100. Where would she find it? Dr. Zhang, you can't just break your promise. You clearly said 50 spirit coins were enough. Ollie said, clearly dissatisfied. That was in the past. Now I need 100 spirit coins. If you don't have the money, then hurry up and don't affect my business. Dr. Zhang's face became gloomy. Dr. Zhang, I beg you, please cure my grandma's eyes. Yunner knelt before the doctor. Yunner knew that if the genius doctor refused her this time, she might never be able to collect 100 spirit coins. But miracle Dr. Zhang was indifferent to Yunner's kneeling, without the slightest sympathy. Perhaps he had seen too many people beg for help. Yunner, get up. This kind of pharmacist with no medical ethics is not very good. I think he is just exaggerating. David stepped forward to help Yunner up. His eyes were full of disdain as he glanced at the miracle doctor. Seeing that David dared to speak like this about him, Dr. Zhang stared at him. Boy, are you here to find trouble? If you want to die, I will never let you leave Qingshi town alive. Dr. Zhang, calm down. This friend is just talking nonsense. Since the price of miracle Dr. Zhang has risen, let's collect money. Seeing that miracle Dr. Zhang was angry, Ollie hurriedly explained that he understood Dr. Zhang's strength in Qingshi town. If Dr. Zhang spoke a word, no one would be able to leave Qingshi town. Hurry up and get out. Dr. Zhang waved his hand. Ollie winked at David, signaling him to stop talking and leave with him. But Yunner didn't want to leave, she still wanted to beg the genius doctor. Ollie forcibly pulled her out. Everyone knew that this genius doctor regarded money as his life. How could he feel sorry for Yunner? Not long after David and the others left, a man walked out of a room behind miracle Dr. Zhang. He was about 40 years old, wearing a well-tailored suit. After seeing this person, Dr. Zhang hurriedly stood up. Senior brother, why are you here? Chapter 25-30. Master asked me to inform you that agrimony grows on the nearby mountains, so you need to prepare more people to pick it with me tomorrow, said the well-dressed man. Is there agrimony near here? Dr. Zhang was startled. That's fairy grass. Why would it grow in this mountain range? Could it be a mistake? What did you say? The man stared. Brother, I'm just speaking casually. I don't mean to doubt master, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to prepare manpower in time, Dr. Zhang said, embarrassed. That's your business. I'm only in charge of notifying you. You know the consequences of delaying master's orders, right? After speaking, the man in the suit turned and left. Dr. Zhang frowned, worried about the manpower. But soon, he seemed to have an idea and shouted, Teacher, go find the 4 people who just left here. Dr. Zhang wanted to find David and the others. If they agreed to accompany him to pick agrimony, he could then help Yunner's grandma heal her eyes. Yunner, don't be discouraged. After we hunt a few monsters and sell the loot, we'll soon have enough money for your grandma's eyes. Ollie said quickly, noticing Yunner's downcast expression. But Yunner still didn't speak. She couldn't keep all the money for herself, others also had to survive. Yunner, it's not that I can't heal your grandma's eyes at all. If I can find high-grade spiritual herbs that can heal her, I might be able to cure her eyes. Don't be discouraged. David said, persuading her. If David regained his strength and obtained the high-level spiritual grass, he might indeed heal Grandma Linger's eyes. Brother David, is it true? Yunner raised her head eagerly. Of course. How could I lie to you? David smiled lightly. Yunner laughed. As long as there was hope, she would not give up. At that moment, a child about 10 years old hurried up to David and the others and said, Please wait. My master tells you to go back. Who is your master? David asked, puzzled. My master is Zhang Biao, the genius doctor, said the child. Hearing that Dr. Zhang had asked them to return, Ollie asked suspiciously, What did your master ask us to go back for? The child shook his head. I don't know. My master didn't say anything. Let's go back and see. Maybe Dr. Zhang thinks 50 spirit coins is acceptable. Yunner immediately brightened at the thought. Okay, let's go back and check, David nodded, and everyone returned. This time, Dr. Zhang did not display his previous arrogance, his attitude was noticeably better. Dr. Zhang, you let us come back. Can 50 spirit coins cure my grandma's eyes? Yunner asked impatiently. Zhang Biao shook his head. 50 spirit coins are definitely not enough. But I won't take any money for your grandma's eyes, as long as you promise me one thing. What is it? Yunner asked. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to the mountains to pick a herb. After you successfully collect it, I can heal your grandma's eyes for free. Zhang Biao said. Just this? Yunner couldn't believe it, it seemed too simple. She glanced at Ollie. After all, Yunner couldn't decide Ollie's business for him. If Ollie refused to go, her agreement would be useless. Chapter 25-31. Dr. Zhang, is it really as simple as just picking a herb with you? Ollie couldn't believe it. What kind of thing was this? Of course. You still doubt me? Do you think I would lie to you? Zhang Biao said with a cold face. No, I just think this matter is too simple. We agreed to go pick herbs with Dr. Zhang tomorrow. Ollie agreed without hesitation. Well, you will stay in Qingshi town today. We will leave early tomorrow morning. Zhang Biao said. Ollie nodded and then took David and the others out of the Baoan Hall. As soon as they came out, Yunner jumped up happily. Grandma can finally have her sight restored. Conditions. Zhu Zi said incredulously. Maybe he was moved by Yunner's filial piety. Now Yunner can rest assured that she doesn't have to worry about her grandma's eyes anymore. Ollie said with a smile. However, David, who had been silent all this time, was not as optimistic as Ollie and the others. He didn't believe this genius doctor's conscience, picking herbs this time must be extremely dangerous. David didn't reveal his doubts, not wanting to affect Yunner and Ollie's mood. It was enough for him to remain vigilant. With his current strength, no one in the nearby villages could pose a threat to him. David and the others found a small hotel and began to rest, waiting for the next day. At this moment, deep in the mountain range, In the territory of the Demon Wolf clan, a demon wolf crawled and crouched at the feet of a man with hair covering his entire body like a savage. The wolf let out a low whining sound. The man frowned, stretching his brows occasionally. He could understand the wolf's language. This man was also a demon wolf who had transformed into human form, but because his strength level had not fully matured, he had not completely reborn as a human. How can a human possess the aura of a divine beast? Could he also be of our beast race? The man fell into deep thought. The next day, David and the others arrived at Baoan Hall early. They discovered that Zhang Biao had arranged for other people to accompany them to collect herbs. At this time, more than a dozen people had gathered in front of the hall. David and the others stood among them. Soon Zhang Biao appeared, and by his side was his senior brother, Wu Feiyu. "Brother, do you think the people I found are acceptable?" Zhang Biao asked cautiously beside Wu Feiyu. Wu Feiyu glanced indifferently at the crowd. His gaze lingered on David for a moment. At that same moment, David was looking at Wu Feiyu, and the two exchanged a glance. Wu Feiyu moved his eyes away from David, but David kept looking. His current strength had not fully recovered, so he couldn't fully gauge Wu Feiyu, but he was certain that Wu Feiyu's strength was not low. In this remote town, the sudden appearance of a master like Wu Feiyu gave David a sense of crisis. His current strength could not match the masters of the world of heaven and man. "Let's go," Wu Feiyu said, glancing at the crowd. Zhang Biao nodded and then loudly said, "Be obedient and follow me to pick the herbs. Everything I promised will be fulfilled. Now, let's go." Following Zhang Biao's orders, the group moved toward the mountains. "What's going on here? How do you just pick a herb and bring so many people?" Yun'er finally sensed something was wrong. It seems that picking herbs this time is not as simple as imagined. "We all have to be careful," Ali said, realizing the situation was serious. Chapter 25-32. "Brother Ali, with Brother David here, we don't have to fear anything," Zhu Zi said confidently. He had reached the point of blindly worshipping David. "Let's still be careful. This trip will definitely be dangerous," David reminded. David didn't know why, but from the first time he saw Wu Feiyu, he felt that this person was extremely ruthless. After walking for several hours, everyone entered the dense forest of the mountains. The thick canopy blocked sunlight. Although they had entered the mountains, everyone's expressions remained calm. After all, this was just the edge of the mountain range. Even if monsters appeared, they wouldn't be very powerful, they could handle it. Along the way, Zhang Biao continuously sought opportunities to speak with Wu Feiyu, but Wu Feiyu seemed to ignore him. "Who the hell is this guy? Miracle Dr. Zhang seems quite afraid of him. You must know, Miracle Dr. Zhang is also famous in Qingshi town. This guy doesn't even give him face." Zhu Zi whispered to Ali, looking puzzled. "I haven't seen this person in Qingshi town. His face seems very unfamiliar." Ali looked at Wu Feiyu. "This is Dr. Zhang's senior brother. Of course, Dr. Zhang is afraid of him," Zhu Zi explained. Just as Ali and the others were talking, a middle-aged man with a beard approached. Ali glanced at him warily. After all, he had always been cautious around strangers in the world of heaven and man. The middle-aged man noticed Ali's vigilance and continued, "My name is Hu Zhuang, from Jinla village." "You're from Jinla village?" Zhu Zi stepped forward. "Why are you here? Wasn't your Jinla village destroyed by Duqing village long ago?" Hearing this, Hu Zhuang looked sorrowful. "It was destroyed, but I escaped. I came back this time to take revenge." Ali studied Hu Zhuang carefully. He seemed sincere, and a trace of pity arose. "You're alone. How can you take revenge? I'm afraid you won't even reach Duqing village. I want revenge even if I die. I promised to accompany Zhang Biao to collect the medicine," Hu Zhuang said. Hearing this, Ali and the others were surprised, and David was slightly moved. Although Bakuho pills could quickly increase one's strength, the effect lasted only 10 minutes, after which the person would explode like a bomb, leaving no corpses behind. It seemed Hu Zhuang was determined to sacrifice himself for revenge. You just said that person is Miracle Dr. Zhang's brother. What's going on? David asked Hu Zhuang. Yes. I haven't heard of any senior brothers of Miracle Dr. Zhang, nor any sects he belongs to. Ali said. He had dealt with Dr. Zhang several times and never heard of this. After looking around twice, Hu Zhuang spoke in a low voice. This man is Wu Feiyu, a member of the Jade Cauldron sect. Dr. Zhang is a disciple of the sect. Wu Feiyu instructed us to accompany him to the mountains to collect the herbs he ordered. It is said to be fairy grass. David's face darkened slightly. How do you know this? Why are you telling us? You must know that some things are secrets, and in the world of heaven and man, people are unpredictable and suspicious. How can anyone have good intentions? Ali and the others also looked at Hu Zhuang, unconsciously surrounding him. Chapter 25-33. Hu Zhuang suddenly spoke to them and deliberately approached, so Ali and the others had to remain on guard. Hu Zhuang sensed the hostility from David and the others and hurriedly explained, I overheard something. I originally wanted to go to Baoan Hall to steal medicine because I didn't have money to buy it, but I overheard this information. So I'm telling you that I want to form an alliance with you. You must know that the fairy grass grows deep in the mountains and may be protected by spirit beasts. This trip will be very dangerous. In this team, I am alone. If I get into danger, there will be no one to help me. Hu Zhuang's explanation was reasonable, but David didn't fully believe him. He continued to ask, then why did you choose to follow me? Form an alliance? We are not the strongest. After all, in this team, David and the others were inconspicuous, 2 men, 1 woman and a small child. If Hu Zhuang wanted to form an alliance, he would have chosen the most powerful group. Hu Zhuang smiled bitterly. Because it is the safest choice to form an alliance with you. I know you are from Dashi village and have enmity with Daqing village. I would have preferred to ally with the strongest people, but they might not accept me. Maybe they would betray me to Daqing village. I chose you because even if you don't accept me, you won't betray me to Daqing village. David listened and gradually relaxed. He knew what Hu Zhuang said was true. After all, Hu Zhuang had no other choice. It seemed his words about Dr. Zhang were also credible. Although David was relieved, he was still worried about the upcoming journey. He didn't know what kind of fairy grass Wu Feiyu and the others were going to collect, but he knew that any fairy grass worth picking would be protected by spirit beasts. Even if there were no spirit beasts, high-level monsters lurked deep in the mountains. He feared that some people would never return. I knew this wouldn't be simple. I didn't expect Dr. Zhang to pick fairy grass. This is going to be troublesome. Ali frowned. Elijah, otherwise we should just sneak away and not follow. When Zhu Zi heard they were going to pick fairy grass deep in the mountains, he became scared. After all, the depths of the mountains were taboo for them. I can't run. Dr. Zhang's strength surpasses ours. If we try to escape secretly now, we won't get far and will be killed. Hu Zhuang hurriedly told Zhu Zi to abandon the idea of fleeing. Zhu Zi's face turned pale. Then what should we do? If we go deep into the mountains, we'll all become food for monsters. Ali fell silent, he had no choice. Yunar said with a guilty expression, Ali, Brother David, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't be taking this risk. Yunar, it has nothing to do with you. It doesn't necessarily mean it's extremely dangerous. Stay optimistic and everything will be fine. David said with a slight smile, comforting her. But inside, David was not relaxed. He knew Wu Feiyu's strength was high, and Zhang Biao's was also above theirs. Why would they let weaker villagers accompany them to collect herbs? They were all just villagers with low strength. They obviously couldn't fight high-level monsters deep in the mountains, yet Wu Feiyu still wanted them there. There must be other reasons, it was never as simple as providing protection. Chapter 25-34. But to stabilize Yunar and Ali's hearts, David didn't say what he had analyzed. Can I join you? If not, please don't reveal my identity. Hu Zhuang asked David expectantly, because he had noticed David was the leader of the four. I agree. You can join us. If there is any danger, we can help each other, David said to Hu Zhuang. Seeing David agree, Hu Zhuang's face brightened. His eyes grew resolute and trusting as he looked at David and the others. When Hu Zhuang joined them, no one else paid much attention. Everyone was already slowly entering the depths of the mountains. The aura of monsters around them grew stronger. Many people had already drawn their weapons and looked around vigilantly. Some were timid, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. However, Zhang Biao and Wu Feiyu remained relaxed, showing no signs of nervousness despite venturing deep into the mountains. Observing them, David knew the strength of these two people must be considerable. Ah! Suddenly, a monstrous roar made everyone stop. A wolf the size of a yak galloped toward them. Judging by its size, the demon wolf's strength was undoubtedly high, otherwise, it wouldn't have dared to rush at so many people alone. Seeing the demon wolf charge, Ali and the others nervously raised their weapons. But just as the wolf approached, Wu Feiyu waved his right hand, and a white light shot out. Immediately, the demon wolf screamed, rolled twice on the ground, and died instantly. Seeing that Wu Feiyu could kill such a monster wolf with a simple gesture, everyone was shocked. David examined the corpse and noticed a shiny silver dart lodged in the demon wolf's head. Being able to kill such a large monster wolf with a single dart, David realized Wu Feiyu's strength must be above the aperture realm. Okay, don't linger. Keep moving. Zhang Biao shouted. Everyone continued following Zhang Biao and Wu Feiyu, though many kept glancing at the wolf corpse. Such a large demon wolf was valuable, but they had no way to carry it. Brother David, such a big demon wolf corpse could fetch a high price. Why not put it in a storage ring? Zhu Zi looked at the corpse with pity and suggested to David. David shook his head slightly and whispered to Zhu Zi, the storage ring is something I must keep secret. Don't mention it, or it could cause trouble. If we put the demon wolf in the storage ring, others would see it. Do you think they wouldn't be tempted by such a treasure? Zhu Zi was still young and naive, knowing little about human nature. Zhu Zi, David is right. Don't reveal your strength or hidden assets. If they know about the storage ring, they might attack us. Wu Feiyu and Zhang Biao might want the storage ring too, but do you think we could survive if they attack? Ali took the opportunity to educate Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi nodded. I understand. After everyone left, a man covered in hair slowly approached the corpse of the slain demon wolf. Squatting down, he pulled the dart from its head. Ah! Immediately, he howled like a wolf, and hundreds of demon wolves gathered from all directions. The man led the hundreds of wolves toward David and the others. Chapter 25-35. This is the territory of the demon wolf clan. Everyone, be careful. Zhang Biao shouted loudly. Everyone dared not breathe and quietly followed behind Zhang Biao and Wu Feiyu. Even Zhang Biao and Wu Feiyu now wore slightly nervous expressions. As the sky gradually darkened, Zhang Biao instructed everyone to set up camp. He selected a few people to take turns keeping watch, and David was among the sentries. After deciding where to set up camp, Wu Feiyu took out a cloth bag containing some white powder and sprinkled it around. Brother David, let me keep watch for you tonight. You should rest more. Zhu Zi offered to take David's watch, knowing he must be tired after such a long walk. David smiled faintly, touched Zhu Zi's head, and said, You can rest. I'm fine. Ali and Yunar also wanted to help, but David refused. He wanted to use this opportunity to observe the surroundings. Although his strength had not fully recovered and his spiritual sense was weaker than before, he constantly felt the breath of a monster following them. After all, David had the power of the dragon and phoenix in his body, making him highly sensitive to the aura of beasts. After midnight, everyone fell asleep, exhausted from the day's journey. David stood quietly, eyes fixed in one direction in the dark. Slowly, a monster wolf began approaching the camp. David had already sensed it but made no sound and did not attempt to stop it. Just as the wolf neared the camp, it suddenly froze. It seemed to sense something terrible, became agitated, then turned and ran back. Seeing the white powder on the ground, David realized it had worked. Wu Feiyu's skill in refining the powder was impressive. Not long after the demon wolf fled, a figure appeared behind a large tree. David frowned slightly at the sight. The figure walked toward him without hesitation, then turned and ran. David gave chase, but the figure did not flee far. It stopped, and David also halted a short distance away, asking in a low voice, "Who are you? Why do you carry the aura of a monster?" The figure slowly turned around. David noticed the hair covering its body and instantly understood, the man in front of him had transformed from a monster. The ability to shift from a monster to human form indicated the man's strength was considerable. David's current power was insufficient to deal with him, but he was not nervous. The dragon and phoenix power within him was a magical weapon to restrain monsters. Even if he couldn't defeat the opponent, it would be difficult for the other to harm him. "Who are you? Why do you possess both human and divine beast auras?" the man asked. David said nothing. He didn't know the other's intentions, so revealing his identity would be dangerous. They stood silently, studying each other, distrust in their eyes. Suddenly, the man vanished into the night with a flash. Before leaving, he spoke in a secret voice transmission, "My name is Lang Feng. I will be looking for you." David wanted to question him, but a voice came from behind. "You're supposed to guard the camp. What are you doing here? Trying to escape?" David glanced at Zhang Biao and replied lightly, "I'm just making things easier." Chapter 25-36. After speaking, David walked toward the camp. Zhang Biao scolded him, "I tell you, this is the Demon Wolf clan's territory. Don't try to leave the camp. If you do, the demon wolves will bite you to death. You were lucky not to encounter one." David ignored him. Returning to camp, Lang Feng's figure lingered in his mind. He didn't understand why this man was seeking him. Could it be because of the divine beast aura on his body? Zhang Biao didn't pay much attention to David, though a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. David knew his status was not something a villager like him could disrespect. After the night passed, Wu Feiyu inspected the white powder he had sprinkled and asked, "Who was on duty last night?" Several people selected for watch duty stood up, including David. "Did a monster come here last night?" Wu Feiyu asked. Everyone shook their heads except David. "Yes, a monster came to the camp." "What kind of monster?" Wu Feiyu asked, showing a trace of concern. "It was a demon wolf. When it approached the camp, it got scared and ran away," David said truthfully. Hearing it was a demon wolf, Wu Feiyu relaxed considerably. Yet David found it odd, this was the demon wolf clan's territory. Were there other monsters lurking as well? "Okay, gather your things. We're moving out." Wu Feiyu led the way, and Zhang Biao waved the group forward into the mountains. From time to time, the howls of demon wolves echoed, keeping everyone on edge. Not long after, Wu Feiyu frowned suddenly, making everyone stop. Breaths approached from not far away, and several figures appeared. Everyone was surprised. They hadn't expected humans to be here, ordinary villagers wouldn't venture into these mountains. Wu Feiyu and Zhang Biao's expressions grew serious at the newcomers. "Wu Feiyu, you seem a bit late," a short-bearded man said with a faint smile. "Ning Can, you just arrived. You're not much faster than me," Wu Feiyu replied gloomily. Ning Can smiled, then glanced at the people behind Wu Feiyu. "If you bring these people, it will be impossible to collect the agrimony. Can you collect it? I won't stop you. You came for the agrimony, let's see who gets it." Wu Feiyu's eyes narrowed, full of hostility. "You want to compete with me?" Ning Can smiled. "Let me tell you, neither you nor I can take the agrimony. I learned that the spirit beast guarding it is bloodthirsty. It's beyond our abilities." Ning Can's words shocked those following Wu Feiyu. They only knew they were collecting herbs and didn't expect such dangers. Now they knew the fairy grass was guarded by bloodthirsty beasts. With their strength, they might die in vain. Everyone trembled, powerless to change their situation. They had already come too far to retreat, and exiting the mountain range now would be impossible. Wu Feiyu sensed the panic behind him. He knew Ning Can had spoken to confuse them. That's because you can't handle it. As for whether I can, you'll see later. Wu Feiyu's eyes were filled with confidence, bolstering the courage of those following him. Chapter 25-37. Wu Feiyu already had a way to deal with the bloodthirsty beast, but there was no way he could tell Ning Can about it. Could it be that you have a way to deal with that bloodthirsty beast? Ning Can asked in surprise. I told you before, don't worry about it. If you don't have the skills, then go back and save yourself from being buried here. After speaking, Wu Feiyu led the group forward. Seeing Wu Feiyu leave, Ning Can's eyes burned with anger. My lord, what should we do? A servant behind Ning Can asked nervously. Follow them. I want to see how the Jade Cauldron sect deals with bloodthirsty beasts. Ning Can ordered, and he followed immediately. When Wu Feiyu noticed that Ning Can had brought followers, he frowned tightly. Brother, this Ning Can is like a dog stuck to us. What should we do? Zhang Biao whispered. Let him follow. I'll show him a lesson soon, Wu Feiyu replied, quietly changing direction. Hu Zhuang, do you know those people we saw just now? David asked. Yes. The one speaking is the young master of the Ning family. The Ning family is influential in this area, but their relationship with the Jade Cauldron sect isn't good, Hu Zhuang whispered. We must be careful. It looks like a fierce battle might happen soon, David said. He had already noticed that Wu Feiyu deliberately changed their route, likely to lure Ning Can and his followers. After walking for a few hours, the roars of monster wolves began echoing around them, growing louder and more ferocious. Waves of demonic wolf auras swept over them like crashing tides. Everyone turned pale. Even Zhang Biao nervously said, Senior brother, have we entered the encirclement of the monster wolves? Wu Feiyu nodded. Yes. I did this on purpose. Zhang Biao stared at him in disbelief, but Wu Feiyu took out a cloth bag and explained, this is wolf-repelling powder. It can drive away demon wolves if we are attacked. I want Ning Can to be buried among the wolves, he added. Wu Feiyu handed the bag to Zhang Biao. Distribute it and sprinkle it on everyone's clothes. Zhang Biao obeyed, spreading the powder and instructing everyone to sprinkle it on themselves. Brother David, what is this? Why do we have to sprinkle this? Zhu Zi asked, confused. David smiled lightly. If I'm right, this is wolf-repelling powder. When the demon wolves smell it, they will get scared and run away. It will prevent them from attacking us. Zhu Zi's eyes widened. That's amazing. I want to sprinkle more. Soon, Zhu Zi was covered in the white powder. My lord, it seems we're surrounded by wolves. What should we do? A servant near Ning Can asked nervously. Ning Can narrowed his eyes. Damn it. They walked right into the wolf pack on purpose. That white powder must be used to repel wolves. What now? If the wolves attack, we rush into the crowd. These villagers are weak, so as long as we get mixed in with them, the powder will drive the wolves away, Ning Can whispered. He realized the powder was a weapon, and planned to exploit it if the wolves attacked. Chapter 25-38. The people Ning Can brought were alert, while Wu Feiyu watched Ning Can closely. Hundreds of demon wolves slowly emerged from the dense forest, surrounding them. Everyone's expressions changed. Even with wolf-repelling powder, Wu Feiyu's face grew serious as he assessed the hundreds of wolves. Brother, we, Zhang Biao stuttered, fear in his voice. Don't panic. We have the wolf-repelling powder. If the wolves attack, we rush out. Nothing will happen, Wu Feiyu said, reassuring Zhang Biao, David, and the others. The reason Wu Feiyu had gathered so many villagers to accompany him was not only to protect them, it was to use them against the bloodthirsty beasts. He already knew that the spirit beast guarding the agrimony was extremely dangerous, but he had a method to handle it. Seeing hundreds of demon wolves glaring at him, Ning Can's body trembled slightly. Rush! Before the wolves could attack, Ning Can led his followers toward David and the others. Wu Feiyu did not expect Ning Can to act this way and leapt to block him instantly. If it weren't for the usefulness of David and the others, Wu Feiyu wouldn't care about their lives. Wu Feiyu, you deliberately led us into the wolves' encirclement. Don't think that refining medicine powder will protect you from the wolves. Ning Can shouted. I'm entangled with you now. I want to see if the wolves will attack again. Ning Can swung a long knife. A sharp blade flew out with terrifying speed, instantly killing a villager beneath it. His attack was ruthless and merciless. Wu Feiyu drew a pair of golden, shining scissors and engaged Ning Can. Zhang Biao leapt into battle against Ning Can's followers. The scene descended into chaos. David quickly pulled Zhu Zi and Yun'er back. He didn't want to participate in this meaningless melee. Seeing David hold back, Ali and Hu Zhuang also retreated. The surrounding demon wolves stared but did not attack David and his group. Several villagers who had followed Wu Feiyu were killed, causing him distress. Yet Wu Feiyu continued fighting Ning Can fiercely. Their strengths were evenly matched, and a winner could not be determined quickly. Ning Can, if we continue, will become prey for the wolves. Stop! Wu Feiyu shouted. Ning Can feinted to disengage, but Wu Feiyu held his position. Neither wanted to fight to the death. If they did, hundreds of demon wolves would become a real threat. Everyone, stop! Both shouted, and the skirmish ceased. Ning Can, that agrimony is guarded by bloodthirsty beasts. Without a method to deal with them, you cannot get it. I can give you wolf-repelling powder so you can escape the wolves' encirclement. Go back now. Wu Feiyu commanded. Chapter 2539. But who would have thought that Ning Can smiled and said, Wu Feiyu, do you think I'm a fool? I've worked so hard to get here, do you expect me to just turn back now? I can't deal with that bloodthirsty beast, and maybe you can't either. But I think the two of us can cooperate for now. When we get the agrimony, we'll discuss the distribution. Wu Feiyu snorted coldly. How is that possible? The agrimony belongs to the Jade Cauldron sect, it's inevitable. How could I cooperate with you? Wu Feiyu, if you refuse to cooperate, we'll hit a dead end. We'll all end up as lunch for the demon wolves. Ning Can said, pressing the point. Wu Feiyu frowned, his face dark with displeasure, and said helplessly, Ning Can, that agrimony is extremely important to our Jade Cauldron sect. Even if your Ning family obtains it, you wouldn't know how to refine it. We can cooperate, but I won't divide the agrimony with you. I can give you the body of the bloodthirsty beast. You must know, the beast pill that protects spirit beasts is priceless. Wu Feiyu felt helpless. Besides cooperating with Ning Can, there was truly no other option. He had never imagined that Ning Can would choose to die together rather than retreat. Hearing this, Ning Can's heart wavered. Do you really have a way to deal with that bloodthirsty beast? Of course. If I didn't, why would I be risking all this effort? Wu Feiyu said confidently. After a moment of thought, Ning Can nodded. Okay, I promise. I don't need a share of the agrimony, but you must give me the body of the bloodthirsty beast. No problem. Seeing Ning Can agree, Wu Feiyu was pleased. He stretched out his hand. Ning Can and Wu Feiyu shook hands, signaling that they had reached a temporary alliance. How do we deal with these demon wolves now? Ning Can glanced at the surrounding monsters. We can only rush out. There's wolf-repelling powder here, I think the wolves won't attack, Wu Feiyu said, sprinkling some of the powder on Ning Can and his followers. Now, the two teams had become temporary allies, but the bloody corpses on the ground were a grim reminder, they would never survive. Though some villagers grieved for lost companions, there was nothing they could do. In the face of overwhelming strength, they were ants, easily crushed and of no consequence. No one cared about their lives, these people only cared about their own interests. David shook his head slightly. These villagers truly were worthless compared to sect aristocratic families. The current heavenly and human world was far crueler than the secular world. Everything is ready. Let's break the wolf encirclement. Wu Feiyu shouted. Everyone held their weapons back to back, eyes scanning for approaching wolves. Just as Wu Feiyu was about to give the command to move, a wolf howled. Ah! The howl echoed like a massive explosion, sending shockwaves outward. Towering trees were uprooted one by one under the howl. Seeing the uprooted trees, Wu Feiyu and Ning Can's expressions turned grim. Everyone else was paralyzed with fear. The howl alone carried the scent of death, as if the messenger of hell had appeared before them. It's too strong. How can there be such a high-level demon wolf? Wu Feiyu frowned. Ning Can did not speak, but his hand trembled slightly on his knife. Chapter 2540. Hearing the wolf's howl, David instantly recognized it. It came from Lang Feng. Be vigilant, follow me closely, David whispered to Ollie and the others. He knew monsters capable of transforming into humans were incredibly strong. With Lang Feng leading a pack of wolves, they could be in real danger. Yet, just as everyone tensed, hundreds of demon wolves slowly retreated, disappearing back into the jungle. Everyone was confused. Demon wolves were fierce, why would they retreat despite their advantage? Why are all these demon wolves retreating? Zhang Biao asked, puzzled. Wu Feiyu said nothing, he didn't understand either. Could the demon wolves be acting on someone's command? You must know, demon wolves are smart, some even have enlightened intelligence, Ning Can speculated. No matter what's happening, we should leave as quickly as possible, Wu Feiyu said. He immediately led everyone forward, trying to exit the wolf territory in the shortest time. Ning Can followed closely behind. The retreating demon wolves did not return, nor did they pursue the group. Once they were clear, Lang Feng appeared slowly, accompanied by a sweet-looking girl, around 20, with two shallow dimples when she smiled. Despite her delicate appearance, Lang Feng's face was tense and nervous. He stood slightly behind the girl, lowering his head and not daring to look at her directly. Princess, did you see the man with the beast aura just now? Lang Feng asked in a low voice. Yes, I saw him. He's handsome, but I don't know why he has a beast's aura. I want to take him to meet my father and let him see what's going on, the girl said. After speaking, they hurried in the direction David and the others had left, with Lang Feng closely guarding her. Meanwhile, David and the others had already exited the demon wolf territory after a rapid march. They relaxed slightly, but they were still deep in the mountains. Even outside the wolf territory, other high-level monsters lurked. The villagers had no chance against them and had to rely on Wu Feiyu and the others. I can smell the agrimony. It should be nearby, let's go. Wu Feiyu sniffed the air and ran forward. 10 minutes later, scorched earth appeared before them. The ground was black, barren, with withered yellow trees surrounding it. It looked as though fire had burned everything. On the scorched earth lay dense white bones and the intact corpses of monsters. Their bodies were shriveled, blood completely absorbed. A foul stench hung in the air, accompanied by a lingering evil aura. No one knew where the bloodthirsty beast was hiding. Many broke out in cold sweat, and some trembled on the ground in fear. How can fairy grass grow in a place like this? Nothing can survive here. Zhu Zi muttered softly, staring at the desolate scene. Chapter 2541. David glanced at Zhu Zi and signaled him to stop talking. At this moment, it was best not to attract the attention of the bloodthirsty beast. That's right here. Agrimony is a fairy grass that absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, so it's difficult for other plants to survive within hundreds of meters. Wu Feiyu looked at the scorched earth ahead, his eyes filled with excitement. When everyone realized the location, their nerves tightened. After all, the agrimony was guarded by bloodthirsty beasts. Wu Feiyu, now that we've arrived, we must find a way to eliminate that bloodthirsty beast, or we'll become its food the moment we step into this land. Ning Can turned to Wu Feiyu. To get the agrimony, we must kill the bloodthirsty beast, he added. Wu Feiyu smiled lightly and said confidently, since we've come this far, I already have a way to deal with the bloodthirsty beast. Now that it's hiding, how do we handle it? Ning Can asked. It's not easy. That's why I brought so many people, to lure the bloodthirsty beast out. Wu Feiyu explained. He then pointed casually at two of the villagers he had brought. You two, go in and explore the way. The two villagers turned pale, cold sweat forming on their foreheads. They knelt down, trembling. We don't dare, please, let us go. If you don't go, you're useless to me. Anything without value won't be kept. Wu Feiyu said. With a wave of his hand, the two villagers were instantly killed, their bodies bleeding out. Everyone stared in shock. They had thought they were coming from medicine, but these people were simply cannon fodder. Wu Feiyu pointed at two more villagers. You two go. The villagers trembled violently but had no choice. They followed Zhang Biao, begging for mercy. Dr. Zhang, please save us. We're old acquaintances. Please save us. They didn't know Wu Feiyu, but they trusted Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao said firmly, I asked you to explore, not to die. As long as you draw out the bloodthirsty beast, my brother and I will handle it. Don't be afraid. But if you refuse, my brother has a bad temper. You've seen what happened to those two just now. Zhang Biao warned. Seeing the tragic deaths of the first two villagers, they had no choice but to step onto the scorched earth, fear coursing through them. They walked slowly, trembling all over. At first, nothing happened, and they felt slightly relieved. Brother, there's no response. Is the bloodthirsty beast asleep? Zhang Biao whispered. But no sooner had he spoken than two screams pierced the air. A bulge appeared in the ground, and two tentacles shot out, ensnaring the villagers. Amid their screams, everyone saw the villagers' bodies rapidly deflate as their blood drained through the tentacles. After tens of seconds, the two villagers were silent, their blood completely absorbed. Yet no bloodthirsty beast appeared, only the tentacles remained. This bloodthirsty beast is hiding underground. How do we deal with it? Ningkan frowned, alarmed by the unseen monster. Chapter 2542. Don't worry. Even if it's hiding underground, I have a way to deal with it, Wu Feiyu said. He took out a dozen pills and handed them to Zhang Biao. Distribute these pills. Everyone must take them. Zhang Biao nodded and handed the pills out. Everyone held thumb-sized black pills, unsure of what they were, and no one dared swallow them. Brother David, what is this? It looks disgusting. Zhu Zi asked, holding up the pill. David sniffed the pill lightly. This is a Sangong pill. After taking it, your energy will weaken. Ah! Ali and the others were shocked. David, why give us Sangong pills? Don't we need our strength to deal with the bloodthirsty beast and collect the agrimony? What the hell are they thinking? Ali and Yunner whispered. They were confused. Zhang Biao had asked them to help gather medicine, yet now he was weakening them. David thought for a moment, eyes narrowing, his expression serious. I should have guessed the reason, he said. What reason? Ali asked, anxious. Wu Feiyu gave us the Sangong pills not to weaken us, but to weaken the bloodthirsty beast. Once we take the pill, it affects our blood in a way that the bloodthirsty beast feeds on it, essentially giving it a lot of Sangong pills. This will greatly reduce its strength. David explained carefully. Hearing this, Ali's face turned green. They realized Zhang Biao and Wu Feiyu had treated them as bait for the bloodthirsty beast. Mr. Chen is right. Otherwise, why would they involve us, who are too weak to help gather medicine? Hu Zhuang frowned. It seems Wu Feiyu planned to use our blood to weaken the bloodthirsty beast. What should we do? If we don't take the pill, they'll refuse us. If we do, we won't be strong enough, Zhu Zi asked, fearful. Put the pill under your tongue for now, don't swallow it. Just let it sit there and follow my lead, David instructed quietly. Ali and the others nodded, moving closer to David. This elixir is a Xingli pill. Once taken, it temporarily increases your strength, helping you deal with the bloodthirsty beast, Zhang Biao explained loudly to convince everyone. Hearing this, everyone swallowed the pills without hesitation. Only David and the others placed the pills under their tongues without swallowing. Seeing this, Wu Feiyu wore a smug smile. A few minutes later, the medicine began to take effect. Some people suddenly felt weak, their strength drained. What's happening? Why do I feel so powerless? What happened to my skill? I can't even swing a fist. My aura, my Dantian power, gone. Many noticed the abnormality and began to panic. Chapter 25:43. David winked at Ali and the others, then secretly signaled several people to pretend that their strength had disappeared. Seeing this scene, the corner of Wu Feiyu's mouth lifted slightly as he said, "I'll tell you the truth. What you took were Sangong pills. All your cultivation is gone now. You can only obey me. If you do, there might still be a slim chance for your blood to survive. Zhang Biao, drive everyone in. I want that bloodthirsty beast to eat its fill." Zhang Biao nodded and immediately began driving everyone forward. Ning Can also gave a wink to his subordinates, signaling them to follow suit and help. Soon, large numbers of villagers were herded toward the scorched earth like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Some villagers were terrified and struggled desperately. Some even turned around and tried to flee. But having lost all their strength, how could they possibly escape? They were quickly caught by Zhang Biao and thrown straight into the scorched earth. David and the others stayed tightly grouped together and stepped into the scorched earth inch by inch. The moment David set foot inside, he felt a terrifying aura surge up from beneath his feet. Along with that terrifying aura came a strand of immortal divine power mixed within it. This power was clearly emanating from agrimony. Ah! Someone was suddenly entangled by the tentacles of the bloodthirsty beast, which began sucking the blood straight from his body. The remaining villagers ran desperately, trying to escape, but Wu Feiyu and the others stood watching from behind. With no way back, they could only keep running forward. They all prayed silently, hoping the bloodthirsty beast would be distracted by sucking someone else's blood and spare them. Seeing the crowd flee in panic, Wu Feiyu wore a playful smile. "Wu Feiyu, you bastard are even more ruthless than I imagined," Ning Can sneered. "I didn't expect your method of dealing with the bloodthirsty beast would be sacrificing these villagers. So you planned this from the very beginning. No wonder you pretended to cherish their lives so much." Ning Can truly hadn't expected Wu Feiyu to be this vicious. "You and I together are no match for the bloodthirsty beast," Wu Feiyu replied coldly. "This is the only way. Once the medicinal power explodes inside its body, the bloodthirsty beast will become meat on a plate. There's nothing to worry about." Wu Feiyu smiled proudly. Ning Can said nothing. He simply stared at the tragic scene unfolding before him. These villagers, stripped of their cultivation, had absolutely no ability to resist the bloodthirsty beast. Yuna watched the villagers die miserably, her eyes filled with pity. She desperately wanted to save them, but she knew she didn't have that kind of strength. David could only shake his head helplessly. At this moment, he had no way to rescue anyone. Soon, a thin layer of black mist rose above the scorched earth. Screams echoed endlessly as the black fog enveloped the land, making it even more desolate and sinister. "Let's go. We need to leave this place as soon as possible. Maybe we'll be lucky enough to find agrimony." After speaking, David led Ali and the others deeper toward the center. But after only taking 2 steps, Zhu Zi suddenly screamed. A thick tentacle burst out of the ground and instantly wrapped around him. "Help! Help! Brother David, save me! Brother Ali, save me!" Zhu Zi's face turned deathly pale as he screamed in terror. After all, he was still just a child. Faced with real danger, panic completely overwhelmed him. Seeing this, David leaped forward, drew Zhu Zi's large blade, and slashed viciously at the tentacle. The blade whistled through the air. A sharp flash of light erupted as the tentacle was cleanly severed on the spot. Chapter 25:44. Zhu Zi was saved and immediately ran behind David. At this moment, Wu Feiyu, Ning Can, and the others, who had been watching from a distance, were all stunned. They stared at David with disbelief written all over their faces. They couldn't understand it. David had clearly taken the Sangong pills, so how could he still unleash such terrifying strength? Ali, Yuner, and Hu Zhuang all drew their weapons and guarded Zhu Zi vigilantly. Powerful auras surged from their bodies. The villagers who were being hunted by the bloodthirsty beast all ran toward David and his group, hoping to seek protection. Wu Feiyu, didn't you say your Sangong pills were foolproof? Ning Ji sneered. Why the hell aren't they working at all? Wu Feiyu was equally shocked. He couldn't understand how David and the others were still releasing aura and strength after taking the pills. At that moment, the bloodthirsty beast, whose tentacle had been severed, let out a furious roar. The ground began to shake violently. The violent tremors terrified everyone. Some people were so frightened that they collapsed onto the ground. Having lost all their cultivation, they were no different from ordinary mortals now. Ali and Zhu Zi also wore tense expressions, their bodies trembling slightly. They all knew the truth, this bloodthirsty beast was enraged and about to fully emerge from underground. Ali! Fall back and protect Yuner and Zhu Zi! David shouted urgently. With his current strength, David knew he had no way to fight the bloodthirsty beast head-on. He couldn't even guarantee his own survival, let alone protect everyone else. Ali and Hu Zhuang quickly retreated with Yuner and Zhu Zi, putting some distance between themselves and the danger. The other villagers also tried to flee, but the violently trembling ground made it impossible for them to even stand. With a thunderous roar, a massive shadow burst out from beneath the earth. As the creature fully revealed itself, screams erupted everywhere. Even Wu Feiyu and Ning Can turned pale with fear. The bloodthirsty beast stood over 10 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in thick scales, and more than a dozen massive tentacles writhed violently from its upper body. Strangely, it appeared to have no head at all, no eyes, no mouth. Those writhing tentacles seemed to serve as both its eyes and mouth. It sensed enemies through its tentacles and fed by sucking their blood. This thing, it's fucking terrifying. Zhu Zi trembled as he spoke. More than 10 tentacles suddenly shot toward David like sharp spears. They intertwined into a massive net, clearly intending to trap him completely. David retreated rapidly, dodging with everything he had. The tentacles missed David but instead grabbed several villagers who had already collapsed on the ground. The tentacles pierced into their bodies and began sucking their blood. Heart-wrenching screams echoed across the scorched earth. David didn't dare hesitate or show mercy. He couldn't even save himself, there was no way he could save them. But their deaths bought him precious time. Run! Run now! David roared at Ali and the others. Facing such a monstrous existence, David knew he had absolutely no chance of victory. If he stayed, he would inevitably become the bloodthirsty beast's next meal. Hearing this, Ali and the others ran desperately toward the depths of the scorched earth. David followed without hesitation, not daring to look back even once. Shit! Those bastards ran inside. Wu Feiyu's face darkened instantly. If they get there first, won't agrimony fall into their hands? Brother, we have to stop them. Zhang Biao said anxiously. We absolutely can't let them take the agrimony. Chapter 25:45. Wu Feiyu and Zhang Biao leaped forward instantly and chased after David and the others. Now that the bloodthirsty beast had food, it had no time to deal with anyone else. Seeing this, Ning Can also led his people to give chase. At this point, Qi and Wu Feiyu were considered temporary allies. If they didn't work together, they might end up becoming prey for the bloodthirsty beast themselves. While running desperately, David sensed several powerful auras closing in from behind. He glanced back and saw Wu Feiyu and the others in pursuit. David immediately understood, these people were afraid he would seize the agrimony first, so they chased after him without caring about the danger. David was confident he could shake off Wu Feiyu and the rest, but Ali and Zhu Zi couldn't. Their speed was slower, and sooner or later they would be caught. Ali, run! David shouted. Don't look back and don't stop. David slowed his pace, then finally came to a halt. He intended to stay behind and block Wu Feiyu and the others, buying time for Ali, Yuner, and the rest. Seeing that David didn't flee but instead stopped voluntarily, Wu Feiyu and Zhang Biao both found it strange. "Why aren't you running?" Zhang Biao asked, staring at David in confusion. "I ran from the bloodthirsty beast," David replied calmly. "But facing trash like you, why the hell would I run? With your strength, you don't even qualify as ants in my eyes." David curled his lips in open contempt. If David were at his peak strength, people like Zhang Biao and Wu Feiyu wouldn't even be worth a glance. Even now, if the sword spirit Zhongli were fully recovered, Zhang Biao would still be nothing more than an ant. Hearing David's words, Zhang Biao and Wu Feiyu were stunned. They never imagined David would dare speak so arrogantly. After all, in their eyes, David was nothing more than a mountain villager. How could someone like him dare look down on them? Ha ha ha. Ning Can burst out laughing as he arrived. "Wu Feiyu, where did you dig up this wonderful specimen? Even a wild mountain bumpkin dares to piss on your Jade Cauldron sect. Looks like your sect is truly declining." Ning Can's ridicule made Wu Feiyu and Zhang Biao nearly explode with rage. The Jade Cauldron sect already had conflicts with the Ning family, and now David was humiliating them in front of Ning Can. It was unbearable. "Boy, I'll make your life worse than death today," Zhang Biao roared. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Biao lunged forward and clawed straight toward David's head. Seeing Zhang Biao attack, David relaxed slightly. Zhang Biao's strength wasn't weak, but killing David wouldn't be easy. As long as Wu Feiyu didn't intervene, David was confident he could kill Zhang Biao. The instant Zhang Biao moved, David swung the long blade in his hand. A dazzling arc of blade light slashed straight toward Zhang Biao. "Junior brother, retreat!" Wu Feiyu shouted. The moment David attacked, Wu Feiyu sensed the terrifying sharpness of that blade. Zhang Biao was unarmed. If he didn't retreat, he would definitely suffer. Unfortunately, Zhang Biao reacted just a fraction too late. As he withdrew his hand and stepped back, the blade light swept past his arm. A deep gash instantly appeared. Blood soaked through his sleeve and streamed down. Zhang Biao stared at his wound in disbelief. He couldn't believe he had actually been injured by David. Wu Feiyu quickly took out some medicinal powder and sprinkled it onto the wound. The bleeding stopped almost immediately. "Boy, you're fucking dead today," Zhang Biao snarled through clenched teeth, his chest heaving with rage. Chapter 2546. From beginning to end, Zhang Biao had viewed David as nothing more than a lowly mountain villager, someone not even worthy of his attention. Yet now, not only had he been injured by David, but there were people watching from the sidelines. Zhang Biao couldn't tolerate this humiliation. Just as he was about to charge again, Wu Feiyu reached out and stopped him. "Boy," Wu Feiyu said coldly, staring at David, "tell me, why do you still have strength after taking my elixir?" Wu Feiyu had already realized that David was anything but ordinary. "Are you talking about the Sangong pill?" David sneered. "That trash. It doesn't work on me." This wasn't bravado. If David had recovered his true strength, the Sangong pill would indeed be completely useless to him. Wu Feiyu frowned. "You're an alchemist too?" "I know a little," David replied mockingly. "But even that little is 100 times better than your pathetic skills." This time, Wu Feiyu completely lost his composure. David had humiliated him again and again in front of Ning Can. His face was already gone. "Then let me see how you're 100 times better than me." As Wu Feiyu spoke, a silver light shot out from his hand like a meteor, its speed terrifyingly fast. Not far away, Lang Feng stood with a young girl, secretly observing the battle. Seeing Wu Feiyu attack, Lang Feng's expression tightened. He was about to intervene. In his eyes, David was clearly no match for Wu Feiyu. But just as Lang Feng prepared to move, the girl beside him stopped him. "Don't," she said calmly. "This man's strength isn't what it seems. Either his power is being suppressed, or he hasn't fully recovered." Her eyes remained locked on David, missing none of his movements. Facing Wu Feiyu's attack, David flashed to the side, narrowly dodging the strike, then immediately retreated. David's goal had already been achieved. he had only stopped to buy time. Now that Ollie and the others had escaped, there was no reason to continue fighting. Moreover, David wasn't confident he could defeat Wu Feiyu head-on. Seeing David retreat, Wu Feiyu jumped into the air, trying to block his escape. But the moment he leapt up, a massive tentacle burst from the ground and wrapped tightly around his body, dragging him down. After finishing off the villagers, the bloodthirsty beast had charged over and launched its attack. Wu Feiyu's face turned pale. He flashed his blade and hacked off the tentacle. But by the time he regained his footing, David had already vanished without a trace. When Wu Feiyu tried to pursue again, the bloodthirsty beast entangled him once more. "Forget him, kill the bloodthirsty beast first," Wu Feiyu shouted. He completely abandoned the chase and poured all his strength into fighting the beast. Zhang Biao, Ning Can, and the others also drew their weapons and joined the battle. Because the bloodthirsty beast had consumed villagers who had taken the Sangong pills, the pills' medicinal effects began to take hold within its body. This weakening effect allowed Wu Feiyu and the others to barely contend with it. If the beast hadn't ingested the Sangong pills, Wu Feiyu and his group wouldn't have stood a chance. David ignored the battle entirely and ran without looking back. Soon, he caught up with Ollie and the others, who were resting on a massive rock. Though they appeared to be resting, they were actually waiting anxiously for David. When they saw David return safely, smiles instantly spread across their faces. "Brother David, are you okay?" Zhu Zi and Yuner asked together, rushing forward with concern. Chapter 2547. "I'm fine. Fortunately, the bloodthirsty beast entangled Wu Feiyu and the others, so I was able to escape. Let's go quickly. I don't think the bloodthirsty beast will last much longer." David urged them to keep moving forward. As they went deeper, the immortal divine power in the air grew stronger and stronger. What a powerful aura! Could Agrimony be just ahead? Ollie asked, clearly sensing the change. Ahead should be where Agrimony is. Let's speed up, David said, unable to hide his urgency. A few minutes later, they saw a single green plant growing on the pitch-black scorched earth. The vivid green stood in sharp contrast to the surrounding desolation. "Agrimony, is that Agrimony?" Zhu Zi exclaimed excitedly. David stepped closer and examined it carefully. The Agrimony looked extremely ordinary, only half a meter tall, with 5 simple leaves. If it were growing among normal grass, no one would ever guess it was a fairy herb. However, faint streaks of pure white brilliance flowed across its leaves. A thin mist surrounded the plant, and when sunlight passed through it, it refracted into dazzling, multicolored rays. "This is a fairy grass," Hu Zhuang said in shock. "I heard from the village elders that refining a fairy grass into an elixir could cause one's strength to skyrocket." Ollie and the others stared at the Agrimony, speaking excitedly among themselves, smiles covering their faces. David, however, stared at the plant with a solemn expression. Agrimony was indeed a priceless treasure. With it, he could recover his strength much faster. But David also knew that with his current cultivation, he was not capable of refining such a high-grade fairy grass. Forcibly refining it would most likely destroy it. Yet if he couldn't refine it and carried it with him instead, it would become a walking time bomb. David was certain he wouldn't be able to recover peacefully in the future. After hesitating repeatedly, David finally reached out, plucked the Agrimony, and stored it inside his storage ring. "Life and death are decided by fate," David muttered. "I can't worry about everything." After storing the Agrimony, a resolute light appeared in his eyes. "Brother David, let's go. Those people will catch up soon," Yuner urged. David nodded. "All right, let's move." The group quickly crossed the scorched land. When they finally stepped onto lush green grass, everyone felt their bodies relax significantly. Not long after they left, Wu Feiyu and Zhang Biao rushed over. When they saw that the Agrimony was gone, they cursed furiously. "I'll find that bastard and tear him to pieces. He dared steal my Agrimony!" Wu Feiyu roared. Zhang Biao was equally furious. Not only was the Agrimony gone, but David and the others had vanished as well. The entire trip had been for nothing. Senior brother, what should we do now? Zhang Biao asked anxiously. We didn't get the agrimony, wasted so many Sangong pills, and only killed the bloodthirsty beast. That's a huge loss. If Master finds out, he'll definitely punish us. Wu Feiyu frowned, thought for a moment, then said coldly, let's go back. Since we didn't get the agrimony, the bloodthirsty beast still has plenty of valuable materials on it. With that, Wu Feiyu and Zhang Biao hurried back, while Ning Can led his people to begin dissecting the corpse of the bloodthirsty beast. Chapter 2548. In order to kill the bloodthirsty beast, Ning Can and his group were badly injured. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and their auras were unstable and chaotic. After removing the beast core, Ning Can sat down to rest. When he saw Wu Feiyu and Zhang Biao return so quickly, he frowned. Why are you back already? Where's the agrimony? It was taken, Wu Feiyu said angrily. And those guys disappeared. Hearing that Wu Feiyu hadn't obtained the agrimony, Ning Can immediately became alert. Since you didn't get the agrimony, why didn't you chase them? Ning Can asked coldly. Chase where? Wu Feiyu snapped. They've long vanished. Then he glanced at the corpse of the bloodthirsty beast and said calmly. My junior brother and I worked our asses off killing this thing. If it weren't for the Sangong pill weakening it, we wouldn't have killed it at all. Now that the beast is dead, we deserve a share of its spoils. Ning Can sneered. Wu Feiyu, when elders speak, their words stick like nails. When you speak, it's just fucking fart. What did you say? Zhang Biao roared furiously. Wu Feiyu immediately stopped him. Right now, there were only two of them, and they had already exhausted a great deal of strength. Fighting Ning Can would bring them no advantage. Ning Can, Wu Feiyu said in a low, restrained voice, I did say the bloodthirsty beast would be yours. But since we didn't get the agrimony, you can't expect us to return empty-handed, can you? His tone carried a hint of negotiation and humiliation. If they went back with nothing, their master would definitely punish them. I don't give a damn, Ning Can replied coldly. The agrimony was taken because you're incompetent. What the hell does that have to do with me? He raised his eyebrows arrogantly. This bloodthirsty beast is mine. Don't even think about taking a single piece. If you want to force it, we can fight. Worst case, we all die and become food for some mountain monster. Ning Can adopted a reckless stance, knowing full well that Wu Feiyu wouldn't dare go all out. Seeing Ning Can refuse to budge, Wu Feiyu could only glare at him in fury before turning away with Zhang Biao. For the corpse of a bloodthirsty beast, it wasn't worth risking everything. Brother, are we really just going back like this? Zhang Biao asked unwillingly. If we return empty-handed, Master will definitely punish us. Of course not, Wu Feiyu said grimly. We'll find out that kid's identity. As long as we find him, we'll find the agrimony. Hatred surged in Wu Feiyu's eyes as he spoke of David. But what if that kid already swallowed the agrimony? Zhang Biao asked nervously. No, Wu Feiyu replied confidently. That kid knows alchemy. He knows fairy grass like agrimony can't be swallowed directly. The power would make him explode and die on the spot. It has to be refined. And with his current strength, refining agrimony is impossible. So the agrimony must still be on him. Wu Feiyu analyzed calmly, fully convinced David lacked the ability to refine it. And he was right, for now. Brother, I don't know that kid, but everyone with him is from Dashi village, Zhang Biao said. Let's go there and ask around. We'll definitely find out who he is. Wu Feiyu's eyes narrowed. Dashi village. Chapter 2549. Alright, then let's go to Dashi village. I want to see who this kid really is. Wu Feiyu's eyes narrowed slightly, a thick killing intent flashing within them. At this moment, David had no idea that Wu Feiyu and Zhang Biao had already set their sights on Dashi village. After leading Ollie and the others out of the scorched land, David planned to take a detour back to the village. However, while they were on the road, two figures suddenly blocked their path. Seeing someone obstructing them, Ollie and the others immediately became nervous. David frowned slightly when he saw the person in front of him. Lang Feng. The one blocking their way was none other than the Wolf King Lang Feng, who had transformed into human form. Standing beside him was a young girl with delicate features. It's not easy to escape from Wu Feiyu's grasp and successfully pick the agrimony, Lang Feng said, looking at David with a hint of admiration. What do you want? David asked vigilantly. As a Wolf King capable of transforming into a human, Lang Feng's strength was definitely above that of Ning Can and Wu Feiyu. With David's strength still unrecovered, he had no way of gauging Lang Feng's true cultivation. Relax. I'm not interested in the agrimony you picked, Lang Feng said with a faint smile. Our princess, however, is interested in you and wants to talk. Princess? David looked at the girl beside Lang Feng in surprise. He hadn't expected her to be a transformed monster, and even more shocking was that he couldn't sense the slightest trace of beast aura from her. That's right, Lang Feng nodded. This is our Princess Isa. She's very interested in the divine beast aura on your body. I don't have time, David said coldly. I need to hurry, or I won't make it out of this mountain range today. He didn't want to talk to Princess Isa at all. David knew nothing about Lang Feng or this so-called Princess Isa, and he didn't trust them in the slightest. If we don't move aside, Princess Isa said with a gentle smile. Are you certain you can leave? David fell silent. Putting aside Princess Isa's strength, he and the others were no match for Lang Feng alone. What do you want to ask? Say it quickly, we're in a hurry, David said. Princess Isa ignored him and turned to Lang Feng instead. Lang Feng, escort the others out of the mountain range, she ordered calmly. As for this one, I want him to stay and talk. Yes, Princess, Lang Feng replied respectfully. No! Yunner shouted immediately. Brother David is coming with us. We won't leave him behind. That's right. We won't abandon Brother David. Zhu Zi yelled. Lang Feng's expression instantly turned cold, and he was about to reprimand them, but Princess Isa raised her hand slightly, stopping him. She looked at Yunner and Zhu Zi with a faint smile and said calmly. You two little brats, do you really think you have the right to speak here? I won't harm your brother David. Be obedient. Go home. It won't be long before he returns. Yunner and Zhu Zi were unwilling to accept this and were about to argue, but David stopped them. Yunner, Zhu Zi, go back. I'll be fine. After that, David turned to Ollie. Ollie, protect them both. Don't worry, Ollie nodded firmly. I'll take care of them. Chapter 2550. At this moment, Hu Zhuang's face was full of frustration. Originally, he had agreed to accompany Zhang Biao in collecting herbs so he could take revenge for his fellow villagers. Now everything had turned into a complete mess, and his revenge plan was about to fall apart. Seeing this, David stepped forward, patted Hu Zhuang on the shoulder, and said firmly. Don't worry. As long as I'm alive, I will destroy Duqing village sooner or later. When the time comes, I'll take you with me. Hu Zhuang looked at David and nodded heavily. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Hu Zhuang believed David's words without hesitation. David's strength and decisiveness had already proven everything. Yunner and Zhu Zi reluctantly said goodbye to David. David repeatedly warned and reminded them, knowing full well that dangers lurked everywhere in the mountain range. Moreover, he still didn't know Lang Feng's true intentions, or whether Lang Feng might suddenly attack Ollie and the others. Don't worry, Princess Isa said calmly. Your friends will be safe. Then she looked at Lang Feng and said coldly. Lang Feng, if anything happens to them, you don't need to come back. Rest assured, Princess, Lang Feng replied solemnly. I will guarantee their safety. Soon, Ollie and the others left under Lang Feng's escort. In the vast mountain forest, only David and Princess Isa remained. Let's go, Princess Isa said. Where? David asked in surprise. Didn't you say you wanted to talk to me? That's right, Princess Isa replied. But not here. As for where we're going, you'll find out soon enough. After speaking, she turned and walked forward. David had no choice but to follow. The two walked one after another without exchanging a word. After several hours, David noticed that the surrounding aura had begun to change. At some point, thick fog rose from the forest, completely blocking his vision. Princess Isa deliberately released her aura and said, "Follow my presence. Don't get lost." David nodded and followed her aura closely. After walking for some time, the fog slowly dissipated, and David could finally see his surroundings clearly. When the fog completely vanished, David was utterly stunned. Before him stood an enormous and magnificent city. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the city in golden light, adding an air of mystery and majesty. What is this place?" David asked in shock. "This is my home," Princess Isa replied with a faint smile. "Your home?" David was stunned. He never imagined her home would be an entire city, deep within the mountains. But then he remembered that Princess Isa was a transformed monster. A hidden city in the mountains suddenly didn't seem strange at all. David followed Princess Isa toward the city gates. As they approached, he saw guards stationed there. The moment they saw Princess Isa, all the guards immediately knelt on the ground. Princess Isa didn't even glance at them as she walked straight into the city. David followed behind her, receiving the same level of respect. "This city belongs to your family?" David asked. "Is your father some kind of emperor?" Princess Isa nodded calmly. "That's right. My father is the demon king Iha." David sucked in a sharp breath. A demon king. Although David didn't know exactly how powerful a demon king was in the heavenly human realm, one thing was certain: it was far beyond anything he could currently contend with.